Can anyone hear me? Rakesh here. Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. Rajesh, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. You are audible. ரெஸ்பாண்ட் பண்ணும்பா. Sir, Rajesh, sir, am I audible, sir? Sir, Rajesh, sir, am I audible, sir? சார் அவருக்கு ஆன்சர் பண்ணிடுங்க சார், லைனில் இருக்காரு. ராஜேஷ் சார், ராகேஷ் சார், சிஎஸ்சி சாப்டர். மேடம் அது அவருக்கு கொஞ்சம் பேசுங்க. ராகேஷ் சார், ராகேஷ் சார்ட்ட கொஞ்சம் பேசுங்க மேடம். அது விமான் சார்ட்ட கேளுங்க என்ன பண்ணுங்க. சார் சார் ஸ்டார்ட்டா சார், இமான் சார். A very good morning to all present here. We take immense pleasure in welcoming you all for the Technology Fest 2023 organized by St. Joseph's Group of Institution. We take immense pleasure in welcoming you all for this technological revolution induced by the healthy minds in St. Joseph's Group of Institution. We thank the God Almighty for helping us to be successful in initiating this wonderful initiative in creating awareness for the young minds who pursue 11 and 12 who are yet to decide what to do for their career. This will be an eye-opening program. உங்கள் அனைவரையும் இந்த டெக்னோஃபெஸ்ட் 2023 நிகழ்வுக்கு வரவேற்பதில் பெருமகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறோம். இந்த நிகழ்வானது 11ஆம் மற்றும் 12ஆம் வகுப்பு மாணவர்களுக்கான ஒரு விழிப்புணர்வு நிகழ்ச்சியாக எங்கள் 30 ஆண்டு துவக்கத்தின் நிகழ்வாக அமைந்திருக்கிறது. இந்த நிகழ்வில் பங்கு பெறும் அனைத்து மாணவர்களும் மற்றவர்கள் சிந்தித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் வேளையில் செயலாக்கும் செயின்ட் ஜோசப்ஸின் திறனை அறிவீர்கள். பல வார்த்தைகள் இன்றும் பிரபலம். குவாண்டம் கம்ப்யூட்டிங் என்பது மலருக்கு வெறும் வார்த்தையாக இருக்க, இங்க எங்கள் செயல் வீரர்கள், எங்கள் மாணவர்கள் அத்தகைய ஒரு துறையில் சர்டிபிகேஷன் என்று சொல்லப்படுகிற சான்றிதழை பெற்றுவிட்டார்கள் என்று சொல்வதில் பெருவகை அடைகிறோம். எங்கள் வளமனைத்தும் இந்த நாடு முழுவதும் பரவ இந்த ஒரு விழிப்புணர்வு நிகழ்ச்சியானது நடத்தப்படுகிறது. We are conducting this technological revolution to create awareness about the emerging trends. When people discuss about the keywords, we have started initiating many programs related to this. AWS, quantum computing, e-vehicle are keywords which are popular among the students of today. engineering and technology is at peak now with the advent of AI. Artificial intelligence rules the world, and it has broken all the compartments of engineering. இன்று இந்த ஆர்டிபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் எனும் துறை பொறியியல் துறையில் பெருமாற்றத்தை ஏற்படுத்தி இருக்கிறது. அதில் பயன்பட்டு கொண்டிருந்த பல வார்த்தைகளை அது மாற்றி வைத்திருக்கிறது. பலர் சிந்தித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கையில் செயலாக்கம் செய்த பெருமை சென்ட் ஜோசப் கல்வி குழுமத்தை சாரும். உங்கள் அனைவரையும் வருக வருக வரவேற்று I welcome you all for a virtual tour of our college. We want to show the extraordinary infrastructure, the magnificence, the skyscraper buildings, and the extraordinary infrastructure. The program, which is live from the library, shows that the book in the press is at our campus. வெளியிட்ட புத்தகம் அனைத்தும் எங்கள் அறிவுசார் புரட்சி நடக்கும் இந்த நூலகத்தில் உள்ளது. அச்சகத்தில் உள்ள நூலும் எங்கள் நூலகத்தில் உண்டென்பது எங்களுக்கு பெருமை. எங்கள் மாணவர்களுக்கு அது கிடைத்த அரிய வாய்ப்பு. We have all the journals online and offline, which is there in the journal section. வாசிப்புக்கென தனி அரங்கம் உண்டு. இங்கே வெறும் ஜேர்னல்ஸ் என்பது ரிசோர்சஸ் என்ற வகையிலும், மற்றபடி அவை ஹார்ட் காப்பி என்று சொல்லப்படுகிற அச்சிட்ட புத்தகங்களாகவும் வழங்கப்பட்டு வரும். நூலகம் என்பதே ஒரு அறிவுசார் புரட்சி. அந்த நூலகத்திலிருந்து இத்தகைய அறிவுசார் புரட்சியை தொடங்குவதில் பெருமகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறோம். எங்கள் அத்துணை வளங்களையும் உங்களுக்கு கொண்டு சேர்ப்பதில் பெருமகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறோம். Let us begin this program with the inaugural session. Before the inaugural session, we have a virtual tour of our college, and the program begins with the inaugural session. Thank you all for joining us. Have a visual treat. Our virtual tour starts now.
India. We welcome all for Technofest 2023.
First and foremost,
A hearty welcome to our Technofest 2023, a technological revolution conducted for the students of 11 and 12. It is an awareness program about the upcoming trends and technologies that's going to revolutionize the world shortly. உங்கள் அனைவரையும் டெக்னோஃபெஸ்ட் 2023க்கு அன்புடன் வரவேற்பதில் பெரும் மகிழ்ச்சி கொள்கிறோம். இது ஒரு தொழில் புரட்சி என்றே சொல்லலாம். மாணவர்களை விழிப்புணர்வு ஏற்படுத்துவதற்காக எங்கள் 30ஆம் ஆண்டு துவக்கத்தின் ஒரு நிகழ்வாக இது நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. I welcome you all once again for this program. Now I hand over the session, the formal inaugural session, to the second year students of St. Joseph's Group of Institutions. I kindly request our students to take over the program now.
education is the vehicle that propels the minds forward. A very good morning to one and all present here. I am Karthik Sriram from the Department of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, second year.
And I am Janathan N. from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, second year. We welcome you all for this Technofest 2023.
First and foremost, I would like to welcome our beloved chairman, Dr. B. Babu Manoharan sir, MA, MBA, PhD, who's the backbone of our group of institutions. Next, I would like to welcome our managing director, Mrs. Jessie Priya ma'am. I would also like to welcome our executive director, Mr. B. Sashishekar sir.
I would like to welcome Dr. Vadi Sheshagiri Rao, sir, Principal of St. Joseph College of Engineering, Dr. P. Ravichandran, sir, Principal of St. Joseph Institute of Technology, Dean Academics, Dean Research, Dean Student Affairs, and all the staff and non-teaching staffs who are present here. Last but not least, I would like to welcome all the students who have connected with us virtually for this wonderful program. Finally, we welcome you all for this beautiful Technofest 2023.
Now I request everyone to rise for Tamil Thai Valtu.
Happiness can be found even in the darkest of times when one remembers to turn on the light. Now I would like to welcome the principal of St. Joseph College of Engineering, Dr. Vadi Sheshagiri Rao, sir, to light the Kuttuvalakku. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Vadisheshagiri Rao, sir, to give the inaugural address. Welcome, sir.
Respected Chairman Sir, Managing Director Madam, Executive Director, my dear Deans, staff members, and staff members of the various schools, my dear students, good morning. So, it's a nice initiative we have taken to give information to the students about the technical advancements in engineering, and we want to give an exposure to the students about the various programs, various branches of engineering, so that they can select when they go for higher studies. That is the main motto of this particular program. We want to get connect with the students from various schools online. Actually, in our campus, we have conducted various such programs for the students, and they have come physically and they got the advantage. Now, this is we have initiated for the having a certification program on this computer technology, and then afterwards we'll have uh, the virtual, what say, the exhibition of our students' innovations. And in particular, I want to inform that this particular event is conducted by our students, the current second years. The entire program is scheduled and planned, executed by them. I hope definitely you are going to visualize the various innovations and technical advancements in the field of engineering in our college that are going on. I hope definitely you will cherish this particular program. In the course of time, we'll conduct this type of programs, many programs, so that we can reach from our college itself to the students who are all at different places. I wish all these students a great success in all your endeavors. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your most inspiring words. Now, I would like to invite Karthik Sriram to deliver the vote of thanks.
I take immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks on this wonderful TechnoFest 2023 program. First and foremost, I would like to thank our beloved chairman, Dr. B. Babu Manoharan sir, without whom this program wouldn't have been a wonderful one. Next, I would also like to thank our executive director, our managing director, our principals, HODs, deans, and all the students and the staffs who are making this program a wonderful one. I thank you all.
We welcome you to the program once again. We are going to continue with the program, before which I would like to request Dr. P. Ravichandran, Principal, St. Joseph Institute of Technology, to give the keynote address and introduce this program conducted for the students. I now request our Principal, Dr. P. Ravichandran, sir, to join. He'll be joining us shortly for the program. Students, it gives us immense pleasure in welcoming you all for this technological revolution. We are planning for a series of events beginning from an hands-on training by the Computer Society of India. Then we would have demonstrations on the emerging trends like robotics, e-vehicle, chemical analysis, mechanical engines, AWS, Idea Lab, and so on. The list is endless. It's going to be a virtual feast, a program, an awareness program, which will be conducted for your benefit. Now, we'll have a formal introduction by our principal, who will be joining us shortly. We'll have the keynote address by our principal, St. Joseph Institute of Technology, which is going to follow. Students in general, what is more important to us in this world of technological revolution? It is to be updated. The knowledge, the wealth, செல்வத்துள் செல்வம் அது கேள்வி செல்வம் என்பதை வள்ளுவர் என்று சொல்லி சென்றார். நாம் அனைவருக்கும் இன்று தேவைப்படுவது இந்த கேள்வி செல்வம். நாம் மாணவருடைய ஏற்படுத்த வேண்டியது ஒரு முக்கியமான நிகழ்வானது. அது ஏற்படுத்த இருப்பது நம்முடைய விழிப்புணர்வு தான். நான் என்ன செய்ய வேண்டும் என்கிற கேள்வி பலரிடம் இருக்கிறது. நாம் செய்ய வேண்டும் என்கிற எண்ணம் அனைவரும் இருக்கிறது. ஆனால் என்ன செய்ய வேண்டும் என்கிற அந்த முயற்சிக்கான அந்த வழி திறப்பதற்கு நமக்கு தேவைப்படுவது நாலெட்ஜ் என்று சொல்லப்படுகிற அந்த அறிவு. அந்த அறிவுசார் புரட்சிக்கு மீண்டும் உங்களை வரவேற்பதில் பெருமகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறோம். இந்த அறிவுசார் நிகழ்ச்சியானது இங்கு நாம் பற்றோர் எல்லாம் சிந்தித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிற வேளையிலே செயலாக்கம் செய்திருக்கிற திறன் பெற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய செயின்ட் ஜோசப் கல்வி குழுமத்தின் ஒரு அன்பான நிகழ்வாக நடத்தப்படுகிறது. உங்களுக்கு இது ஒரு விழிப்புணர்வு மட்டுமல்ல, நாளை நாம் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கும் பாதை எது என்பதற்கான கலங்கரை விளக்கமாக அமைந்திருக்கிறது செயின்ட் ஜோசப் கல்வி குழுமம். இந்த விழிப்புணர்வு நிகழ்வானது எங்கள் 30 ஆண்டு அனுபவத்தின் ஒரு வெளிப்பாடாக அமைந்திருக்கிறது. இங்கு அமைந்திருக்கும் எங்கள் தலை சிறந்த பொறியியல் வல்லுநர்கள் அனைத்தும் இன்று நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கும் நிகழ்வானது ஒரு சான்று. 2ஆம் ஆண்டு மாணவர்களால் தயாரித்து வழங்கப்படுகிறது இந்த நிகழ்வு. முழுக்க முழுக்க செயின்ட் ஜோசப் கல்லூரியின் மாணவர்களால் தயாரித்து வழங்கப்படுகிற நேரலை. ஒரு நாள் முழுவதும் நேரலை என்பது வெறும் கனவல்ல, நாம் கண்டிருக்கும் ஒரு உன்னதமான ஒரு முயற்சி என்று சொல்ல வேண்டும். இத்தனை நிகழ்வையும் நிகழ்த்தி காட்டிக் கொண்டிருப்பவர்கள் எங்கள் 2ஆம் ஆண்டு மாணவர்கள் என்பதில் பெருவகை அடைகிறோம். உங்கள் அனைவரையும் மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை வரவேற்று இந்நிகழ்வுக்கு தயாராக கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். இந்த நிகழ்வானது இப்போது மாணவர்களுக்கு நாம் தொகுத்து வழங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கும் நேரலை நம்முடைய நேரடியாக உங்களை எங்கள் வளாகத்திற்கே கொண்டு வருகிறோம். OMR சாலை, செயின்ட் ஜோசப்ஸ் எனும் சோலை. இது வெறும் வார்த்தை அல்ல, இங்கிருக்கும் அத்துணை மரங்களும் சாட்சி. உங்களுக்கு அத்தனையும் இன்று காட்சிப்படுத்தப்பட இருக்கிறது. வெறும் it is not a technological thing, it is something which is going to revolutionize your thoughts. Thoughts are something which is very important, which has to be provoked, which is a natural process. Thought provoking is a natural process, and we are experts in helping the students to attain their goals. நாம் இலக்கை அடைய செய்வதில் பெருமகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறோம். 30 ஆண்டுகளாக இப்போது நீங்கள் எல்லாம் நாம் பெருமகிழ்ச்சி அடைவதற்கு ஒரு காரணம், 2ஆம் தலைமுறையினர் எங்களிடம் கற்ற மாணவர்களின் பிள்ளைகள் இங்கு படித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். ஆண்டுதோறும் பல நூறு மாணவர்கள் இங்கு வந்து சேர்கிறார்கள். இவர்கள் மாணவர்களாக இருந்தோர் அவர் இன்று பெற்றோர்களாக, அவர்களின் மாணவர்கள் இங்கு கல்வி பயின்று கொண்டிருக்கும் 2ஆம் தலைமுறையை கண்ட கல்லூரி இது. எங்களின் அனுபவம் சார்ந்த ஒரு ஷேரிங் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய இந்த பகிர்தலாக இந்த நிகழ்வு நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த நிகழ்வில் நீங்கள் காண பல விஷயங்கள் இருக்கின்றன. உங்கள் காண கண் கோடி வேண்டும் இந்த நிகழ்வை காண என்று சொல்வதில் எதுவும் இட் இஸ் நாட் அன் எக்ஸாஜரேஷன் என்று பெரிதுபடுத்தி சொல்வது அல்ல. இது ஒரு உன்னதமான நிகழ்வு. மாணவர்களால் மாணவர்களுக்கு ஏற்படுத்தப்பட்டிருக்கிற ஒரு நிகழ்வு. இங்கு பங்கு பெறும் மாணவர்கள் இவர்கள் அனைவரும் செயல் வீரர்கள் என்று சொல்ல வேண்டும். AWS என்று சொல்லப்படுகிற அமேசான் வெப் சர்வீசஸ் குறித்து பலர் யோசித்துக் கொண்டிருக்க நமது கல்லூரி வளாகத்தில் 32 பேர் சர்டிபிகேஷன் பெற்றிருக்கிறார்கள் என்பது பெரும் உவகைக்கு பெறக்கூடிய ஒரு விஷயமாக இருக்கிறது. IBM அட்வொகேட் என்பது உலகில் மொத்தம் 20 பேர், அதில் ஒரு மாணவர் கூட இளங்கலை பயில்பவர் இல்லை. ஆனால் நம்முடைய கல்லூரியில் ட்ரிபிள் படிக்கும் பிளஸோ எனும் மாணவர் IBM அட்வொகேட்டாக இருக்கிறார் என்றால் குவாண்டம் கம்ப்யூட்டிங்கில் நாம் செய்திருக்கும் சாதனைக்கு வேறு சான்றுகள் தேவையில்லை. உலகில் உள்ள 20ல் ஒருவர் கூட இளங்கலை மாணவர் அல்ல. ஒரே இளங்கலை மாணவர் செயின்ட் ஜோசப் கல்வி குழுமத்தில் இருக்கும் நம்முடைய பிளஸோ என்பது மீண்டும் உவகைக்கான காரணமாக இருக்கிறது. இது மட்டுமல்ல, நம்முடைய கிளவுட் கேப்டன் என்று சொல்லப்படுகிற இந்தியாவில் மட்டும் 20 பேர் இருக்கக்கூடிய கிளவுட் கேப்டனில் நம்முடைய மாணவரும் ஒரு கேப்டனாக இருக்கிறார். இவர்கள் அனைவரும் உங்களுக்கு நேரலையில் இணைகிறார்கள், தங்களுடைய அனுபவங்களை உங்களோடு பகிர்கிறார்கள். நாம் என்ன செய்ய வேண்டும், நாளை நாம் தொழில்நுட்ப வல்லுநர்களாக என்ன செய்துவிட முடியும், என்ன செய்ய வேண்டும் என்பதை வழிகாட்ட அவர்கள் உங்களோடு இணைய இருக்கிறார்கள். பலர் இன்று சிந்தித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் வேளையில் செயலாக்க திறன் பெற்றோர் செயின்ட் ஜோசப் கல்வி குழும மாணவர்கள். இத்தகைய நேரலை எந்த ஒரு குறைவுமின்றி நடத்தப்பட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது என்பதில் பெரும் மகிழ்ச்சி. இத்தகைய நிகழ்வு இந்தியாவிலேயே பொறியியல் கல்லூரிகளின் முதல் முயற்சியாக இருக்கக்கூடும் என்பது எங்களுக்கு மிக பெருமை நிறைந்த விஷயமாக நாங்கள் நினைக்கிறோம். இத்தகைய நிகழ்வு தங்களுக்கு அறிவுசார் புரட்சியாக அமையும் என்பதில் எந்த ஐயமும் இல்லை. இந்த நிகழ்வு பற்றிய ஒரு it is going to be a formal introduction by our principal. What I have given us a glimpse. நீங்கள் இன்னும் காண இருப்பது பல இருக்கிறது. நான் தொகுத்து கொண்டிருப்பது ஒரு இது மட்டுமே. இத்துடன் நாம் நம்முடைய பிரின்சிபலுடன் இணைய இருக்கிறோம். மாணவர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் தற்போது சிஎஸ்ஐ சாப்டர் காஞ்சிபுரம் சாப்டரின் சார்பாக நடத்தப்பட இருக்கும் சர்டிஃபிகேஷன் ப்ரோக்ராம் தற்போது தொடங்க இருக்கிறது. I kindly request Harish sir to join. Harish sir from Computer Society of India, Kanjipuram, to join us and enlighten us about cyber security threats. Cyber security is another emerging field in today's science. As far as we all know, when we think about, there are a lot of threats when it comes to the cyber connections. So a lot of threats occur, and these threats and challenges will be enlightened as it's going to be a certification program conducted by St. Joseph Group of Institution, aligning with Computer Society of India, Kanjipuram chapter. Now kindly request our Arisha to join us and explain you about the computer threats and challenge. It's going to be an hands-on program on experimentation. Things are going to be done. Experimentation is going to be done live. It's going to be an hands-on training program. I kindly request you all to join. Pay attention. At the end of the session, we'll have a Q&A session by our professor. You can just answer. The answers will also be explained by our respected professor who's going to join. He is from Computer Society of India, Kanjipuram chapter. He is going to be from Computer Chapter of India, Kanjipuram chapter. The live will start soon. என்னாச்சு?
Hi everyone, good morning. Can you hear me? Hello. Oh, can anyone confirm if you could hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay. I will share my screen. Hope you can see my screen. Okay, super. Thank you. Hi everyone, good morning. Rakesh here. Excited to present a talk on cybersecurity to the future engineers. First time I'm presenting in front of school students, that is for 11th and 12th standard students. Really excited about it, and I would like to thank for the opportunity given by the St. Joseph's College, the entire management, chairman, principal, HODs, and all the faculties and students who traveled all their way and arranging everything in their schools. And really, it's a great effort, and congratulating them for their 30th anniversary as well. Little introduction about me. I'm working as a security engineer at Comcast, and I'm a security researcher. And this is my certification, licensed penetration tester master. And I'm a founder of two. One is Rootech Stack, which is information security based community startup. And I studied in SVC. My college is T. Venkateshwara College of Engineering. It is one of the famous college in Chennai as well. And I have initiated a cyber hub over there. So that is SVC Cyber Hub, and most of the colleges now having cyber securities, AI and ML specialization, right? We will see it in the last, and how it's going to help you guys for your level. After 11th and 12th, you should need to choose what college and what course you are going to decide it, right? So that is the main purpose of the program. When the program started, right? So the sir told what is the purpose and why they are doing it. It's really a very good opportunity for you all. You need to pay attention closely on how the industry is working and how the college is showing you all. And I'm a OWASP Kadalu chapter leader, and I'm a mentor and public speaker and blogger as well. So let's get started. Before going into cybersecurity, the fundamentals we need to learn, right? So basic is networks, which is computer networks. ஸோ நெட்ஒர்க் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நம்ம படிச்சா மட்டும்தான் நம்மளால சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி பத்தி ஃபர்தரா படிக்க முடியும். இப்போ எப்படி வந்து 10th பப்ளிக் எக்ஸாம் எழுதினாதான் நம்மளால 12th பப்ளிக் எக்ஸாம் எழுத முடியும்னு சொல்றாங்களே, யூ நீட் டு கிளியர் 10th பப்ளிக் எக்ஸாம் அண்ட் யூ நீட் டு ஸ்கோர் சம் குட் மார்க்ஸ், அண்ட் தென் யூ கேன் ஏபிள் டு கோ அப்பியர் ஃபார் 11th and 12th, right? So that's how it works as well. First you need to learn what is network, what is a computer network, and how it plays a major role in cybersecurity. That's what we are going to see now. Okay, here is the superstar, our superstar. So hope you all watched Jailer movie, I think. So hope you all know what happened. That is one specific scene, right? So which you know in climax, where our superstar will go and get us help from these two specific peoples, and he need to take revenge against the Varma, which is who is a villain. So a network is basically a person having an influential connection, or he will go and ask his help whenever he need it. Who helps in a difficult situation when there is a problem. So that is exactly the computer networks is. It can be described as a system of interconnected devices. So there will be a connection between the devices. If one or two or more devices need to communicate, and it should be connected, right? So that will be used by standards. There is some standards, we need to follow those standards, or we can call it as protocols, which means a set of rules and regulations that we need to follow. இப்போ in schools there will be rules இல்லையா, எக்ஸாம்ஸ் இருக்கும். ஸோ அந்த எக்ஸாம்ஸ்க்கு வந்து 9:30 you should be reported, and எக்ஸாம்ஸ்ல காப்பி அடிக்க கூடாது. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ரூல்ஸ் அண்ட் ரெகுலேஷன்ஸ் இருக்கும். தட் இஸ் இன் ஷார்ட் வந்து ப்ரோட்டோகால்ஸ் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. These devices communicate to exchange resources example files and printers and services. So இப்போ ஒரு டிவைஸ்ல இருந்து இன்னொரு டிவைஸ்க்கு we need to send some data. நம்ம கனெக்ட் பண்ணா மட்டும்தான் நம்மளால அந்த டேட்டாவை சென்ட் பண்ண முடியும் இல்லையா? இட் கேன் பி எனிதிங். ஒரு ஃபைல் ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்றதா இருக்கட்டும், இல்ல ஒரு இமேஜ். ஸோ வாட் எவர் இட் மே பி. இப்போ நீங்க பிரிண்டர்ல இருந்து யூ ஆர் டேக்கிங் இட் அ பிரிண்ட் அவுட். ஸோ வாட் எவர் த சர்வீசஸ் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு யூஸ் இட், யூ நீட் டு கனெக்ட் இட் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டு த இன்டர்நெட் வித் த அதர் டிவைசஸ். So that is what basically it is a interconnected devices, and that needs some protocol or standards to communicate it. So that is what networks is, and without networks nothing will work. If at all I need to give an example, right? So we all are connected irrespective of various locations, and your school is in various location, and the college is in various location, and I'm in various location. How we are all connected? Because of a internet, and we are using a networks, Wi-Fi. Imagine what will happen if the Wi-Fi got disconnected, and you have an alternate option. With your mobile you can turn on your hotspot and listen, but the range would be slow as well, right? So this would be the example how we all are interconnected. Okay, whenever you have questions, right, you can feel free to ask to any of the volunteer, and I will pause for a while, and then we'll answer it and continue it. Yeah. Okay, how the internet is working basically. So I have given the example. We all are connected through this Zoom. So I have logged into Zoom, and I'm explaining about the cybersecurity and networks, right? Same, the internet works because open standards allow every network to connect to every other network. So what the open standards defining is, each network should be able to connect to every other network to transfer or share, get some resources. For example, when you open your email account, you all have laptops, you all have mobile phones, right? So when you open your email account, your email application, that is Gmail, right? It will send a request through your laptop, or when you are using your systems in lab, school lab, computer lab. So there will be a network interface card. In short, they will call it as NIC. That will connect to the wireless access point. We will have it in the Wi-Fi. We have Wi-Fi devices, right, in our homes, schools and colleges, everywhere. So that will be connected, and with this help, the wireless access point, which is WAP, that will send the request through the wire. It is connected via wire, and where it will send it to the local router. So this is what happening in the background when you try to access an application. It, irrespective of, it can be any application. It can be Gmail, it can be WhatsApp. When you are playing Subway Surfers game, or if you are playing Clash of Clans, or so many games are there, right? So you can play when, for that, what you need a mobile phone, you need an internet connection, so that you can able to play the game freely, right? So basically the internet is connecting the computers worldwide. So when you have two or more computers, you can able to connect it. So that is the purpose it serves. So இத கனெக்ட் பண்ண முடிஞ்சா மட்டும்தான் நம்மளால இன்டர்நெட்டை டே டு டே பேசிஸ்ல யூஸ் பண்ண முடியும். And when we turn off our mobile data, or when we turn off our internet, what is happening? We are not getting any notification, we are not connected to the internet, so we are not able to browse anything. As simple as that. Okay, now, so as you can see in the image, now we have one computer, one CPU, and a laptop, and a tab, and a mobile phone, right? So everything is connected with different people's different applications. So this is what the internet will do, connecting the computers. Okay, now World Wide Web, in short we call WWW. The World Wide Web is a way of exchanging information between computers on the internet, and it is tying them together into a vast collection of interactive multimedia resources. Okay, now, so it is a way of exchanging the information. Now you can able to share anything with this World Wide Web, and we have a vast collection of multimedia resources. It can be any format you can send. It can be a text message, video, image, JPG, anything, right? So how you are going to send it? With the help of internet, and all the resources and uses on the internet that are using the HTTP, which is Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and we will see what it is in the next slide. So basically, World Wide Web is connecting people, whereas the network is connecting computers. So in short, and there is a quiz section in the last, so you should all pay more attention. Okay, and now you can see there are more websites, right? Google.com, Google.in, and we have several other websites. So how it all are connected? It all connected with the World Wide Web, and you can see different extensions of the website. What extensions mean is how the website ends with, for example, .com. So it ends with .com, and it stands for it can be google.com or amazon.com, and .gov and .edu, .org. So there are some websites that ends with edu, .org and .in. So like this, all these websites are interconnected to the World Wide Web. This is what World Wide Web is. And now I told about HTTP, right? Whereas when we use HTTP to connect it to the World Wide Web. So what does it mean for us? Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and we have two different protocols. One is HTTP and another one is HTTPS. Hypertext Transfer Protocol in a secure way. Secure as in you're going to send the data securely to the client, to the server. So when you are accessing something, it should be secured, right? Secure as in, and the data or whatever you are trying to send something into the internet, right? So it should be secure. So that is why we are using a HTTPS. So whatever the website you are accessing, it will be HTTPS. Have you noted it? Okay, let me show you and how it looks like us. I'm opening a new tab. Let's search for St. Joseph's College. So this is St. Joseph's Institute of St. Joseph College. So let's see how it is there. Okay, this is the website. So you can see, right? HTTPS slash stjosephs.ac.in, and the website ends with .in, right? So this is the extension which I talked about, and our event is going live on here as well. You can see it, and hope you can see this website is HTTPS. This is what I told. It is Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure. And this is basically a client server based architecture. What client server based architecture is, you are a client, the user who is using the application, who is accessing the website, who is accessing the application, they are a client, and server who is providing those website, right? So they will be hosted in a server, and this is a client server based architecture that going to send the data between a web browser and a website. So what I did now, I've used Firefox, which is a web browser, and I have typed https stjosephsac.in, right? So, and I can see the website. So I'm requesting some information about St. Joseph's College, and it is showing as a result. Okay, this is the website, and I can see some more informations about the St. Joseph's College. Now, HTTPS, it establishes the communication between the browser and the web server. So this is how it establishes the communication. ஸோ நீங்க எல்லாருமே வந்து வெப்சைட்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணிருப்பீங்க. எப்படி வந்து அது ரிசல்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் வருது அப்படின்றது வந்து உங்களுக்கு தெரியாம இருந்திருக்கும், கரெக்டா? இந்த ஹெச்டிடிபிஎஸ் வந்து எப்படி யூஸ் பண்றாங்க, அண்ட் தேர் இஸ் அ டேர்ம் கால் டிஎன்எஸ் அப்படின்னு இருக்கு, அண்ட் ஐபி அட்ரஸ் அப்படின்னு இருக்கு. ஸோ இதெல்லாம் யூஸ் பண்ணி தான் வி ஆர் சீயிங் எ வெப்சைட். ஸோ நம்ம ஜஸ்ட் கூகுள் போறோம், ஒரு வெப்சைட் பத்தி சர்ச் பண்றோம், நமக்கு அந்த வெப்சைட் கிடைச்சிருது. வென் யூ கம் டு காலேஜ், வென் யூ கம் டு லேர்ன் அபவுட் கம்ப்யூட்டர் நெட்ஒர்க்ஸ், யூ வில் பி ஸ்டடியிங் ஹவு தீஸ் ஹெச்டிடிபிஎஸ், டிஎன்எஸ், எவ்ரிதிங் இஸ் ஒர்க்கிங். And for now, it uses the secure socket layer, which is SSL, and transport layer security. இது ரெண்டுமே வந்து ஒரு ப்ரோட்டோகால். நான் சொன்னேன் இல்லையா, there will be ஒரு ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் இருக்கும், அந்த ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் தான் we need to use it அப்படின்னு. So this HTTP is using this secure socket layer and TLS. These two are protocol to establish the communication. And now what the SSL will do is, it makes sure that data transfer, whatever we are transferring to the website, it is safe between the communicating systems, is secure and reliable. Whenever we are trying to access something and sending something, it should be secure. So that is the ultimate purpose of secure socket layer. So secure socket layer on the HTTPS la irukradhanaala dhaan it is checking the data transfer, whatever the happening is secure and it is reliable or not. So I'm going to drop an example in the chat. So students or volunteers who are over there, so you can share it to them. It will be a comics based explanation. Sorry. Yeah, this is the website. You can see more about how HTTPS works in a detailed way as a story, like it will be fun and interesting. So we need HTTPS for 3 reasons, and there will be some scenario given over here. I'm not going to narrate this. I will just drop it in a chat. Okay. Yeah, and it is in slides as well. So slides will be shared. So the school teachers can demonstrate it whenever they could. Yeah. And now IP address, which is internet protocol. IP stands for internet protocol address. It is a numerical label assigned to the devices connected to a computer network. What is IP address is, there will be a number that will be assigned for every website. Whatever the website we are using, we will be access that website with the help of IP address only. But the remembering the IP address is very difficult, right? For example, if 192.168.1.5, this is the IP address for one such website. Let's take St. Joseph's College, right? So what is easy for you, remembering this IP address or remembering the college name? When you type a college name, you're going to get it in a Google result and you're going to access the website, right? So that is easy. So how many IP address you can remember it? Maximum of 2, maximum of 3, right? So all humans can able to remember only some certain numbers, right? So let's take maximum of 5. Okay, we, when you name it as a website, you can name Amazon, Google, Flipkart, and college websites you can tell, and whatever the game websites and Netflix, Sun TV. So there are so many websites that you can tell, right, as a website when you name it. So that is the purpose why we are not using IP address. And how it work in background is with the help of domain name system. We will see that. And this act as an identifier for a specific machine on a particular network. Because of this, we are able to recognize it. So one another example is, we have all given a name. So my name is Rakesh. You have one name, right? Imagine if we have a name, if we have a numbers instead of name. So people will call me 192.168.1.5. So it is very big name, right? And in form of numbers. So that is exactly the same case. And how it will represent is, the sample format here is 192.168.1.5. There will be 4 numbers, and each numbers contains 1 to 3 digits, and it will be splitted with a single dot. Over digit, over it will maximum of 4 digits இருக்கும். And over digits அப்புறமேட்டு there will be, it will be splitted with a single dot. We will call it as bits and bytes அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. Okay, now next is DNS. How it is working? With the help of IP address, we are going to learn about DNA. DNS, sorry, DNS, not DNA. DNS stands for domain name system. Okay, again, we have too many abbreviations, so don't get confused. I'm explaining it in an easy way, and I have added everything in a slide. So DNS stands for domain name system. It is again a protocol. I said, right, in networks and cybersecurity we have n number of protocols, lot of protocols, rules and regulations. Okay, why we are using this? It is a protocol that is used to translate host names into IP address. So what I said, when we are accessing a website, we know only the website's name, right? So initially the IP address will be assigned. We won't be able to remember the IP addresses. நம்மளால ஐபி அட்ரஸஸ் ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்க முடியாதுன்றதுனால அந்த வெப்சைட் நேம் தான் ஹோஸ்ட் நேம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஸோ அந்த ஹோஸ்ட் நேமை நம்ம டைப் பண்ணி சர்ச் பண்ணும்போது வி ஆர் கெட்டிங் இட் கரெக்டா. ஸோ டிஎன்எஸோட ஒர்க் வந்து அதுதான். இப்போ ஐபி அட்ரஸை வந்து அது ஹோஸ்ட் நேமா கன்வெர்ட் பண்ணும். அதே மாதிரி ஹோஸ்ட் நேமா ஐபி அட்ரஸா சர்வருக்கு சென்ட் பண்ணும்போது அந்த மாதிரி அதை சென்ட் பண்ணும். இப்போ நீங்க கேட்கும்போது எப்படி உங்களுக்கு அந்த ரிசல்ட் கொடுக்குது அப்படின்னா, நீங்க அந்த வெப்சைட்டை தான் கேட்குறீங்க கரெக்டா. யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு டைப் www.google.com. ஸோ ஐ ஹவ் கிவன் அ எக்ஸாம்பிள். Instead of typing this particular IP address, you can able to type it easily and get the website www.google.com. So in the madri நம்ம இந்த IP address போட்டாலும் it will work. For that we need to know the IP address and it is difficult to remember as well. And DNS will make the process easy. நீங்க வந்து google.comனு search பண்ணும்போது within a secondல backgroundல என்ன நடக்கும் அப்படின்னா what will happen in the background is this particular website whatever you have requested, it will fetch what is the IP address for this particular website in the background and it will look it into the table. And the table la வந்து இந்த IP address இருக்கும். Okay, அப்போ I need to give the result to the user who asked. So this IP address communication is to understand to make it easier understand for the computers or servers. இப்போ சர்வருக்கு வந்து நம்ம ஒரு நேம் கொடுத்தா புரியுமா அப்படின்னா புரியாது. ஸோ கம்ப்யூட்டர்ஸ் வில் ஆப்ரேட் இன் டர்ம்ஸ் ஆஃப் பைட்ஸ், ரைட்? ஸோ பைனரி டிஜிட்ஸ்ல தான் ஒர்க் ஆகும். ஸோ ஜீரோஸ் அண்ட் ஒன்ஸ் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க இல்லையா? ஸோ அந்த நம்பர் ஃபார்மட் தான் இட் வில் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் இட் ஈஸிலி. ஓகே, இதுக்கு இன்னொரு the same website I am going to drop it. How DNS works, send it in a chat. Yeah, here you can see as well, you can read the story of how it is working. Pasting it. Okay, so here you can see, right? So it will be like a story what is happening, and there will be 2 3 I guess 5 episodes. Okay, so you can check this as well. Okay, now I think we are done with basics of networking. Okay, we have one more topic and an important topic, sorry, and ISO OSI layer. So when you go to college, right, you will study this subject in your second semester, which is computer networks, and that particular subject is full of this ISO OSI layer concept. What is ISO is, you know that, right? This is standard, international standard of organization. You can see this particular standard in whatever the products you buy or some other places, and it is an open systems interconnected, and the standard provided by is international standard of organization. And the purpose is it will create an framework, and by implementing some network standards, so there will be some standards again for the devices, and it will describes how the network applications on the different computers can communicate through the network media. So in short, in the standard and in the layers வச்சு தான் we are going to define ஒவ்வொரு different computers எப்படி வந்து communicate பண்ணுது internetல with the help of all this 7 different layers. Note the number, we have 7 different layers. Okay, so ஒவ்வொரு layers-லயும் there will be different functionalities, and all these different functionalities is much needed to access an application. Okay, let's see what all those 7 different layers. The first layer is physical layer, and the second layer is data link layer, and the third layer is network layer, and fourth is transport layer, and fifth is session layer, 6 presentation layer, 7 is application layer. So this is the top layer and this is the base layer. Okay, you can see. Now for this there is a hint, like this is how we used to remember when someone is asking the interview questions, right? We need to tell this in a particular order. If we change any order, we won't get selected. So this is very basic, so that is a hint. Please do not throw sausage pizza away. So what you need to do is take all the first letters P, D, N, T, S, P, and A. So match it here. So physical, data, network, transport, session, presentation, and then application. Okay, so we have 7 different layers, and the hint is please do not throw sausage pizza away. All right. Now, okay, who is he? எதுக்குடா இவர் திடீர்னு சடனா வந்திருக்காரு அப்படின்னு யோசிக்கிறீங்களா? ஓகே, இப்போ நம்ம வந்து நெட்வொர்க்ஸ் பத்தி ஃபுல்லா பார்த்துட்டோம். இஃப் யூ ரிமெம்பர் திஸ் பர்டிகுலர் ஃபிலிம் which is Nanban, and this character name is Virumandi Sandanam. In short, what we call வைரஸ் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க இல்லையா? ஸோ தட் இஸ் வை. இப்போ வைரஸ் அப்படின்றது வந்து ஒரு பீஸ் ஆஃப் மலிஷியஸ் சாஃப்ட்வேர். ஓகே, ஸோ அதை பத்தி we will see it. Okay, just an ice breaking session before going to cyber security. Now, what is a cyber security? The technique of protecting. Okay, I will take a pause here. Any questions in the networking, the first part, whatever we saw. Volunteers and organizers, can you check if students are having any questions or we are good to go? As you can inform students that they need not to hesitate asking questions. I'll wait for 1 minute and I'll continue. Okay, fine. If we don't have any, we can continue. Okay, the cyber security. It is a technique of protecting all the internet connected systems. Okay, இப்போ தெரியுதா ஏன் வந்து நம்ம இன்டர்நெட் பத்தி பார்த்தோம் and what is a network and why it is connected அப்படின்னு. It can be anything: computers, servers, mobile devices, electronic systems, networks, and data. So in the madri ella devices and computers, everything we need to protect it from the malicious attacks. Malicious attacks na vandu it can be a um, attack from an external person. உங்களை அந்த அட்டாக் பண்ணுச்சு அப்படின்னா அந்த அட்டாக் வந்து உங்க கம்ப்யூட்டர்லயோ சர்வர்ஸ்லயோ மொபைல்லயோ கரப்ட் ஆச்சு அப்படின்னா எல்லா இன்ஃபர்மேஷனும் will be stolen. Okay, basically cyber security is the art of practicing and protecting the informations, preventing your personal data. So you need to have that practice to protect and prevent your personal data. Personal data as such, it can be any data. இப்போ உங்ககிட்ட ஒரு person வந்து asking something about your date of birth, your Gmail address, நீங்க எந்த ஸ்கூல்ல படிக்கிறீங்க, என்ன ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் படிக்கிறீங்க, உங்க வீடு எங்க இருக்கு, யுவர் எக்ஸாக்ட் லொகேஷன், ஹவு மெனி ஃபேமிலி மெம்பர்ஸ் யூ ஹேவ். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி அண்ட் யுவர் இப்போ உங்களுக்கு ஆதார் கார்டு நம்பர் தெரிஞ்சிருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னா உங்களோட ஆதார் கார்டு நம்பர், ஆர் இஃப் தே ஆர் ஆஸ்கிங் கேன் யூ சென்ட் யுவர் ஆதார் கார்டு நம்பர், எனக்கு ஒரு ஹெல்ப் தேவைப்படுது, ஸோ கேன் யூ ப்ளீஸ் சென்ட் அப்படின்னு கேட்கும்போது வித்தவுட் யுவர் பேரண்ட்ஸ் கன்சர்ன் யூ ஷுட் நாட் சென்ட் எனி பர்சனல் டேட்டா டு எனி ஒன் ஓவர் த இன்டர்நெட். ஓகே, ஸோ யூ நீட் டு ப்ரொடெக்ட் அண்ட் ப்ரிவென்ட் ஆல் தோஸ் personally identifiable informations. Okay, and now the main purpose, the ultimate purpose is to prevent the data breaches, and we will see what data breaches. And identity theft, identity theft as in the informations which I told, right? PAI data, personally identifiable information. When you shared every personal informations about yourself and it will be misused. And the cyber attacks and risk management in some other cases. So you need to protect your PAI data as well, which is personally identifiable information data. And whenever there is a software gets changed, so if you have noticed there will be new feature released in games. இப்போ உங்களுக்கு example relatable சொல்லணும் அப்படின்னா, when you play some games, right, so they will keep on giving app updates, app upgrades, so they will implement new features. So நீங்க லாஸ்ட் வீக் விளையாடும் போது அந்த ஃபியூச்சர் இருந்திருக்காது அந்த பர்டிகுலர் கேம்ல, அண்ட் ஒரு 1 week or 2 week கழிச்சு there will be an extra feature, additional feature. So whenever they are implementing some changes, implementing new features about in the game, there will be an app upgrade, right? So it will happen. And that at the same time, when there is a feature is coming, இப்போ ஒரு future develop பண்றாங்க அப்படின்னா, so அந்த டைம்ல வந்து we need cyber security, we need to test that particular future. Okay, இந்த future வந்து ஒழுங்கா ஒர்க் ஆகுதாப்பா அப்படின்றத நம்ம செக் பண்ணுவோம். இதனாலதான் அப்பப்போ வந்து எல்லா ஆப்ஸையும் நம்ம வந்து அப்கிரேட் பண்ணணும். இன் டர்ம்ஸ் ஆஃப் செக்யூரிட்டிலையும் வந்து there will be some fixes rolled out, there will be some bugs இருக்கும் and some minor changes இருக்கும், issues இருக்கும். ஸோ நீங்க அப்கிரேட் பண்ணாம வச்சிருந்தீங்க அப்படின்னா your device will be hacked. அதனால we will be updating the app frequently from Google Play Stores. Correct? So I have added an image if you can relate. So this particular movie scene is from Bhagavati. So அந்த மூவில என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க அப்படின்னா, இதே மாதிரி இன்னொரு பர்சன் இருப்பாங்க அண்ட் அவங்களும் ஒரு சைக்கிள் நிறுத்திருப்பாங்க. கரெக்டா? ஸோ ஒரு கம்மி விலை உள்ள சைக்கிள். ஓகே, பேசிக்கா அதுக்கு வந்து நிறைய பூட்டு வந்து போட்டு பூட்டிட்டு இருப்பாங்க. கரெக்டா? ஸோ இப்போ இதே தான் சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி. இட் கேன் பி எனி டேட்டா பட் இட் ஷுட் பி ப்ரொடெக்டட் அண்ட் லாக். Okay, so just to help make you understand in a comfortable way, so ஒரு விஷயத்தை வந்து நம்ம ப்ரொடெக்ட் பண்ணாம வச்சிருந்தோம் அப்படின்னா என்ன ஆகும் அப்படின்னா மிஸ்யூஸ் ஆகும், காணாம போயிடும். So it will be stolen or misused. So you need to protect if it is a zero information or if it is a low information or if it is a sensitive information. No matter what, you need to protect it. Okay, some basic terms before we go for some advanced topics in cybersecurity. Now, what is a threat? And malware, ransomware, and virus. So pay close attention because there will be a quiz, I said, right, in the end. Am I going too fast or is it okay? Just wanted to confirm. If you can able to catch me whatever the points I'm telling and explaining. Okay, I'm checking with the volunteer here. Okay, fine. Okay, the basic terms: threats, an environment or situation that could lead to a potential breach of security. So what is a threat is? It is an environment or a situation. It will lead to some potential data breach or information's misuse ஆச்சு அப்படின்னா the threat will happen, and because of this particular threat there will be a data breach, and we will call it as a security breach. What the ethical hackers will do is they will look for this and prioritize the threats when performing a security analysis. So for example, இப்போ threats அப்படின்னும் போது there will be some security team, ஒரு security team இருக்கும் இல்லையா ஆர்கனைசேஷனுக்கு. இப்போ கம்பெனி இருக்கு அப்படின்னா அந்த கம்பெனில இப்போ எப்படி ஒரு டெவலப்பர்னு சொல்றாங்களோ, டெஸ்டர் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்களோ, உங்களுக்கு இந்த ரோல்ஸ்லாம் தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும். அதே மாதிரி ஒரு செக்யூரிட்டி டீமும் இருக்கும். அந்த செக்யூரிட்டி டீம் என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க அப்படின்னா இந்த மாதிரி த்ரெட்ஸ் அண்ட் வல்னரபிலிட்டிஸை ஆர்கனைசேஷனுக்குள்ள வரவிடாம they will protect it. ஓகே, ஏன்னா அவங்க தான் வந்து செக்யூரிட்டி engineers, cyber security team அப்படின்றதுனால they need to protect the organization. So they will conduct an security analysis. இந்த மாதிரி threats வரவிடாம பார்த்துப்பாங்க. அப்படி threats வந்துச்சு அப்படின்னா they will take an immediate action. If at all அந்த threats வந்துருச்சு அப்படின்னா because of this particular threat ஒரு பெரிய data breach will happen, and we will see. And now malware. Malware na the combination of malicious software. Okay, that is malware. It describing a wide variety of bad software used to infect and or damage your system. Okay, so if this particular malware is injected, it will affect the entire system. Okay, to give an example, so you are going to school, right? So you are going with your help of parents, or you are going by via auto, or you are walking or taking school van, school's bus, it can be anything. When you found one pen drive when you go to school, right, what you will do as a student, right? So we might not aware of what it will affect and what impact it will causes. ஒரு பென்ட்ரைவ் கிடைச்சிருச்சு அப்படின்னா நமக்கு வந்து அது என்ன பண்ணணும்னு தெரியாது, அதை நம்ம மிஸ்யூஸ் பண்ணிடுவோம். என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டுக்கு எதுவும் தெரியல அப்படின்னா அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட் என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க அப்படின்னா ஸ்கூலுக்கு போற வழியில கிடைச்சதுனால ஸோ ஹி வில் டேக் தட் பர்டிகுலர் பென் டிரைவ் அண்ட் என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க அந்த பென் டிரைவ் எடுத்துட்டு போய் whenever that is a computer period or whenever the student is going to school lab, அந்த ஸ்கூல் லேப்ல போய் உங்களுக்கு சிஸ்டம்ஸ் கொடுப்பாங்க. ஏதாச்சும் ப்ரோக்ராம் பண்ணுங்க, லேர்ன் பண்ணுங்க, ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணுங்க அப்படின்னு. இல்ல ஸ்கூல்ல லைப்ரரி இருந்துச்சுன்னா நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ணுவீங்க இல்லையா? ஸோ அந்த சிஸ்டம்ல கொண்டு போய் இப்போ அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட் வந்து பென்ட்ரைவை இன்ஜெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க அப்படின்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். இப்போ for example, if that particular pen drive has some malware or virus in form of anything, so without the awareness the student has injected the pen drive into school's computer. Okay, now what will happen is அவங்க இன்ஜெக்ட் பண்ணது வந்து இன்ஜெக்ட் ஆயிருக்கிறது வந்து the school systems and computers won't detect. They will create a program in that way. So அப்ப என்ன ஆகும் அப்படின்னா அந்த ஸ்கூலோட கம்ப்யூட்டர்ஸ் வந்து whoever created the malware அவங்களோட கையில வந்து it will be monitored. ஸோ அவங்களால எல்லா ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸும் பார்க்க முடியும். அந்த ஸ்கூல்ஸ்ல எவ்வளவு பேர் இருக்காங்க, அந்த ஸ்கூலோட ரிசல்ட்ஸ் என்ன, அந்த ஸ்கூல் ஃபேக்கல்டிஸ் டீடைல்ஸ், டீச்சர்ஸ் டீடைல்ஸ் அண்ட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் டீடைல்ஸ். இப்போ அந்த ஒரு பையன் பண்ண தப்பால என்னாச்சு அப்படின்னா total details which is personally identified informations இருக்கு இல்லையா. ஸோ இந்த எல்லா இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸும் அந்த பர்டிகுலர் ஹேக்கர் ஸ்டோல் பண்றதுக்கான சான்சஸ் நிறையவே இருக்கு. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி டைம்ல வாட் யூ நீட் டு டூ இஸ் யூ ஷுட் நாட் டைரக்ட்லி insert your pen drive into your particular school or college laboratories. What you need to do is you should report it to the PT master or whatever the teachers you are seeing it, right? So you need to hand over it to them, and they should also not insert it into the lab. So they should first check whether the particular pen drive is trustworthy, so where it is found and why it is found and what it contains, right? So they need to have some antivirus softwares and Windows Defender mechanisms to detect whether that particular pen drive has any ransomware, any virus or malware. So அவங்களும் செக் பண்ணிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறமேட்டு அதை டிஸ்போஸ் பண்ணிடணும். ஸோ ஹைலி ரெக்கமெண்டிங் நாட் டு take any first, and you, even if you're taking it, and not to use it in your school premises or your personal laptop or personal computers as well. சரி, ஓகே சார், நீங்க ஸ்கூல்ல தானே யூஸ் பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னு சொன்னீங்க, நான் என்னோட வீட்டில் இருக்கிற கம்ப்யூட்டர்ஸ் அண்ட் லேப்டாப்ஸ்ல யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கவா அப்படின்னு கேட்டா நீங்க அங்கேயுமே பண்ணக்கூடாது. ஸோ அப்ப என்ன பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா, யூ நீட் டு ஹேண்ட் ஓவர் இட் டு யுவர் பேரண்ட்ஸ் ஆர் பிரதர்ஸ் ஆர் சிஸ்டர்ஸ். ஸோ தே நோ வாட் டு டூ. ஓகே, நீங்க உங்களுக்கு தெரியாம இந்த மாதிரி ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ் பண்ணிட்டீங்க அப்படின்னா யுவர் என்டையர் டேட்டா வில் பி கரப்டட் அண்ட் யுவர் என்டையர் டேட்டா வில் பி ஹேக்ட் அண்ட் இட் வில் லீட் இட் டு a bad hand or bad hacker. Okay, so this is what happened as a example scenario. So other or malware or virus or iranda. And ransomware nalo it is a type of malware da. So adu enna pannum appadina அவங்களோட கம்ப்யூட்டரை வந்து ஆக்சஸே பண்ண முடியாது, ஒரு பிளாக் ஆயிடும். நீங்க போய் வெப்சைட் ஓபன் பண்ணாலும் சரி, இல்ல ஷட் டவுன் பண்ணலாம்னு ஷட் டவுன் பண்ண பார்த்தாலும் சரி, ஓகே, ஸோ உங்களால எந்த பர்பஸுமே யூஸ் பண்ண முடியாது, எந்த அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் எதுவுமே பண்ண முடியாது. ஸோ இட் வில் பி கம்ப்ளீட்லி பிளாக்ட். ஸோ and it will show you a notification or a notification varum. Now it will be showing, okay, நீ வந்து எனக்கு ஒரு 1 lakh amount pay பண்ணணும், இல்ல ஒரு ஸ்கூல்ல த்ரெட் பண்றாங்க, ஸ்கூல்ல மிரட்டுறாங்க, இல்ல ஒரு காலேஜை மிரட்டுறாங்க அப்படின்னா இன்னும் அதிகமா அமௌண்ட் கேட்பாங்க. எனக்கு ஒரு 5 lakhs கொடு, இல்ல 10 lakhs கொடு, நான் அப்பதான் வந்து இந்த டேட்டாவை வந்து நான் ரிலீஸ் பண்ணுவேன், உன்னோட கம்ப்யூட்டரை நான் அப்பதான் ரிலீஸ் பண்ணுவேன், என் ரேன்சம் வேற நான் அப்பதான் delete பண்ணுவேன், அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு பிளாக்மெயில் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஓகேவா? ஸோ தட் இஸ் பர்டிகுலர் ransomware where a malicious software will be inserted into any of the schools or organizations laptop or personal computers. So அவங்களால எதுவுமே ஆக்சஸ் பண்ண முடியாதுன்றதுனால there will be some recovery mechanisms, அதை எப்படி ஹேண்டில் பண்ணணுமோ லீகலா ஹேண்டில் பண்ணலாம். பட் இஃப் அட் ஆல் யூ டிட், இமேஜின் பண்ணி பாருங்களேன். ஸோ சம் ஒன் த்ரெட்டன்ஸ் யூ, உங்களோட ஃபோன் நம்பர், உங்க பேரண்ட்ஸ் ஃபோன் நம்பரை கண்டுபிடிச்சு கால் பண்ணி இந்த மாதிரி இவங்க பென்ட்ரைவ் எடுத்துட்டாங்க, அதனால எனக்கு வந்து நீங்க கொடுத்தாதான் இது பண்ணுவேன், அப்படி இல்லாட்டி ஐ வில் உங்களோட சன் ஆர் டாட்டரையே கூட நான் கிட்னாப் பண்ணிடுவேன். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி கூட தே வில் கால் அண்ட் த்ரெட்டன் த பேரண்ட்ஸ் ஆஸ் வெல். ஸோ இதெல்லாமே ரொம்ப ரிஸ்க். ஓகேவா? ஸோ டோன்ட் எவர் இன்வால்வ் இன் தோஸ் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ். As I said, as a precaution, either you can give it to the school teachers or PT sirs or whoever, and when you are going to home, please hand over it to your parents or and your sisters or brothers, siblings, it can be anyone. And virus, we saw a virus, right? And before we start about cyber security, and it is also a malicious software program, and it will do the same operation. And with virus, the computer user, right? So யார் வந்து யூஸ் பண்றாங்களோ அவங்களுக்கே தெரியாது ஒரு வைரஸ் வந்து நம்மளோட கம்ப்யூட்டர்ல இருக்கு அப்படின்றது. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கோட் வந்து அவங்க பேக்எண்ட்ல கிரியேட் பண்ணி ஒரு மலிஷியஸ் ஆக்ஷனை வந்து அவங்க பெர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ அது எப்படி டிடெக்ட் பண்ணாது அப்படின்னா, அவங்க அவ்வளோ கேர்ஃபுல்லா வந்து ஒரு கோட் எழுதுவாங்க. ஆனா நம்ம கிட்ட வந்து அந்த வைரஸ் இருக்கு அப்படின்னே வந்து நமக்கு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இனிஷியலா தெரியாது. ஸோ அதை எப்படி ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணுவாங்க அப்படின்னும் போது, நீங்க என்னென்னலாம் வெப்சைட்ஸ் ப்ரௌஸ் பண்றீங்க, இப்போ நீங்க ஒரு வெப்சைட், பேங்கிங் வெப்சைட் போய் ஒரு அமௌண்ட் டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்றீங்க அப்படின்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். அப்போ நீங்க என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க, அந்த அக்கௌண்ட் நம்பர் போடுவோம், அண்ட் அந்த அக்கௌண்ட் நம்பருக்கான பாஸ்வேர்ட் அண்ட் அமௌண்ட் ஒரு 10,000 சென்ட் பண்றீங்க அப்படின்னா யாருக்கு சென்ட் பண்றீங்க, எல்லா டீடைல்ஸுமே அவங்களால பார்க்க முடியும். உங்களோட ஜிமெயில் பாஸ்வேர்டு என்ன, நீங்க ஃபேஸ்புக் இன்ஸ்டாகிராம் யூஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா அதோட பாஸ்வேர்டு என்ன, பேங்கிங் வெப்சைட் யூஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா அதோட பாஸ்வேர்டு என்ன. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி எல்லா டேட்டாவையும் பார்த்து வச்சுப்பாங்க. பார்த்து வச்சுக்கிட்டு அவங்களுக்கு எப்போ தேவையோ யூஸ் பண்ணிப்பாங்க. பட் நம்ம வந்து விக்டிம், நம்ம வந்து பாதிக்கப்பட்டவங்க இல்லையா? ஸோ நமக்கு தெரியவே தெரியாது எப்படா இது நடந்துச்சு அப்படின்னு உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு கன்ஃபியூஷன்ஸ் இருக்கும். ஸோ திஸ் அண்ட் ஆல் வில் ஹேப்பன் when a virus is inserted into any of your system or laptop. ஓகே, நவ் டேட்டா பிரீச். நான் நிறைய டைம் வந்து இந்த டேட்டா பிரீச் பத்தி எல்லாம் சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தேன் இல்லையா. டேட்டா பிரீச் வந்து இட் இஸ் நாட் நியூ டு த பிசினஸ் வேர்ல்ட் ஆர் அன் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி ஆர் ஆர்கனைசேஷன் அண்ட் இட் இஸ் நாட் நியூ ஃபார் சைபர் த்ரெட்ஸ் ஆஸ் வெல். ஓகே, டிஜிட்டல் டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர்மேஷன் இருக்கு இல்லையா. இப்போ வாட் எவர் த ஆப்ஸ் வி ஆர் யூசிங், இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் உங்க பேரண்ட்ஸ் வந்து சென்ட் பண்றாங்க ஒரு கடைக்கு போய் அப்படின்னா, இஃப் யூ ஆர் யூசிங் எ மொபைல் ஃபோன் வித் ஆப்ஸ் லைக் ஜிபே, ஃபோன்பே எக்ஸெட்ரா, ஸோ யூ ஆர் ஹேவிங் எ பேங்க் அக்கௌண்ட், ஒரு 50 rupees கொடுத்து உங்களை பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ண சொல்றாங்க அப்படின்னா, நம்ம இப்போ வந்து யூஸ்வலா அமௌண்ட் எடுத்துட்டு போறதுக்கு பதிலாக என்ன பண்றோம்னா மொபைல் ஃபோன்ஸ் மட்டும் தான் கொண்டு போறோம், ரைட்டா. ஸோ வி ஆர் taking our mobile phones and purchasing something, even it is for 10 rupees or 20 rupees. So we are addicted to the digital transformation, and because of this all those digital transformations, the security playing a major role in the current digital age. And because of the third party applications na, இப்போ ஒரு trusted application இல்லாம நீங்க play store இல்லாம ஒரு வெப்சைட்ல இருந்து ஒரு application இன்ஸ்டால் பண்றீங்க அப்படின்னா, that is a third party application and you should not trust that application. இப்போ அதே மாதிரி ஒரு பேமெண்ட் ஆப் வந்து நீங்க டவுன்லோட் பண்றீங்க, உங்களுக்கு டவுன்லோட் பண்ணும்போது ஒரு 1000 rupees வந்து ஃப்ரீயா கொடுக்குறேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருப்பாங்க. அதனால நீங்க டவுன்லோட் பண்றீங்க அப்படின்னா, அப்போ என்ன ஆகும், அந்த டவுன்லோட் பண்ண ஆப் வந்து உங்க போன்ல இருக்கும். உங்க போன்ல இருக்கிற பேங்க் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ், நீங்க சென்ட் பண்ற மெசேஜஸ், ஸோ எல்லா டேட்டாவையும் அவங்க ஸ்டீல் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் இன்ஸ்டால் பண்றதுனால நிறைய அட்டாக்ஸ் வந்து நடக்குது. Because of those third party applications whatever we are installing in our mobile phones, the cyber attacks are happening a lot in the digital age. And now 88% of companies it is considering cyber security as a business risk. ஒரு ஒரு கம்பெனி இருக்கு, அந்த கம்பெனிக்கு வந்து ஒரு பிசினஸ் ரிஸ்க் அப்படின்னு வரும்போது தே ஆர் ஃபோக்கஸிங் ஆன் சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி. இப்போ நீங்க ஒரு கம்பெனில போய் ஒர்க் பண்றீங்க, இல்ல அமேசானோ பிளிப்கார்ட்டோ நீங்க ஆக்சஸ் பண்றீங்க அப்படின்னா, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வாட் யூ நீட் டு திங்க் அபவுட் இஸ், என்னோட டேட்டா வந்து இவங்க கிட்ட செக்யூரா இருக்குமா. ஏன்னா நீங்க அதெல்லாம் என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க, உங்களோட கிரெடிட் கார்டு டீடைல்ஸ், டெபிட் கார்டு டீடைல்ஸ், எல்லா டீடைல்ஸையும் ஸ்டோர் பண்ணி வைப்பீங்க. உங்களோட ஹோம் அட்ரஸ், இல்ல உங்க ஃப்ரெண்டுக்கு ஆர்டர் பண்றீங்க அப்படின்னா அந்த ஃப்ரெண்டோட அட்ரஸ். இப்போ வாட் இஃப் தே மிஸ்யூஸ் ஆல் திஸ் அட்ரஸ், கரெக்டா. இப்போ உங்களோட எல்லா பர்சனல் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸும் நான் ஷேர் பண்ணக்கூடாது அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்கேன். பட் ஃபார் our need we are sharing it இல்லையா, we are sharing it to the Amazon and Flipkart. Taking these two examples, if you imagine இப்போ இந்த ரெண்டு கம்பெனிஸும் இந்த பர்சனல் டேட்டாவை மிஸ்யூஸ் பண்ணாங்க அப்படின்னா என்ன ஆகும், அந்த கம்பெனியோட அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸை பீப்புள் யாரும் யூஸ் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க, கரெக்டா. இப்போ அதே தான் வாட்ஸ்அப் அண்ட் ஃபேஸ்புக் எல்லாத்துக்குமே. ஸோ why they are a number one gain companies அப்படின்னா, they are protecting the personal identifiable informations of your millions of customer data. So if at all they on the data leak ஆயிடுச்சு அப்படின்னா அவங்களோட கம்பெனி டவுன் ஆகும், அவங்களோட நிறைய பிசினஸ் ரிஸ்க் இருக்கும். they will அவங்களுக்குன்னு ஒரு ஷேர் வேல்யூ இருக்கும், அந்த ஷேர் வேல்யூவும் வந்து இட் வில் பி ரெடியூஸ்ட் as well. ஸோ நம்ம நாளைக்கு வந்து ஒரு டேட்டா பிரீச் ஆனதுக்கு அப்புறமேட்டு நம்ம அந்த அப்ளிகேஷனை யூஸ் பண்ணுவோமா, நமக்கு ஒரு தயக்கமா இருக்கும். ஐயோ நம்மளோட அமௌண்ட் ஆல்ரெடி திருடிட்டாங்களே, திரும்ப நம்ம போய் இந்த அப்ளிகேஷன் யூஸ் பண்ணணுமா. ஸோ யூ வில் திங்க் தட் இஃப் எனி பர்டிகுலர் டேட்டா ஆஃப் யுவர்ஸ் இஸ் ஸ்டோலன் பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் எனி ஒன் ஆஃப் த அப்ளிகேஷன், யூ வில் திங்க் அகைன், right. So whether I need to install this app, whether I need to use this particular app again, what if my data is again compromised. Okay, so this is what will happen in terms of data breach. So for your example, right, to make it easier for you, நீங்க வந்து ஆனுவல் எக்ஸாம் எழுதுறீங்க, ஓகேவா. ஸோ ஆனுவல் எக்ஸாம் எழுதுறதுக்கு there will be board exam which is 12th board exam, right. So there will be study holidays given to all of you. For example, you are going to take maths exam next week, Wednesday, let's take. So today is Saturday, right. Imagine the question paper getting leaked on Saturday evening or Sunday morning. So இதுதான் டேட்டா பிரீச். ஒரு விஷயம் வந்து சென்சிட்டிவான இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் இருக்கு, அதை வந்து யாருக்கும் ஷேர் பண்ணக்கூடாது அப்படின்னும் போது someone is misusing it and leaking the data, they are breaching the particular data. ஸோ இதுதான் வந்து டேட்டா பிரீச். உங்களுக்கு இது கிடைச்சிருச்சு அப்படின்னா என்ன ஆகும், அது அவங்களால அதுக்குள்ள பர்டிகுலர் டைம் பீரியடுக்குள்ள மாற்ற முடியுமா அப்படின்னா இட் இஸ் குவைட் இம்பாசிபிள். but change பண்ணனும் அப்படினா பண்ணலாம் because of this breach. And if at all in the question paper leak ஆயிடுச்சு அப்படின்னும் போது how everyone will react, okay இந்த மாதிரி நடந்துருச்சு அப்போ எப்படி மத்த எக்ஸாம் எல்லாம் நடக்கும். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ் ஒன் பை ஒன் ப்ராப்ளம்ஸா வரும் இல்லையா. இது வந்து பப்ளிக்கு தெரிஞ்சா, வாட் இஃப் பப்ளிக் டோன்ட் நோ அபவுட் திஸ், ஓகே தட் இஸ் ஒன் ஸ்கூல், அந்த ஸ்கூலுக்கு மட்டும் இந்த கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர் லீக்கேஜ் ஆயிருக்கு அப்படின்னும் போது தே வில் கீப் இட் கான்ஃபிடென்ஷியல் அண்ட் தயர் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வில் கெட் மோர் மார்க்ஸ் இல்லையா. ஸோ தேர் ஹேப்பன்ட் டேட்டா பிரீச். ஓகே திஸ் இஸ் அன் எக்ஸாம்பிள். And now we will see one another example in terms of again the school results. CIA triad, CAA triad அப்படின்னா ஒரு framework இருக்கு, okay, in cyber security. C stands for confidentiality and I stands for integrity and A stands for availability. Now confidentiality, which means data should be kept secret. So you completed all your 12th exams and you are waiting for results, okay, in that case what confidentiality is, unless until the exam results published, right, so your particular marks will be stored and secured in the particular website or server la, and they will have the entire students details and they will keep it as a secret. So this is confidentiality. You won't be able to see the data unless until it is published. So if next week Friday result அப்படின்னா உங்களால next week Friday 10 AM க்கு மட்டும் தான் அந்த டேட்டாவை பார்க்க முடியும், கரெக்டா. So unless until it will be kept as a confidential. And next is integrity. Data is trustworthy and free from tampering. இப்போ நான் எல்லா இடத்துலயும் டேட்டா டேட்டா அப்படின்னு சொல்றேன் இல்லையா. டேட்டா அப்படின்னா என்னன்னா சிம்பிளா இட் கேன் பி ஒரு இன்ஃபர்மேஷன், ஒரு வேல்யூபிள் பீஸ் ஆஃப் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் ஆர் இட் கேன் பி எனி இன்ஃபர்மேஷன். இப்போ உங்களோட ஆதார் கார்டு இஸ் ஒன் டேட்டா அண்ட் யுவர் ஃபோன் நம்பர் இஸ் ஒன் டேட்டா, உங்களோட நேம், டேட் ஆஃப் பர்த், email ID, whatever you are using it ரிவால்விங் அரவுண்ட் யூ, உங்களை சுத்தி நீங்க என்னென்னலாம் யூஸ் பண்றீங்களோ அண்ட் உங்களை பத்தி எல்லாமே எவ்ரிதிங் அபவுட் யூ இஸ் அ data. Okay, integrity, as it said, data should be trustworthy and it should be free from tampering. Okay, once the result is published, can we able to change the results? We don't have that capacity, right? So we won't be able to do it literally. So don't ask sir, there will be a revaluation so we can change it. Yes, that can happen, but on that day, particular day, you won't be able to change anything, you won't be able to tamper anything. Whatever the data you are seeing is reliable and it is the accurate data, it is a trustworthy data. We all are believing the results. You need to enter your date of birth and roll number to get your results, and if you are scoring 595 out of 600, then it is your data, then it is your subject marks, so it is trustworthy, you need to believe it. Okay, and that is integrity example. And availability, data should be available to authorized users. So when you are trying to access that particular website, you need to type that website, and the website நம்ம type பண்ணி there will be a roll number and the date of birth or captcha ஒன்னு இருக்கும், நம்ம submit பண்ணோம் அப்படின்னா we will get a results. So if you are not typing your exam roll number and date of birth properly, it won't show the results, correct? Or if you mistyped your exam roll number and if you have selected wrong date of birth, it won't show you the proper result. Okay, so whenever you are asking something, it should be available for the authorized users. Authorized users na enna, உங்களுக்கு தான் அந்த கரெக்ட் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் தெரியும். அப்படி இல்லாட்டி நீங்க யாருக்காச்சும் அந்த இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் ஷேர் பண்றீங்க, உங்க பிரதருக்கு இல்ல உங்க ஃபேமிலிக்கு ரிசல்ட் பார்க்கறதுக்காக ஷேர் பண்றீங்க அப்படின்னா, so that is a authorized information. After authorizing only you can able to see the data, so that is availability. Okay, so this is one such example and you will read it in the future computer network subject as well. So that should be a confidentiality and integrity and availability. Okay, let me take a pass. All good, I think so, and my voice is loud and clear as well. Okay, now let's see what ethical hacking is. We saw what is data breach and how it is happening and why cybersecurity is important. இப்போ இந்த ethical hackerன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, ethical hacking இந்த மாதிரிலாம் நிறைய terms இருக்கு இல்லையா. What does it mean is it is an authorized practice of bypassing the system security. When I talked about threats அப்போ நான் சொன்னேன் இல்லையா, so there will be a security team in a particular company. They will work and for securing the organization. Okay, they will have all the permissions with them, and they need to identify the potential data breaches and threats in a network. Being an ethical hacker or company la or cyber security engineers அவங்க வந்து malicious hacker external ஒரு hacker perform பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி they need to detect and identify it. Okay, ஏன் வந்து இங்க விஷால் இமேஜ் ஆட் பண்ணிருக்கேன் அப்படின்னா, if you have watched Vishal film. So நாங்க வந்து in cyber security industry we call Vishal as a ethical hacker. So அவர் வந்து நிறைய films related to cyber security and ethical hacking நடிச்சிருப்பார். To list some of the films, இரும்பு திரை பார்த்திருப்பீங்க and அயோக்கியா பார்த்திருப்பீங்க and some he has acted more than 2 to 3 films and Chakra, there is a film. Okay, and the company that owns the system or network, they will allow. Okay, நீங்க வந்து security engineers நீங்க வந்து you can perform such kind of cyber security practices to test the weakness. இப்போ ஒரு malicious hacker வந்து weakness கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்கும் the internal people who is part of the security team finding the weakness, that will be different. So they are working for the company, identifying the weakness and getting it fixed. So they will be test the systems defenses and they will protect those cyber attacks. Okay, we have 3 more types over here. With this the images, the particular character Sandanam is having an white hat. So we have white hat hacker. So we saw what is an ethical hacker, and we have 3 types over here. One is white hat hacker or ethical hackers or security engineers we call. They will work for organization and they will secure the organization. Okay, so this is what the white hat hacker is. And now we have black hat hackers work against the organization or work for getting money. இப்போ எனக்கு வந்து போர் அடிக்குது, I need to target a company அப்படின்னா I don't have any boundaries, so I can go and hack target like whatever I wish. If I am not liking a particular college, particular school or particular company, I'm going to target them, I'm going to attack them by any form of cyber attacks. So that is what black hat paper will do, black hat hacker will do, opposite to an white hat hacker. So white hat hacker will work for preventing the data, protecting the organization, and they will have all the proper permissions, whereas black hat and gray hat hackers won't have any proper permissions and boundaries. So similar to black hat hacker, gray hat hackers will also perform some malicious activity. So if they target a company and they will hack particular company as a group, so they will be called as anonymous hackers. We won't be able to see where they are and how they are attacking. And இப்போ ஒரு அட்டாக் நடக்குது அப்படின்னா நம்மளால வந்து அதை ப்ரிவென்ட்டும் பண்ண முடியாது. we will be vulnerable. நம்ம எந்த இடத்துல வந்து வீக்கா இருக்கோம் அப்படின்றத கரெக்டா டார்கெட் பண்ணி ஃபைண்ட் பண்ணி they will attack it. So we have 3 types. I'm just repeating it again. Ethical hackers or security engineers or white hat hackers, all are same. They work for the company, they protect the data, they protect the organization. So they will be called as an white hat hacker. Okay, and we have black hat and gray hat as well. Now, name 5 hacking movies. So because of I couldn't hear you all, just when you see this particular slide, right, இப்போ நீங்க எங்கிட்ட டைரக்டா கம்யூனிகேட் பண்ண முடியாது அப்படின்றதுனால, so just remember 5 hacking movies which you saw and whatever the movies you remember. I'm just giving it a minute to think. I will tell some of the films and you can relate if these films are in your list as well. Let's see how many think the same film. Okay. As it said, right, actor Vishal has acted more number of films. So I will tell 3 films which Vishal acted. One is Irumbutherai, Chakra, and Action. Have you seen those films? If you have seen those films, which is well and good. If not, highly recommending to watch whenever you don't have exams. ஸோ வீட்டில் போய் சொல்லிடாதீங்க ஒரு சீஃப் கெஸ்ட் வந்து இன்னைக்கு எங்களை படம் பார்க்க சொன்னாங்க அப்படின்னு என்ன மாட்டி விட்டுறாதீங்க. ஸோ உங்களுக்கு எக்ஸாம்ஸ்லாம் எதுவும் இல்லை அப்படின்னா இல்லை டிவியில் போட்டாங்க அப்படின்னா பாருங்க. இந்த ஃபிலிம்ஸ் எல்லாருமே மோஸ்டா பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. அண்ட் இஃப் யூ ஆர் அஜித் ஃபேன், தல ஃபேன் அப்படின்னா விவேகம் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, அதுல ஹேக்கிங் சீன்ஸ் இருக்கும். அண்ட் ஆரம்பம் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, அதுல ஆர்யா ஹேக்கிங் பெர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணியிருப்பாரு. ஸோ அண்ட் தென் மங்காத்தால ஒரு ஃபன் காமெடி இருக்கும் விச் இஸ் பிரேம்ஜி வில் ஹேக் அண்ட் சிக்னல் இல்லையா. ஸோ தட் இஸ் நாட் ஆக்சுவலி ஹேக்கிங். ஸோ அதுலேயும் வந்து சும்மா காமிச்சிருப்பாங்க. அண்ட் மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் த ஃபிலிம்ஸில் வந்து ஒரு திருடன் இருக்கான், அவன் ஒரு மலிஷியஸ் ஒரு பீப்புளுக்கு வந்து ஒரு ட்ரபிள் கொடுக்குறான் ஆர் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் ஸ்டீல் பண்ணுறான் அப்படின்னா யூ வில் பி ஹேக்கர். அண்ட் தேர் வில் பி அனதர் பர்சன், அவங்க வந்து எத்திக்கல் ஹேக்கராக இருந்து அவங்க அந்த பர்டிகுலர் மலிஷியஸ் ஹேக்கரை ஃபைன் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் ஹவ் த மூவி ஜோன்ஸ் வில் ஒர்க். அண்ட் இன்னொரு சூப்பர் குட் ஃபிலிமஸ் கண்ணும் கண்ணும் கொள்ளையடித்தால் அந்த மூவி பார்த்துருந்தீங்க அப்படின்னா துல்கர் சல்மான் அதுல வந்து காரையே ஹேக் பண்ணுவாங்க, பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா? ஸோ அந்த காரை பர்டிகுலர் விச் இஸ் அ காஸ்ட்லி கார், அந்த காரை வந்து வித் த ஹெல்ப் ஆஃப் சம் ஹார்ட்வேர் டூல்ஸ், அது வந்து ஹார்ட்வேர் செக்யூரிட்டின்றதுனால இட் இஸ் அ மூவபிள் இல்லையா. ஸோ அதுக்கு வந்து நீங்க கீ இல்லாம அந்த லாக் சென்சாரை வச்சு தே வில் ஹேக் இட். ஸோ தட் இஸ் அ வெரி குட் example for hardware hacking or IoT hacking related film. Okay, if you think all the 5 to 6 or 7 films which I told just now, okay, which is well and good. If not அப்படின்னா நீங்க போய் பார்க்கலாம் definitely. It will be good to watch if you are more interested in learning about hacking, அதெல்லாம் எப்படி பண்ணாங்க அப்படின்னும் போது you can see it in those films as well. Okay. Yeah, continuing it. Now I'm going to give an awareness and give you some social tips for how you can protect it. So that is a mistake over here. I'm going to take a pass. So find what is the mistake in this particular slide. Can you https in www.instagram.com. This is what is displayed. Okay. So I will continue after a while. Anyone spotted? Okay. If you are spotting about this particular HTTPS and the colon or whatever, red color, black color, something like that. Okay, fine. I will reveal the answer now. If you can closely observe, the question itself is a mistake. Can you find the mistake? So we have two THE, that is the here. So we have a concept in cybersecurity that is social engineering. It is about distraction and misdirection. So one moment of distraction and misdirection will cost you more money and it will give you more impact. Okay, I'm going to show it in a demo as well. Now let's see quickly what social engineering is. So it is the art of manipulating people so they give up confidential information. So as it said, right, personally identifiable information, your personal data. When someone asks your personal data, now you should remember that you should not tell all those personal identifiable information's data. And for this attack, what the people will do is they will trick you, they will manipulate you psychologically. உங்களை வந்து டைரக்டா கேட்டா சொல்ல மாட்டீங்க அப்படின்னு வேற வேற விதமா அப்ரோச் பண்ணி உங்களை ட்ரிக் பண்ணி உங்ககிட்டேருந்தே அந்த ஆன்சர்ஸை வாங்குவாங்க. ஸோ நீங்களும் உங்களுக்கு தெரியாமலே யூ வில் கிவ் அப் ஆல் யுவர் சென்சிட்டிவ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன். ஸோ இந்த அட்டாக்ஸ் எப்படிலாம் நடக்கும் அப்படின்னா ஆன்லைன் நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ற மொபைல்ஸ், கம்ப்யூட்டர்ஸ் ஆர் வாட் எவர் அப்படி அந்த மாதிரி நடக்கும். அண்ட் இன் பர்சன், ஃபேஸ் டு ஃபேஸ். இப்போ உங்களுக்கே தெரியாம நீங்க ஒரு பர்சன் கிட்ட பேசுறீங்க அப்படின்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு பார்க் ஆர் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு எ ஷாப். ஓகே, ஷாப்பை வந்து நம்ம பெஸ்ட் எக்ஸாம்பிளா எடுத்துப்போம். யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு கெட் அ மில்க் டெய்லி ஃப்ரம் அ பர்டிகுலர் ஷாப். ஓகே, அப்போ வாட் ஷுட் பி த கம்யூனிகேஷன்? Anna, give me a milk. which is 1 packet or 2 packet, and you're going to give some amount and get the milk, right? So what if the person is asking you one question each and every day? So on the first day he is asking you your name, on the second day he is asking your age, is on the third day he is asking your phone number and where is your house, how many people are in your home, and which school you are studying, what standard you are studying, and you do you have any pet. So without realizing that you are giving your sensitive information, we all ended up giving some personal informations about ourselves and our family to that particular shop guy, right? So you should not do all this, because without awareness, right, more people are doing it and they are ended up in a trouble. Imagine a boy or girl is giving his particular phone number, email address, and house address. Basically, what will happen if it leads to the bad hand, right? So they will kidnap it and they will find where to find that particular student, and they will kidnap it, abduct it, and they will threaten the parents asking for money. So this is what is happening in the industries, and this is what happening in movies as well, right? So we are watching it movies, but we are not realizing that we should not give all those information. So இந்த மாதிரி informations எக்காரணத்தை கொண்டும் யார்கிட்டயும் நம்ம கொடுத்துடக்கூடாது. Okay. And we have one most popular attack, that is phishing. We call it as phishing. Okay, it is a most popular attack in social engineering. It is when attackers send malicious emails designed to trick people into falling for a scam. So இது எப்படி நடக்கும் அப்படின்னா, ஒரு இமெயில் சென்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க, அந்த இமெயில் வந்து ஒரு லெஜிட் இமெயிலா இருக்கும். இப்போ உங்களுக்கு ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் சொல்லணும் அப்படின்னா, உங்களோட நீங்க ஒரு ஜிமெயில் ஐடி வச்சிருப்பீங்க இல்லையா, டு அப்ளை ஃபார் காலேஜஸ். இஃப் யூ ஆர் 12th ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் அப்படின்னா, நெக்ஸ்ட் இயருக்கு நீங்க காலேஜ்க்கு வந்து அப்ளை பண்றதுக்கு ஒரு இமெயில் ஐடி வச்சிருப்பீங்க. இஃப் ஐ எம் ஏ மலிஷியஸ் ஹேக்கர், நான் ஒரு ஹேக்கர் அப்படின்னா நான் என்ன பண்ணுவேன் அப்படின்னா, ஒரு ஒரு 60 to 100 இமெயில்ஸை நான் எடுத்து வச்சுக்கிட்டு அந்த 100 பீப்புளுக்கும் நான் ஒரு இமெயில் சென்ட் பண்ணுவேன். என்னன்னு சென்ட் பண்ணுவேன்னா, நான் ஒரு காலேஜ்ல இருந்து பேசுறேன், எங்க காலேஜ்ல வந்து உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு ஃப்ரீ அட்மிஷன் கொடுக்குறோம், ஒரு 45,000 இல்ல 1 lakhோ நாங்க ஸ்காலர்ஷிப் பண்ணி அட்மிஷன் கொடுக்குறோம். அதுக்கு நீங்க என்ன பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா, இந்த லிங்கை கிளிக் பண்ணி உங்களோட டீட்டெயில்ஸை ஃபில் பண்ணணும், இல்ல ஒரு அமௌண்ட் ஒரு 5,000 rupees வந்து ஒரு அட்வான்ஸ் அமௌண்ட் பே பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு உங்களுக்கு ஒரு இமெயில் வருதுன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். ஸோ எல்லாருமே என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, 100 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்ல அட்லீஸ்ட் 50, லெட்ஸ் டேக் 25 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், அந்த 25 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் ஆச்சும் கிளிக் பண்ணி அமௌண்ட்டை பே பண்ணிடுவாங்க. ஸோ பே பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறமேட்டு தான் தெரியும் தட் இஸ் அ ஸ்கேம். ஸோ வாட் யூ ஷுட் டூ இன் தட் கேஸ், யூ ஷுட் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வெரிஃபை தட் இஸ் சச் காலேஜ் எக்ஸிஸ்ட் அண்ட் why they are giving you a scholarship, on what basis, and why they are asking 5,000 amount in advance. Okay, so you need to consult this to your school teachers or your family members or your brothers and sisters, right? You should not directly click and approach without consulting. Okay, the intent behind the hacker is to get the users financial information. So நீங்க பே பண்ணிருக்கும் போது அந்த பேங்கிங் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் கொடுத்திருப்பீங்க, இல்ல he got 5,000 rupees. இப்போ ஒரு 100 peoples கிட்ட அவன் ஒரு அமௌண்ட் வாங்கிட்டான் அப்படின்னா, which is a very bulk amount for him. ஸோ அந்த பர்சனை வந்து உங்களால ஃபைன் பண்ண முடியாது. நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம், நம்ம அதுக்கப்புறமேட்டு பேரண்ட்ஸ் கிட்ட சொல்லுவோம், அண்ட் தேர் வில் பி a police complaint. So it is a very big process, இல்ல ஒரு complicated process. So this particular phishing attack என்ன பண்ணும் அப்படின்னா, users and people's without awareness and without thinking thoroughly what we are doing it, the attack will end. We will see the attack now, and we have more number of scams in phishing via email, via spear phishing, and smishing is an SMS phishing. உங்களுக்கு SMS அனுப்புவாங்க, நீங்க பாருங்க, your item has here €2 unpaid shipping, we click this அப்படின்னு அனுப்புறாங்க. And here congratulations, $1,000 Amazon gift card. $1,000 அப்படின்னா வெரி பிக் வேல்யூ இல்லையா? ஸோ இஃப் யூ கிளிக் ஆன் கண்டினியூ யூ வில் கெட் இட் அப்படின்னு சொல்றது. அண்ட் சோஷியல் மீடியால லிங்க் சென்ட் பண்றது, கியூஆர் கோட்ல, தட் இஸ் ஃபிஷிங் ஆஸ் வெல். அண்ட் விஷிங்னா வாய்ஸ் ஓவர்ல கால் வரும், கால் பண்ணி உங்களுக்கு வந்து சொல்லுவாங்க இந்த மாதிரி எனக்கு அமௌண்ட் அனுப்புங்க, ஐ எம் லேண்டட் இன் எ ட்ரபிள் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி எல்லாம் பண்றது. So these are all the types of phishing scams. And we are going to see the demo now. For example, இப்போ இந்த மூவி நீங்க பார்த்திருக்கீங்களான்னு தெரியல, this is from Love Today movie. What he will tell is, தொட்டா தூக்கிடுவேன், தொட்டா தூக்கிடுவேன், அந்த மாதிரி நிறைய டைம் சொல்லிட்டே இருப்பான். என்னத்த சொல்லுவான் அப்படின்னா, ஒரு லிங்க் சென்ட் பண்ணியிருப்பான், அந்த லிங்கை கிளிக் பண்ணா ஹேக் பண்ணிடுவேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவான். இஸ் இட் பாசிபிளா அப்படின்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, இட் இஸ் 100% பாசிபிள். தட் இஸ் வாட் we are going to see now. Okay, what if you are getting all those prompts when you are accessing your college or school lab ஓ இல்ல உங்களோட பர்சனல் மொபைல் ஃபோன்ஸோ இல்ல பர்சனல் லேப்டாப் பர்சனல் கம்ப்யூட்டர்ஸ் ஆக்சஸ் பண்ணும்போது இந்த மாதிரி வந்துச்சு அப்படின்னா நீங்க உங்களையே ரியலைஸ் பண்ணாம டவுன்லோட் பண்ணிருப்பீங்க. வித்தவுட் ரியலைசிங் தட் யூ ஷுட் நாட் டவுன்லோட் ஆல் திஸ் திங்ஸ் யூ மைட் ஹவ் டவுன்லோடட். So here that is child who is exciting about, oh, that is a free game, I'm going to download it and I'm going to play. And that is another game, jumping kangaroo game, download. So once you clicked all this, but here there is a link, click me. Once you have clicked all those links, it will be downloaded, and the malware I told, right, malware, ransomware, virus, everything and all, so it will be executed in your computer or in your laptop. So appo enna agum appadina, you will get a warning and you will get an prompt saying, okay, unga computer la vandu virus irukku, infect ஆயிடுச்சு, உங்களால இப்ப எதுவும் யூஸ் பண்ண முடியாது, so I need money, உங்க டேட்டாவை வந்து நான் ஹேக் பண்ணிட்டேன் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சொல்லுவாங்க. So we will see that example. I need few volunteers for this to click particular link so that we can find. Okay, so that is a link over here. If you can see, that is a message saying spin and win. Scan QR code to get the app and play. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a shortened URL. So I'm going to type this and create a short link. Confirm. Okay, so if you remember what is happening in your family groups, family WhatsApp groups, right, so there will be one uncle who actually sends daily message, good morning, good afternoon, good night, happy Deepavali, happy Republic Day, happy Independence Day, with a particular link. Or there will be some person in a family group, without realizing that these are all kind of phishing links or vulnerable links, spin the wheel to get an iPhone. So what is the iPhone cost? If you all know, it is around 60,000 to 80,000. Who is going to give you an iPhone when you spin the wheel, right? So no one is realizing it. யார் வந்து ஒரு வீலை சுத்தி விட்டா அதுக்கு போய் ஐபோன் கொடுப்பாங்க அப்படின்னு தெரியல. பட் நிறைய பேர் வந்து இதெல்லாம் தெரியாம ஃபார் they are inducing you, they are manipulating you so that you will become an victim அப்படின்னு. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி லிங்க்ஸ் வரும்போது, as a student, as a 11th and 12th standard student, you advise them to not send all those links in your group, and அவங்க கிட்டயும் நீங்க ரெக்கமெண்ட் பண்ணுங்க. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி லிங்க்ஸ் எல்லாம் தொட்டா என்ன ஆகும், and why it is not advisable to share these messages in your group அப்படின்னு நீங்க எடுத்து சொல்லுங்க, உங்க பேரண்ட்ஸ்க்கு சொல்லுங்க. So then only they will realize and they will follow it, இல்லையா? Okay, now we will see it. I will drop that link in the chat now. Where is our here is the link information. I'm going to copy this link and post it in the Zoom chat. Can you click this, at least 2 or 3 people please, to get the device information and show them a demo? I will wait until then. I'm going to refresh it. If you need it as a link, I will display it here. You can type it in your phone as well. https iplogger.com /2cu capital G capital U and 5. I'm going to refresh it. Okay, no one clicked. You need this URL. 2 capital C small u G U and 5. Okay, let them do it. I'm opening my another browser, which is Microsoft Edge. Okay, and I'm going to open a new tab, and I'm going to click that link. Okay, let's see what is happening. Okay, I'm getting this particular image, right? So let's see after the link is clicked, what is happening. Totta enna nadakudhu. Okay, you can see, right? So I think volunteers couldn't get this link, so I'm just showing it. Okay, whatever I did is I opened another browser and accessed this particular shortened URL link, and I have just clicked it. Okay, what are the informations that you can see? The date, the time in terms of internet service provider. Internet service provider na உங்க வீட்ல இருக்கிற இன்டர்நெட் கனெக்ஷன்ஸ் இருக்கு இல்லையா, ஸோ அவங்க வந்து ஒரு இடத்துல ஹோஸ்ட் பண்ணி வச்சிருப்பாங்க, ஸோ அவங்களோட டேட்ஸ் அண்ட் யுவர் ஐபி அட்ரஸ். நான் சொல்லியிருக்கேன் எந்த இன்ஃபர்மேஷனுமே சென்சிட்டிவ் அப்படின்னு, அண்ட் ஐபி அட்ரஸ் உங்களுக்கு ஷோ ஆகுது. அண்ட் the internet service provider is act fibernet, and the IP provider location, and what is the device I'm using it, and what is the browser I have accessed it. I have accessed Edge browser and the Apple laptop, the OS. Okay, and now the device identifier. So what is the configuration that I am using, and what is the browser that I am using, everything will be shared over here. And most importantly, your location, accuracy of the IP, where this particular IP located. So this is what will happen when you click those particular links, right? So once நீங்க click பண்ணிட்டீங்க அப்படின்னா உங்களோட ஐபி அட்ரஸ் வச்சு உங்களோட வீட்டு அட்ரஸ் எங்க இருக்கு, எக்ஸாக்டா எந்த லொகேஷன்ல இருக்கு அப்படின்றத வரைக்கும் ஒன் கேன் ஏபிள் டு ட்ரேஸ் இட், ட்ராக் பண்ணலாம். ஓகே, லொகேஷன் வச்சு என்ன பண்ண போறாங்க அப்படின்னு நீங்க நினைச்சீங்க அப்படின்னா, they will watch your family, they will try to steal things from your house. உங்க வீட்ல இருந்து வேல்யூபிள் திங்ஸ் எடுக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறாங்க, இல்ல if they want to kidnap you or if they want to attack you அப்படின்னும் போது they can use all those informations. இதே மாதிரி உங்களோட இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸை மிஸ்யூஸ் பண்றதுக்கு நிறைய லிங்க்ஸ் இருக்கும். நிறைய லிங்க் சென்ட் பண்ணி நீங்க கிளிக் பண்றீங்களா அப்படின்ற மாதிரி பார்ப்பாங்க. they will always target a multiple or group of audience. நான் வந்து ஒரு 5 பேர் 10 பேரை டார்கெட் பண்ண போறது இல்லை. I'm going to target 500 to thousands of people. So when I target a maximum number of people or students, so that at least half become victim, or at least 1/3 of the people will become a victim. Okay, the goal is not on a one person, the goal is on a group of people, so that anyone gets trapped or anyone becoming a victim. Okay, fine. No one couldn't click, it seems. Okay, the same, if you click this particular link, right, whatever I have displayed here, wherever the place you are located, and what is your IP address, what is your device that you are using, and other device details, and the country, date, time, everything will be given over here, tracked over here. Okay, we will close all this. Yeah, and then continue. I'm going to wrap it up, and quiz is on the way as well. Okay, now what we use as an operating system is we will use Kali Linux operating system. So this is specifically created for cybersecurity engineers or ethical hackers, you can call, and malicious hackers will also use this particular operating system. எப்படி விண்டோஸ் வந்து ஒரு ஆப்ரேட்டிங் சிஸ்டம் சொல்றாங்களோ, this is also an operating system, and we will be able to perform any kind of attacks, any kind of tools we can use it. This is how it looks like, and this is a very good operating system. You can learn more about it on the internet or when you come to your college. And now how you can protect yourself online. So I highlighted some keywords. So stop posting your sensitive information on any social media. If you are traveling somewhere, or if you are having some sensitive information. Like what students will do is, right, so in terms of results, right, so they will post it everything with name and exam roll number, date of birth. So they will be posted in a public, or they will post hey, it's my birthday today, I'm going to this particular place for partying. So they will post everything on the social media. These are all the sensitive informations that should not be shared. And when you use an account, what students mindset is, they won't be able to remember a complex password. So when I was a student as well, I kept a short password like 123456 QWERTY ABCDE, or my school name, or my name itself I have kept as a password. So you should not do all those things. If you do if you kept a weak passwords, it will be hacked by anyone if they target you. You should keep a complex password with a combination of characters. You should keep capital letter, small letter, numbers. You should have at least minimum of 8 to 10 characters. And all your printers, wi-fi, webcams, right, so you have a web camera on your laptop and computers, it should be shut down if it is not in use. And most importantly, at your age, school age, you will chat a lot to online persons, be it an Instagram or Facebook. You don't know them, but we will be addicted to those applications and we will chat and all, right. So when you chat, make sure that they are trustworthy persons, and when they are asking you for a meeting, don't go and meet them without informing to your home. Don't meet online acquaintances alone. There will be some mishappenings, and you know that. Don't share more than necessary to them. If they asking you more informations about where is your house located, and how many people are in your family, and what is your date of birth, or can you share your pan card number, I need a help, okay, I need can you share your other card number, so something like that. If they ask, don't ever share that. If you're interested, talk. If you're not interested, just block those people who is often disturbing. So that is highly recommended. And always check for https lock symbol. As it said, that particular https website is only secured, okay. And always update your devices regularly, and keep two-factor authentication. So when your username and password is breached, right, உங்களோட இன்ஸ்டாகிராம் ஓட யூசர் நேமோ பாஸ்வேர்டோ ஒரு ஹேக்கர் கையில போயிடுச்சு அப்படின்னா, உங்ககிட்ட ஒரு டூ ஃபேக்டர் அத்தன்டிகேஷன் அப்படின்னு ஒரு செக்யூரிட்டி மெக்கானிசம் இருக்கு. அந்த டூ ஃபேக்டர் அத்தன்டிகேஷன் இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னா, அவங்களால அதை யூஸ் பண்ண முடியாது, என்னதான் பாஸ்வேர்டே தெரிஞ்சதுனாலும். if if you don't keep the two factor authentication, your account will be compromised. And அவங்க வந்து அந்த அக்கௌண்ட்ல இருந்து நீங்க போஸ்ட் பண்ற மாதிரி போஸ்ட் பண்ணி, எனக்கு மணி தேவைப்படுது, ஃபேமிலி எமர்ஜென்சி, எனக்கு மணி சென்ட் பண்ணுங்க அப்படின்னு போஸ்ட் போடும்போது என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, அதுல ஒரு 100 பேர் இருக்காங்க அப்படின்னா, அட்லீஸ்ட் 10 people will send money இல்லையா, without realizing that your account has been hacked or compromised. Use antivirus so that virus or malware will be detected. And if you are going to visit banking websites, type the URL in the address bar and check whether it is https lock symbol. And recommend all this online security advice to your parents as well, your brothers, siblings, to every person. And if you're ordering something, இப்ப நீங்க அமேசான்லயோ ஃபிளிப்கார்ட்லயோ ஃபோனோ இல்ல ட்ரெஸ்ஸோ என்னமோ ஆர்டர் பண்றீங்க, ஒரு கார்டு டீடைல்ஸ் கொடுக்குறீங்க. when you ordered, delink the card, unlink the card, அந்த கார்டு டீடைல்ஸ் ஸ்டோர் பண்ணி வைக்காதீங்க. தட் இஸ் நாட் அட்வைசபிள். எப்ப வேணாலும் அந்த டேட்டா காம்ப்ரமைஸ் ஆகிறதுக்கு சான்சஸ் இருக்கிறதுனால, don't link your card details. When you need to order something, order பண்ணிட்டு unlink பண்ணிடுங்க. And personal emails and phone numbers யாருக்குமே ஷேர் பண்ணாதீங்க. And whatever the websites you are accessing, always have an backup email id. இப்போ எல்லா இமெயில் ஐடியும் வந்து எல்லா வெப்சைட்ஸ்க்கும் ஒரே இமெயில் ஐடி கொடுத்துட்டீங்க அப்படின்னா, உங்களோட இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் வில் யுவர் இன்பாக்ஸ் வில் பி ஃபுல் ஆஃப் ஜங்க் இமெயில்ஸ். சும்மா ஏதாச்சும் ஒரு ஆட்ஸ் வரும், இல்ல பர்டிகுலர் ஸ்பேம் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருப்பாங்க. அதனால always keep a personal information. If you're applying for your college, if you're applying for your counseling, if you're applying for any government related documents, keep a personal email. If you need to learn something, if you need to order something, keep a backup email. So இந்த மாதிரி ரெண்டு இமெயில் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம், தப்பு இல்லை. அண்ட் அதே மாதிரி don't share your phone number in online applications. உங்களுக்கு ஏதாச்சும் கால் வந்துகிட்டே இருக்கும், இல்லை உங்களுக்கு ஏதாச்சும் மெசேஜஸ் வந்துகிட்டே இருக்கும் அப்படின்றதுனால don't ever share those. And there is no such thing as freebies and spin the wheel concept, as it said. And recommend to your family groups as well. Don't share the spin the wheel and those type of links, which is a phishing link. Amazon, Flipkart URLs, those type of links. And as I said, block people you don't want to interact with. And in online, always be careful. That includes me. I used to follow all this practice, and I'm recommending wherever I'm going to colleges, schools, or the office place, wherever. Okay, this is particularly for you, cybersecurity as a career. Young students who start their UG course, that is you after 12th, you can start your UG course in cybersecurity. Colleges started offering specialization course as such artificial intelligence and data science. If you know, St. Joseph's College is having this particular course. And as such, cybersecurity, there are more than 10 plus colleges in Chennai. They are offering some specialization courses. Okay. And this is a vast domain. You are always learning. If you are a person who like to learn a lot, உங்களுக்கு படிக்கிறதுக்கு பிடிக்கும், if you are more interested அப்படின்னா, this is a very good domain, and it is a very big domain as well, and the most demanding domain and a field in future. This is going to play when you come out. If you are 2023 now, by the time you graduate from college, that is 2027, after 2025 the year, this AI, ML and cybersecurity, all these three domains will be a demanding domain in a future. So you have a better job opportunities, higher job opportunities, and you will have a pride that you studied cybersecurity, you are working in a cybersecurity. And for this domain, it is unlimited growth. You have more number of domains to explore. Because of that, we have unlimited growth and a competitive and higher salary comparing to other different roles and industry. Okay, data is the new gold. Always protect your data. All those data are valuable, and in our digital world now, it is more data to protect than ever before. And by 2025, cyber crime will cost the 10.5 trillion yearly. So this is an approximate estimation of cyber crime. What if the data breach happen? How much of money will be impacted? 95 percentage of data breaches, right? Whatever the data breach is happening, it is because of an human error. In security, right, it is not systems or security or protocol is weak, but the humans are only weakness point. Human is the entry point as well. Globally, 30,000 websites are hacked daily. That is one statistics. At, at this particular moment, someone will hack, someone might have executed a ransomware, someone might have injected malware into any of the company. We might not know that, but it will happen, right, in globally. And for that, email is responsible for 94 percentage of all the malware. So email is the entry point, and in most form of .zip and .exe, they will execute, they will attach it and attach it attach it as a .zip and .exe format in email and send you the malware. And also, number of cybersecurity jobs is increasing every single day, each and every day, each and every year. The cybersecurity jobs is increasing because of the number of customers and number of people who is trusting a company, who is trusting application and using it. And now the company should be care about the customers or users security, users personally identifiable information data, and their organization should be secured as well. உங்க ஸ்கூல் இருக்கு, ஒரு காலேஜ் இருக்கு அப்படின்னா, that particular school or college should be secured. That is how industry as well, all the products, all the networks, all the computers should be secured as well. For that, there are more number of jobs are there. Okay, it is a question time. Any volunteers can help me on this, and we have quiz as well. Are we ready for quiz? Okay,
Thank you, students, for participating in this
can I start share,
interesting program.
or if you have any questions for me?
Thank you, students, for participating in this interesting program about cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is one of the emerging technologies, and right now you're going to have your visual treat. Once again, we are going to show you the infrastructure of a college, a visual treat. At the same time, you will be enjoying our refreshments also. So it's going to be a 15 minutes thing. You'll be enjoying our refreshments. In the meanwhile, we'll be giving you a visual treat. The infrastructure, the massive and a loose structure of St. Joseph Group of Institution is going to be presented right before your eyes now. It's going to be a visual treat. Certainly, students, you can have your வாட் டு சே செவிக்கும் உணவு இருக்கும், உங்களுடைய வயிற்றுக்கும் சிறிது ஈயப்படுங்கிற மாதிரி உங்கள் ரெஃப்ரெஷ்மெண்ட்ஸை நீங்கள் என்ஜாய் பண்ணலாம். கூடவே எங்களோட விஷுவல் ட்ரீட், எங்களோட மாசிவ் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சரும் இப்போ நாங்கள் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணுறோம். ஓவர் டு தி ஸ்ட்ரைட் விஷுவல்ஸ் ஃப்ரம் தி அவுட்டோர், தென் வில் ஹாவ் தி லேப் டெமான்ஸ்ட்ரேஷன். உங்கள் ரெஃப்ரெஷ்மெண்ட்ஸையும் முடிங்க, கூட எங்களோட விஷுவல் ட்ரீட்டையும் என்ஜாய் பண்ணுங்கள். ஓவர் டு ஐ வில் பி ஜாயினிங் யூ ஃப்ரம் தி அவுட்டோர் டீம். Thank you all. Once again, we'll meet you with the outdoor team shortly. Again, we are giving you a visual treat, as I told you. We are slowly moving away from our library to the outdoor unit. As you can see, the library, the storehouse of knowledge, as I told you. We'll be giving you a visual tour of the library. The library consists of separate compartments for all the readers, ensuring a peaceful reading atmosphere. We have the journal section, we have the reference section, we have the audio visual hall. It's going to be a store of knowledge, as I told you. You could learn, you could master yourself with the knowledge which is available. We have resources to the level of doctoral degree. Many of them are pursuing the doctoral degree. We have research departments in our college. Our library caters to all the needs of research library. PhD ஆய்வு மேற்கொள்வதற்கான அனைத்து வசதிகளும் இந்த லைப்ரரியில் உண்டு. இது ஆய்வு மேற்கொள்ளக்கூடிய அளவுக்கு இங்கே வசதிகள் செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளன. ஏவி ஹால், ரீடிங் ஹால் மற்றும் புத்தகங்கள் மற்றும் ஜேர்னல்ஸ் என்று அத்தனையும் உள்ள ஒரு நாலேஜ் குவியல் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய இந்த இடம் ஒரு அறிவின் குவியல். அறிவியல் புரட்சி இது என்பதால் இட்ஸ் a டெக்னாலஜிக்கல் ரிவ்யூ என்பதால் மட்டுமே நாம் இதை இங்கிருந்து தொடங்குகிறோம். நம்முடைய மற்ற இடங்களையும் நாம் இப்போது காண முடிகிறது. எங்கும் பச்சை பசேல் என இருக்கும் எங்களுடைய கேம்பஸ் அல்லது எங்களுடைய வளாகம் என்பது தனிச்சிறப்புடையது. அனைத்தும் பார்க்கும் அனைவரும் பாராட்டி புகழக்கூடிய அளவிற்கு இது பச்சை பசேல் என்று இருக்கக்கூடியது. இந்த நேரத்தில் நாம் நம்முடைய கல்லூரி தலைவர் கல்வி குழுமத்தின் தலைவரை நினைத்து பார்க்க வேண்டும். இத்தனை அழகாக இதை வடிவமைத்து நமக்கெல்லாம் காண கண்கள் 1000 வேண்டும் என்கும் அளவிற்கு விருந்தாக இதை படைத்திருக்கிறார்கள். இதில் அத்தனை அழகாகவும் செம்மையாகவும் பராமரிக்கப்படுவதை பாராட்டாதவர்களே இல்லை என்று சொல்ல இயலும். ஏஐசிடிஇ மற்றும் அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகம் என்று எத்தனை பேர் வந்தாலும் அத்தனை அலுவலர்களும் இதன் புகழை பாராட்டி இருக்கிறார்கள். இங்கு நீங்கள் இந்த சுவர்களை காண முடியும். அனைத்தும் வண்ணம் பூசப்பட்டு வருடம் வண்ணம் பூசப்படும் என்பதும் சென்ட் ஜோசப்ஸின் ஒரு தனித்தன்மை என்று சொல்ல வேண்டும். இந்த படிகள் இது அத்தனையும் நீங்கள் கண்டு கழித்து கொண்டிருப்பீர்கள். மேலும் இப்போது நாம் காண இருப்பது நம்முடைய கிளாஸ் ரூம்ஸ் என்று சொல்லப்படுகிற வகுப்பறைகள். ஒவ்வொரு துறையும் ஸ்மார்ட் கிளாஸ் என்று சொல்லப்படுகிற அளவிற்கு ஒவ்வொரு துறைக்கும் தனித்தனியே அந்த அரேஞ்ச்மெண்ட்ஸ் ஆர் டன் செப்பரேட்லி ஃபார் ஆல் த டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ். ஒவ்வொரு துறைக்கும் தனித்தனியே இந்த ஏற்பாடுகள் செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கின்றன. எல்சிடி ப்ரொஜெக்டர்ஸ் என்று சொல்லப்படுகிற அந்த இது அனைத்து துறைகளுக்கும் வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. நூற்றுக்கணக்கான எல்சிடி ப்ரொஜெக்டர்ஸ் உட்பட ஸ்மார்ட் கிளாஸ் வசதியுடன் கூடிய வகுப்பறைகள் பல லட்சம் ஸ்கொயர் ஃபீட்டில் கட்டப்பட்டிருக்கின்றன. There are several lakhs of square feet being built up as classrooms, which you are visualizing now. We have classroom blocks and lab blocks. We could see that right now. The classroom blocks and other blocks could be seen. சரியாக இப்போது நீங்கள் அதை கண்டு கழிக்கிறதுக்கான வாய்ப்பு ஏற்பாடு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. நாம் தொடர்ந்து இதை பார்க்கிறோம் நேரலையாக. இப்போது நாம் அதனை உங்கள் கண்முன் காட்சிப்படுத்த இருக்கிறோம். சிறிது இப்போது நமக்கு இந்த பறந்து விருந்திருக்கக்கூடிய நிலை பார்க்க முடியும். கிட்டத்தட்ட இந்த ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் வில்லேஜ் என்று சொல்லப்படுகிற விளையாட்டு அரங்கம் மட்டும் 30 ஏக்கரில் அமைந்துள்ளது. அதையும் நம்மால் காண முடிகிறது. நம்மளுடைய நேரடி குழு நம்ம இதை கொண்டு செல்வார்கள். பல்வேறு காட்சிகளை நீங்கள் நேரடியாக காண முடிகிறது. இந்த காணொளி விருந்தை உங்களுக்காக 2ஆம் ஆண்டு மாணவர்கள் ஏற்பாடு செய்திருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த காணொளி விருந்தானது தற்போது நம்முடைய அரங்கத்தின் வெளியே நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. நீங்கள் இதை கண்டு கொடுத்துக் கொண்டிருப்பீர்கள் என்று நாங்கள் நம்புகிறோம். இத்தனை அழகாகவும் செம்மையாகவும் இருக்கக்கூடிய நம் கவின் அழகு என்று சொல்லப்படுகிற அத்தனை அழகான ஒரு வளாகத்தை உங்கள் கண்முன் கொண்டு வந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். நட்ட மரங்கள் 1000 விருட்சமாகிறதே என்று விதைகள் இங்கு வளர்வதற்காக இயங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்க பல விதைகள் காத்திருக்கின்றன. அதில் ஒரு சில விதைகளாக நீங்கள் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பது எங்கள் அவா. இங்கு நட்ட மரம் அனைத்தும் விருட்சமாகிறதே என்று அத்தனை பேரும் வியக்கும் நிலம் இது. தற்போது நாம் அமர்ந்திருக்கும் இது ஒரு e-vehicle ஓட ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் எக்ஸாம்பிள். as I told you, when other people were thinking about it, we have visualized the whole thing. We have constructed it, we have fabricated it, we have developed the e-vehicle. And now I kindly request our students to explain about the e-vehicle which is built. I kindly request our student to come before and explain about the e-vehicle. You must be looking at this battery vehicle which is constructed. There will be a separate section on battery vehicle. Now I kindly request our student to explain about it. Yes, you can just tell our children about the e-vehicle which is constructed in our own college. The entire amount is borne by the management. This is an additional information. This is fabricated within the campus, and this could travel about 50 kilometers for every charge. It was totally designed by our students, fabricated and designed and executed by our students. Our students will now explain about it. Go good to that.
Myself, Shiv Prakash, from St. Joseph Institute of Technology, current 3rd year EEE department. We have fabricated and designed and completed our EV project in our St. Joseph Institute of Technology. This vehicle is completed, fabricated and designed by ourselves. And this vehicle is combined with third year EEE department and final year EEE department. 11 members from the final year EEE department and 13 members from the third year department. This vehicle is அதுக்கடுத்து இந்த வெஹிக்கிள் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா மொத்தம் 50 கிலோமீட்டர் பர் ஹவர் வரும் போவோம். இந்த பேட்டரி எல்லாமே நாங்கள் வந்து 5 டீம்ஸாக வந்து செப்பரேட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இதில் வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா மோட்டார், பேட்டரி, சார்ஜிங், ஃபேப்ரிகேஷன், கண்ட்ரோலர், இது 5 செக்ஷனும் நாங்கள் வந்து 25 மெம்பர்ஸும் ஸ்ப்ளிட் பண்ணிக்கணும். ஸ்ப்ளிட் பண்ணி நாங்கள் என்ன பண்ணோம்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சிமுலேஷன் வந்து காலேஜில் ரன் பண்ணோம். ரன் பண்ணி நாங்கள் வந்து எங்கள் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஹெச்ஓடி ஸ்டாஃப் மெம்பர்ஸையும் அப்ரோச் பண்ணோம். அப்ரோச் பண்ணதுக்கப்புறம் அவங்க என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் கிட்ட வந்து பேசி ஃபண்டு அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணாங்க. அந்த ஃபண்டில் தான் நாங்கள் வந்து இந்த இ-வெஹிக்கிளை வந்து ரெடி பண்ணோம். இதுக்கு வந்து நாங்கள் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டுக்கு வந்து தேங்க் பண்ண நினைக்கிறோம், எங்கள் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் சார்பாகவும் எங்கள் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் சார்பாகவும். அதுக்கடுத்து இந்த ஸ்பெசிஃபிகேஷன் ரேட்டிங் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா மோட்டர் வந்து 48 வோல்ட் 1500 வாட் அண்ட் கண்ட்ரோலர் ஆல்சோ சேம் ரேட்டிங் 48 வோல்ட் 1500 அண்டு பேட்டரி ரேட்டிங் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 60 வோல்ட் 52 AH. இது வந்து சார்ஜிங் வந்து 3 to 4 ஹவர்ஸில் கம்ப்ளீட்டாக சார்ஜ் ஆகிடும். இந்த சார்ஜிங் வச்சு நம்ம வந்து 50 கிலோமீட்டர் அப் டு 50 கிலோமீட்டர் வரலும் ட்ராவல் பண்ணலாம் அட் த ஸ்பீட் ஆஃப் த 50 கிலோமீட்டர் பர் ஹவர். அதுக்கடுத்து இந்த நாங்கள் யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கிறது வந்து லித்தியம் அயன் பேட்டரி. மோஸ்ட்டாக வந்து லெட் ஆசிட் பேட்டரி தான் யூஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. அதனால தான் வந்து ஃபயர் ஆக்சிடென்ட் இதெல்லாம் மோஸ்ட்டாக வந்து அக்கறை ஆகுது. இந்த பேட்டரி ஹீட்டிங் ப்ராப்ளத்தை நாங்கள் வந்து மேனேஜ் பண்ணுறதுக்காக இதில் வந்து டெம்பரேச்சர் சென்சார் யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இதனால டெம்பரேச்சர் வந்து லிமிட்டுக்கு மேலே போச்சுனாக்கா நம்மளுக்கு வந்து டிஸ்பிளேவிலே நோட்டிஃபிகேஷன் வர ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். அதனால நம்ம வந்து இதுக்கு மேலே ஆப்ரேட் பண்ணாக்கா இது வந்து டேஞ்சர்னு சொல்லிட்டு நம்மளுக்கு யூஸருக்கு வந்து அலர்ட் பண்ணும். அதுக்கடுத்து இதில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா நாங்கள் ஒயர்லெஸ் சார்ஜிங் யூஸ் பண்ணுறோம். அதனால வந்து காம்பேபிலிட்டியாக எங்கே வேணாலும் சார்ஜ் பண்ணிக்கலாம் போர்ட்டபிள் இது இருக்கிறத. இப்போ வாங்குறதுக்கு மோஸ்ட்டாக யூசர்ஸ் வந்து வாங்குறதுக்கு பயப்படுறது வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பேட்டரியோட ஹீட்டிங் இஷ்யூஸ், ஃபயரிங் ஆக்சிடென்ட் அண்ட் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா சார்ஜிங் வந்து போர்ட் எங்கே பார்த்தாலும் இருக்காது. அதனால தான். ஸோ அதை வந்து நாங்கள் வந்து ரெக்டிஃபை பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஃபர்தராக சொன்னோம்னா இதில் வந்து ஃபேப்ரிகேஷன் எல்லாம் வந்து ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸே வந்து பண்ணதுனால இது வந்து கம்ப்ளீட் டிசைன் வந்து எங்கள் சென்ட் ஜோசப் இன்ஸ்டியூட் ஆஃப் டெக்னாலஜி EEE டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் பண்ணதுனால இது. ஃபர்தராக வந்து இதுலேயே சோலார் பில் பண்ணலான்னு இருந்தோம். வேறு ப்ராஜெக்டில் நாங்கள் பண்ணலான்னு இருக்கோம். நாங்கள் இது வந்து மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டுக்கும் அவர் ஹெச்ஓடி சாருக்கும் எங்கள் லேப் ஹெச்ஓடி மேம், எங்கள் ஸ்டாஃப் மெம்பர்ஸ் ஃப்ரம் தி சென்ட் ஜோசப் இன்ஸ்டியூட் ஆஃப் டெக்னாலஜி, அவர் சேர்மன் சார் கேட் பாபுமோகன் சார், அவங்க எல்லாருக்கும் நாங்கள் தேங்க் பண்ண விருப்பப்படுறோம். நாங்கள் தேங்க்யூ சார். தேங்க்யூ சார்.
லைவாக போகலாம் இல்லை, நெட்டில் லைவ்ல தான் சார் போகிறோம்.
காதுகள்லாம் ஆடுது. அதில் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சொல்லலாம். எப்படி எடுக்குது?
Everything is impossible unless it's questioned by you. Dear students, see, after completing your 11th and 12th, you can plan your career based on the objectives. Actually, most of the students, they are failing in order to understand the objectives. So what is objective? Whatever the topic you are studying, whatever the ideas you have to understand the objective of the subjects. For example,
நீங்க அங்க வந்துருங்கடா,
if you
போடு
take
லைவ்
maths,
இல்ல வென்யூ லைவ் பண்ணிட்டு
you would have
இருக்கடா.
come across with the differentiation and integration. See, differentiation means ஒரு பெரிய விஷயத்தை சிறுசாக்கி காட்டுறது differentiation. இன்டகிரேஷன்ங்கிறது ஒரு சின்ன விஷயத்தை பெருசாக்கி காட்டுறது. இதை எப்படி நம்ம ஈஸியாக நானே வச்சுக்கிடலாம். உதாரணத்துக்கு ஒரு லட்டு எடுத்துக்கலாம். இஃப் யூ டிஃபரன்ஷியேட் லட்டு, யூ வில் கெட் பூந்தி. இஃப் யூ இன்டகிரேட் பூந்தி, யூ வில் கெட் லட்டு. ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் வாட் தி அப்ஜெக்டிவ் ஆஃப் த சப்ஜெக்ட். ஒவ்வொரு சப்ஜெக்டையும் நீங்கள் படிக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி அந்த அப்ஜெக்டிவை நீங்கள் நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டோன்னா everything will be fine. And our ancestors are very, very talented. Like Thiruvalluvar, he says, பிறர்க்கின்னா முற்பகல் செய்யின் தமக்கின்னா பிற்பகல் தாமே வரும். You just think about the Kural, and the meaning is நம்ம முன்னாடி யாருக்காவது ஏதாவது செஞ்சோன்னா அது நமக்கு திரும்பி வரப்போகுதுங்கிறது தான். பட் it was given 2500 years ago. But later on, Newton has given the idea, that is Newton's third law: for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. Just correlate these two. This is what we have to understand. They have used only different words, but the meaning is same. In the same way, Mahatma Gandhi says our future will depend upon what we do in present. See, if you correlate all these things, these three things, everything is having same meaning, but they have used different words. நீங்கள் எல்லாரும் நிலாவில் யார் முதல்ல கால் வச்சாங்கிறது தெரியும், நீல் ஆம்ஸ்ட்ராங்னு சொல்லுவோம். ஆனால் எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியாத ஒரு விஷயம், அந்த மிஷன் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகும்போது நீல் ஆம்ஸ்ட்ராங் கூட அவரோட சீனியர் ஒருத்தர் போனார். அவர் பேர் மைக்கேல் கோலிக். நிலாவுள்ள காலை வச்ச உடனே the countdown starts 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 போய்கிட்டே இருக்கு. மைக்கேல் கோலிக்குங்கிறவர் நீல் ஆம்ஸ்ட்ராங்கோடைய சீனியர். ஆனால் அவர் ஒரு சின்ன தயக்கத்தோடையும் ஒரு பயத்தோடையும் அவர் இறங்கலை. உடனே அவர் என்ன செஞ்சார்னா, அடுத்த மிஷன் நம்ம உடனே ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி ஆகணும். Now the countdown to Neil Armstrong. Again the countdown starts 10, 9, 8, 7. Then Neil Armstrong அவர் யோசிச்சார், என்னவோ இனி வேறு வழி இல்லை, வேறு ஆப்ஷனே இல்லை, நம்ம குதிச்சிருவோம். குதிச்சாலும் நாம் தான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு நிலாவில் இறந்த முதல் ஆளாக இருக்கணும்னு ஒரு ஹிஸ்ட்ரி கிரியேட் பண்ணுவோம். தென் அவர் குதிச்சிட்டாரு. From this what we have to understand is, use the opportunity, don't lose the opportunity. நீல் ஆம்ஸ்ட்ராங் அவர் கிடைச்ச அந்த வாய்ப்பை பயன்படுத்திக்கிட்டார். அதனால தான் இன்னமும் நம்ம நிலாவில் கால் வச்ச முதலாக நீல் ஆம்ஸ்ட்ராங்கை பார்த்துக்கோம். ஆனால் மைக்கேல் கோலிக்கு லூஸ் த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ், அதனால் அவரை கூகுள் கூட நான் வச்சுக்கல. இது ரொம்ப முக்கியமானது. அதே மாதிரி நம்ம முக்கியமாக புரிஞ்சிக்க வேண்டிய விஷயங்கள் எஜுகேஷன் அண்டு கிராஜுவேஷன். நிறைய பேர் நிறைய படிக்கிறோம், அது சரியாக புரிஞ்சிக்காமல் படிக்கிறோம். ஆனால் எஜுகேஷனுக்கும் கிராஜுவேஷனுக்கும் நிறைய டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் இருக்குது. கிராஜுவேஷனுங்கிறது ஒரு டிகிரி, நீங்கள் சரியாக புரிஞ்சிக்கிடாமல் படிச்சிங்க அப்படின்னா அது வெறும் கிராஜுவேஷனாக மட்டும்தான் இருக்கும். எஜுகேஷனுங்கிறது சின்ன சின்ன விஷயங்களுக்கு கூட புரிஞ்சிக்கிறது. அதனால தான் நான் முதல்ல சொன்ன மாதிரி அப்ஜெக்டிவ்ங்கிறது ரொம்ப முக்கியமானது. நம்ம எல்லாருக்குமே ஒரு சின்ன தயக்கம் இருந்துக்கிட்டே இருக்கும், இம்பாசிபிள். அந்த வேர்ட்லேயே நல்ல முக்கியமான மீனிங்ஸ் இருக்குது. இம்பாசிபிளில் ஐக்கும் எம்முக்கு இடையில் ஒரு ஸ்பேஸ் விட்டு பாருங்கள், ஐ எம் பாசிபிள் அப்படிங்கிறது வரும். நம்ம லைஃப்பில் நிறைய முக்கியமான விஷயங்களை நம்ம செலிப்ரேட் பண்ணுறோம். குறிப்பாக ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஷிப் டே, மதர்ஸ் டே, டீச்சர்ஸ் டே. மை பெஸ்ட் சஜஷன் இஸ், த பெஸ்ட் வே ஆஃப் செலிப்ரேஷன் இஸ் டு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட். நல்லா புரிஞ்சிக்கிறதுங்கிறது பெஸ்ட் வே ஆஃப் செலிப்ரேஷன்.
நாங்க அப்படியே லாஸ்ட்ல க்ளோசிங் நாங்க எல்லாரும் வெளியே வந்து நிக்கிறோம் சார். நாங்க எல்லாரும்
துறையில் ஏற்கிறோம். இப்போது நமது மாணவர்கள், எங்களுடைய மாணவர்கள் உங்களுக்காக அனைத்து விவரிக்க தயாராக இருக்கிறார்கள். நாம் இப்போது பேராசிரியர் திரு வினோதன் உரையாடுவோம். I'm handing over the session to
process. Chemical is one who creates everything, right from fuel, whatnot. Today we are going to have a glimpse of insight of chemical engineers. Here we go with our students.
So I'm here to brief you about the chemical engineering in our day-to-day life. So let's get into it. So chemical engineering plays a vital role in our day-to-day life. So here we have paint industry, paper industry, chemical processing industries such as the fertilizer industry, pharmaceutical industry, food industries, and much more industries. And now we will see about the four basic industries. The first and foremost industry is pharmaceutical industry. In pharmaceutical industry, we have the chemical engineers will develop the formulate new drugs and also delivering the drug in the form of capsules, tablets, injections, and in the form of ointments also. They also ensure the quality and the safety of the patients who consume it. And next we move on to paint industry. In paint industry, we have four major components we use. In paint industry, we use pigments for color, solvents to make the paint more liquid in consistency, resins to hold up the pigment and other major components, and additives in order to attain properties such as durability and stability, and in order to maintain its shelf life for a longer time. So paint is used for covering a surface such as walls, furnitures, and also vehicles, and it is used as a decorative material. And next, over to Pradeepa.
Now let's see about the role of a chemical engineer in a food industry. In food, we all know our moms used to cook for around 3 to 4 persons in the kitchen. Same happens in an industry which is carried out in a very large, massive scale, where a role of mom is played by a chemical engineer. So chemical engineers basically work on formulating the product at the first stage, and they check over the quality of the raw materials, and they also help in designing the process and the optimization as well. Optimization as in where the parameters come under temperature, pressure, and other physical properties, which are very important to have a very good shelf life of the product, and which it shouldn't affect the environment as well. Moving on to fertilizer industry. In fertilizer industry, chemical engineers play a very major role throughout the life cycle of a fertilizer production, starting from the design toward and the raw material conversion. So fertilizers are of many types, such as nitrogen based, phosphorus based, and ammonia based.
And now that we have seen the different products made by a chemical engineer on a day-to-day life basis, we'll be looking at the different types of crushers used in industries as a chemical engineer. Over to the crusher section.
Hello students and viewers who are watching in this YouTube. I am Muhil, and this is
Yeah, I am Arikaran. Today we are going to see about the size reduction process, which is crushing and milling. For crushing we have jaw crusher. For milling we have ball mill. Today, now we going to see jaw crusher.
jaw crusher. Jaw crusher is nothing but a crushing of large size particle into small size particle. I am here taking a feed particle as large size bricks particles. You can see that. I am going to crush into small size particle. The large size particles are crushed into small size particle. When we see the mechanism of crushing, we can see that one end is fixed. One is fixed and another is movable jaw. You can see that movable jaw is moved front and back. This is the mechanism. And motor and shaft are connected with belt. The motor runs at speed of 2.2 kilowatt per hour. I am going to feed the particles. This is the mechanism of jaw crusher. You can see that the large size particle are crushed into various different sizes of particles. Larger one, tinier one, fewer one, and sand-like particles. We are going to differentiate into different sizes via sieve analysis method. After sieving, we have calculated that particles of various sizes were screened based on their mesh number. This is jaw crusher. Now over to ball mill.
So let us go to ball mill. It's a milling process. Milling is nothing but which includes grinding and cutting, which act. There is a rotating tool which acts as a cutter. Now this is a ball mill. The major components of the ball mill are electric drum and then electric motor, main tool that is steel balls, which act as a rotating tool which cut the bricks. Now we are going to feed the bricks into the drum. Let us see what did happen. Now now I am going to start the electric motor. Now its size reduced.
Now we can see that
Output of the body. The largest particle are crushed to thin like particles. Now we are going to feed into the sieve shaker. This is a sieve vacuumant. There are different size of mesh number in that. Let's feed into that. Then we have to differentiate the particles based on their different sizes. There are different applications for that, the different sizes. In cement industry, we use these like substances. So in mineral and in catalyst like that, these different types of sizes are used. This is milling. This is about milling and crushing. Thank you. Hope you Hope you get some knowledge about milling and crushing. Thank you.
I hope you have all had an idea about what a crusher basically does in an industry. Now let's move on to the different types of water treatment equipments used in industries, from a polypropylene membrane to a membrane filtration system, and finally an ETP.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Shakil from third year from the Department of Chemical Engineering. Okay, do you know what is this? Yeah, it is polypropylene membrane. First of all, what is mean by membrane? Membrane is used to purify or treat a water to get a quality water. Okay, these polypropylene membranes are mainly used only for the domestic purposes. Okay. But the membranes are mainly and specifically used in the industrial purposes because to get a quality water. So, like the industries like sugar industries, paper industries, pharmaceutical industries, and etc. These industries make that the membranes are used in the industry process mainly to separate the biological microparticles, colloids, and blockage. Colloids. Yeah.
Colloids. So the of the membranes. So membranes are actually used for the desalination. Membranes have been used for the desalination process, and we are using for reverse osmosis. So here we, as students, we are doing most of the project in the reverse osmosis and membrane distillation. So here the final year students who are going to explain about the desalination process.
Good morning. I'm Aparna, pursuing my final year chemical engineering in St. Joseph College of Engineering.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sneha, currently studying fourth year chemical engineering in St. Joseph College of Engineering. Today, we are going to discuss about the membrane desalination process.
Growing population, climatic condition, and increasing urbanization require increasing freshwater supply. This can be only avoided by tapping freshwater from seawater and wastewater. So, membrane desalination is one of the best way to balance this demand.
Membrane desalination has been established as a golden standard for desalination to address the global deficit for clean water. Membranes are still extension of absorption.
It can be developed by high performance reverse osmosis and nanofiltration. One of the best membrane desalination process is done in many industries to overcome this demand.
Now let us see about the membrane desalination process. The membrane-based desalination process utilizes semi-permeable membrane and driving forces to separate salt and minerals from water. The driving forces which are included in the process are mainly based on differential osmotic pressure, differential voltage, and differential pressure. Now let us discuss briefly about the process.
So we can see that the electrical line is connected to the boiler here, and we are taking the seawater and pouring it into the boiler. So due to the electrical voltage, the coils in the boiler gets heated continuously, and due to increased temperature, the water gets vaporized, and the vapor is transported into the membrane chamber.
So, from the boiler, only the vapor will passes through this pipe and it will go into the chamber. The chamber contains a many number of membranes. The membrane has a special characteristic which is hydrophobic. Hydrophobic means the membrane will only allow the gas particles or the vapor particles to pass through it, and it won't allow the liquid particle to pass through inside. So, the membrane here inside the R. So this is the setup of the membrane which is present inside the chamber. Only the gas molecules will pass in through this minute pores and not the liquid particles. So the gas particles want to condense and get as a fresh water, so that a cooling system of water is passed outside the membrane, so that the cooling system water will go away from that and the fresh water comes out this side. So the advantages of this desalination process includes it does not have a complex construction, and the separation of this process can be done continuously. Even it can be operated at a moderate temperature. Comparatively, it consumes low energy when compared to the other processes.
Now we have a lot of advantages. There are some disadvantages we need to consider. The membrane easily gets fouled. Secondly, the membranes are relatively cost. And the third one, the colloidal particles and solvents settle on the surface of the membrane, decreasing its efficiency. Now let us check the TDS of this feed water and the outcome of the water. This is the feed water we fed. The TDS of the feed water ranges up to 1500. And now let us check the discharge water we collected. The TDS of the discharge water ranges up to 48. So we can see the huge difference of the TDS from the feed water and out water. So this is membrane desalination process is one of the greatest way to convert seawater into fresh water.
Did you know what is the best membrane for desalination process?
Yeah, the 1 atom thick membrane is one of the best membrane for desalination we have found in the recent research, because it has a great potential and high permeability of water and ion rejection. Is there any method to reduce membrane fouling?
Yes, membrane fouling can be avoided or reduced only by air or water flushing. Just flushing air or water forwardly into the pores of the membrane, it creates turbulence. Due to high turbulence, the fouling is reduced.
Hope you gained some knowledge about membrane desalination process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next section.
Hello all. Hello all. Good evening, honorable present here. My name is N. Shabir Ahmed from the Department of Chemical Engineering, doing my third year pre-final year course. Here we are going to show you. A small laboratory scale setup of a effluent treatment plant, and over to my team members.
I'm S. Samiha from third year from the Department of Chemical Engineering.
This is Dharani from third year from the Department of Chemical Engineering.
Welcome everyone. I am Gokul, studying pre-final year from the Department of Chemical Engineering. Today we are going to explore the fascinating world of effluent treatment plants, or in short of ETPs. ETPs play a vital role in treating wastewater and sewages from the various industries. ETPs are one of the superheroes of the environmental protection. First step of the effluent treatment process is collection tank. The collection tank is a reservoir which is used to collect the effluents from the various industrial streams and set it in the other processes.
After the collection tank, the wastewater typically flows into the equalization tank. In industries, we usually have blowers in equalization tank, but here we have agitator. Since it is a small scale setup, the flow and composition of the effluent are stabilized here. And then here we have a parabolic screen, which acts as a mechanical filter, which helps in removing oversized particles from the wastewater, which ensures the further process.
Next comes the chemical dosing tank. This tank is dosed with chemicals. The chemicals includes coagulants, pH adjusting agents, based on depending on the treatment process. Next comes the UASB. UASB stands for upflow anaerobic sludge blanket. Here, anaerobic reaction occurs, which means that a reaction occurs in the absence of oxygen. So to broke the organic matter. Next.
Following the USB process, here comes the industrial wastewater from the USB goes to the fine screen. Fine screen unlikely to the parabolic screen, in which smaller particles are removed, and then it ensures that the next stage of the process, water will be cleaner, easy to treat. Here comes from the fine screen, here comes the aeration tank. In aeration tank, we supply oxygen to grow microorganism. In the process of oxygen, we grow microorganism. From these microorganisms, then further it consumes and break down the particle present in the water, and further it improves the treatment of the quality of water. Next, here comes the membrane bioreactor.
The MBR, also known as the membrane bioreactor, is the final stage of the ETP plant. The membrane bioreactor combines biotreatment as well as membrane technology so that it ensures the removal of solid fine particles as well as the bacteria to ensure that we get high quality water. The MBR is also well known for its compact design, and also it has a standard state of efficiency maintaining for the treatment process. Now that we have come to the conclusion, I hope we can see the difference from what we have got at the start of the ETP plant and then the end of the ETP plant. This is, we have a dye here, which is also a sort of contaminant, and this is the end product, which is the final stage of the ETP, MBR water. This MBR water is stored in a tank full of fishes so that we can know that the whole ETP process has been carefully performed. And this is not the final stage. We can use RO processes on further steps and also balance the treatment of the water. I hope we have understood what an ETP actually means. It helps in protecting the environment and also sustainable resource management. The ETP basically reduces the impact of industrial activities to protect our environment and also helps in a safe and cleaner environment. Thank you. Unit.
everyone. This is Varun and this is Syed Abrar. We are both chemical engineers doing fourth year in St. Joseph College of Engineering. So we are going to explain about distillation process and why it is used and an example of where it is used. Let's take distillation process, a process in which we separate mixtures. We separate mixtures using the differences in boiling point. So what we do is we vaporize them and then condense them separately so that it gets separated. So now let us look at crude oil. Crude oil is a mixture of hydrocarbons which consists of various elements which are shown right here, like from LPG, diesel, naphtha, and petrol. And so now let's see how it is done. So what we do is we take a crude oil, we boil them, and then superheat them, which is shown here in the boiler, and we send it into the distillation column. So what we do is we send the superheated vapor from the bottom of the distillation column, and as the mixture goes up, let's say there are 10 elements, as it goes from one tray to another tray, one of the element gets condensed, such that one will become a liquid, gas goes up, and liquid stays down. Liquid is sucked out and then stored separately. And then this process is repeated till you get LPG at the topmost, and bottommost you get butamin. And we get everything and then separate it, and then we send them through pipelines and etc. So now we are going to see what happens in each day, which is going to be explained by Syed Abra.
Good morning, this is Syed Abra. I'm going to explain on detail about these various trays. This contains n number of trays, and this is the configuration of this one tray. This is a process called a simple distillation process. Distillation is a process of separation of two liquid based on the principle known as boiling point. Boiling point is the temperature at which the liquid gets converted into a gas. So this is a mixture of two liquids known as acetone and water. As we all know, water contains a boiling point of 100 degrees Celsius, whereas acetone is a chemical substance which has a boiling point of 53 degrees Celsius. As discussed in this model, there is many n number of trays in which n number of products gets condensed and removed. The same setup is given here. This setup contains of two main processes. One is evaporation, another is condensation. What happens is this is an heating equipment where we can heat the mixture up to 100 degrees Celsius. The boiling point of acetone is 53 degrees Celsius. So we heat up to 53 degrees Celsius so that the acetone gets removed from the mixture. Then when the boiling point is reached, the acetone gets evaporated and it travels through a double pipe heat exchanger. Double pipe heat exchanger is an equipment which is used to remove the energy from the acetone to get converted into liquid. So this is a water setup where the water gets inletted from this pipe and gets removed from another pipe. Whereas the acetone heated gas is traveled in the small pipe. What happens is the energy gets removed from the water and acetone gets condensed. And we get a pure form of acetone. This is the end form of acetone. And this is the initial form of acetone. So this is distillation process. Thank you.
Thank you, students, for your wonderful performance. Moving on to the next interesting session, we are going to the mechanical engine analysis lab. We are taking you to have a real field experience. You would have seen the experimental analysis of our students explaining you about the various uses of our chemical engineering. You all would have had a comprehensive view. We are going to have an interesting view of the engine section. Moving on to the next section, we have the mechanical lab block. We have different blocks here. You could see the massive infrastructure which is being built in several lakhs of square feet. Moving on to the next interesting one, we are moving to the engine section where our students will be explaining about the various interesting things about engines. We are all so crazy about automobiles and their functioning, and we do not know how does it actually function, how does it ignite, and what is the use of fuel, what is the use of a battery, what is the use of a turbocharger. There are so many interesting information which our students are going to share you. We all could see the car which is standing there, and we could see how our students are going to explain about it. We will tell them what
Dear students, I hope you have enjoyed the session. Next, we can move to the mechanical lab. You can note down the explanation given by our volunteers. Ask questions, then you can learn more. Why? Because make sure that நாம் நுழைவது வகுப்புக்குள் அல்ல நம் வாழ்க்கைக்குள். And if you are doing any mistake, don't bother about it. தவறை செய்யாதவன் இறைவன், செய்த தவற்றை ஒப்புக்கொண்டு திருத்திக் கொள்பவன் மனிதன். நாம் இறைவனாக விட்டாலும் பரவாயில்லை, மனிதனாக இருப்போம். As I said earlier, use the opportunity, don't lose the opportunity. As I mentioned earlier, we can concentrate more on the objective of the subject. நாம் படிக்கிற ஒவ்வொரு விஷயத்தையும் தெளிவாக புரிஞ்சு படிச்சுக்கிட்டனால நிறைய விஷயங்களுக்கு நாமளே சொல்யூஷனாக இருக்க முடியும். உதாரணத்துக்கு நம்ம ஃபேன் ஒரு 18 வருஷமாக உங்கள் வயசுப்படி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 18 வருஷமாக நீங்கள் ஃபேன் யூஸ் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கீங்க. எத்தனை பேருக்கு தெரியும் ஃபேன் எப்படி ஒர்க் ஆகுதுங்கிறது? நீங்கள் எலக்ட்ரிக் ஃபீல்டுன்னு ஒன்று படிச்சிருப்பீங்க, மேக்னெட்டிக் ஃபீல்டுன்னு ஒன்று படிச்சிருப்பீங்க. இது ரெண்டுத்துக்கும் என்ன ரிலேஷன்? இது ரெண்டும் தனித்தனியாக ஃபீல்டா? நம்ம என்னைக்காவது கொஸ்டின் கேட்டிருக்குமா? We have to ask lot of questions ourselves. If you alter any one field, we can achieve another field. நீங்கள் எலக்ட்ரிக் ஃபீல்டை சேஞ்ச் பண்ணிங்கன்னா மேக்னெட்டிக் ஃபீல்டு கிடைக்கும். அதுக்கு பேர் தான் எலக்ட்ரோ மேக்னெட். 18th century, beginning of 18th century வரைக்கும் scientists also thought that electric and magnetic fields are individual field, but later on they are realized it is interrelated. நம்ம ஒரு ஃபீல்டை சேஞ்ச் பண்ணால் இன்னொரு ஃபீல்டு நமக்கு கிடைக்கும். தட்ஸ் வாட் த நியூ ஃபீல்டு விச் இஸ் கால்டு எலக்ட்ரோ மேக்னெட்டிக். இப்போ நம்ம ஃபேன் எப்படி ஒர்க் ஆகுதுன்னு பார்த்தோன்னா நிறைய பேருக்கு தெரியும் அந்த ஃபேனில் ஹெட்டுன்னு ஒரு போர்ஷன் இருக்குது. அந்த ஹெட்டுக்குள்ளார ஒரு காயில் இருக்குது. அந்த காயிலுக்குள்ளே யூஸ் பண்ணுற அந்த காப்பர் மெட்டீரியல், நீங்கள் அதுக்கு எலக்ட்ரிக் ஃபீல்டு கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா அந்த காயில் என்னவாக மாறும்னா மேக்னெட்டிக் ஃபீல்டாக மாறும். நம்ம அடுத்த லேபை பார்ப்போம். நம்ம இப்போ பார்க்க போகிறது மெக்கானிக்கல் லேப்.
நவீன் வருதாடா? யூடியூப்ல வராங்க.
Good afternoon to all. Welcome you to mechanical department. We have Ford EcoSport car donated by Ford India for education purposes to the college. I invite Professor Ruskin and his team to explain about the features of this college. Features of the Ford EcoSport car.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to our head of the department, Dr. Extravaganza sir. Students over here, we have a Ford EcoSport, and we have our student volunteers, Extravaganza, Pius, and Mark Lins. Now they will explain the various features. What are the specials in this one? And in detail, we'll be able to look at each and every component of this one. Now I hand over the session to our students.
Hi everyone, so I'm Martin from final year mechanical engineering department. So here we have Pius Sunil.
And myself, Pius Sunil, and he's Siva Ganesan.
This is Siva Ganesan from mechanical engineering final year. This car was donated from Ford to our college for educational purpose. This is a 3-cylinder inline engine, 6-speed automatic transmission car. So now let's see what's under the bonnet. So here is the organization of the bonnet. Open. So here we see the components of the engine. So we have our 3-cylinder inline engine. This is a Dragon variant petrol engine. So first for the main propulsion, we have engine here. So this runs on petrol. Here we have the battery. So this powers all the electrical components of the car. Then we have the electronic control unit inside. And coming to here, this is our air filter. So this filters the inlet air which goes into the engine. And from this, it is connected to the inlet manifold. And from here, the process starts. So when you switch on the engine, that is when you key the engine, that starter motor will be operated and it will crank the engine. So, and here you can see the exhaust manifold, the alternator. The alternator is for regenerative purposes. And here you could see the coolant oil reservoir. And this is the brake fluid reservoir. This is a twin turbo engine. So that is the exhaust gases are used to run the turbine. So the turbine in turn compresses the inlet air. So you could be able to get more efficiency in this car. And as per the transmission, we have a 6-speed automatic transmission. And yeah, now we could see the car starting up. So the interior.
Yeah, this is a parking mode, and this is a reverse mode, and this is a neutral mode, and this is a drive mode, and this is a low speed mode. It can be driven in the traffic so that it can be used for the low speed mode. Yeah, this is drive mode. Drive mode, we can move the car front side, and this is neutral. The car will be, and reverse we can be. Yeah, okay.
I hope you all had a wonderful view of the car and its mechanism being explained by our students. It's actually donated by batch 4 of mechanical engineering to our college for educational purposes. They would have explained to you about the purpose, how it runs, and the turbo engine, and all that has been explained in detail. That has been explained in detail. And now let's move on to have a clear vision of the engines lab. It's ready for you. They'll be explaining you about more about motors and more about engines inside the lab now. We'll slowly move on to the lab, have a clear picture of what is there. There are many interesting machines, wheels, cars, and so many things are there. We could see the car which is fabricated by our own team. I kindly request our students to explain about the car which is there right before us now. They'll be telling us about the construction, about the particular right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to reach you people at Nagercoil and various schools in and around Kanyakumari districts. We are here from St. Joseph's College of Engineering. On behalf of Department of Mechanical Engineering, a warm wishes to each and every one of you. In this lab, for the next 20 minutes or so, you'll be able to see what is engineering, especially about automobile engineering. The first thing comes to our mind when the word engineering comes to our mind is about automobile. Most of us think about engineering in the view like driving a car or going on an aircraft or something like that. So what is within that? We are to see in the next 20 minutes or so. So just now we saw about a car which is donated by Ford, a higher end car. Not just want to go to a higher end. We can start with whatever the things that we see on day-to-day life. Here we have ATV, all-terrain vehicles. These are not the things machined or made in industries. These are made by our students for various events. Here we have a ATV E variant, and here we have another all-terrain vehicle. Before coming to this one, let us have a clear understanding about engines. What engine is about? What is an engine? Engine, we call it as IC engine. What is IC engine? Internal combustion engine. Combustion, we all know that combustion is burning of fuel. we can burn fuel and we can extract energy from it. How can we extract? If we have some fuel and we can light it, do we get the energy? We don't. But we get the energy once when we give it to an engine. We have various engines. They are designed in order to extract the power from that one. We have variants like petrol engine, diesel engine, and also we have 4-stroke engine, 2-stroke engine. We have heard about these things in our day-to-day life, right? We'll be able to see the engines. Before going to that one, we can have a look at the components what the engines has. Here we have. This is the first and foremost thing you could have seen in various places. This is a piston. This is the one which creates the power from the fuel. So this is a piston. Here we have a piston. These pistons are connected with piston rings. Here we have piston rings. Why do we have this? Because this piston travels will within this cylinder. This is just like a syringe arrangement what we have seen. Within a syringe, we have a plunger, right? In the same fashion, within a cylinder, we will be having a piston. So this is airtight. In order to have it airtight, we have this piston rings on this one. So this construction will be held within this one. So this is a cylinder. You could have seen this. This is quite a common view. What we have seen on a bike, say to be like a Royal Enfield, which most of us want to have, right? This is a wall. We'll be able to look at these things. So this is how it is mounted. What are these things? What are these things? These are nothing but pins. In general, once when there is combustion, the engine gets heated up. It can't perform. Yes, dear students, we continue from here this. So we saw that here we have piston. In the piston, we have piston rings in order to have a good seal. So this piston will reciprocate in this cylinder. On the cylinder, we have pins. These pins are meant to dissipate the heat. This is a gasket which can perfectly seal the gap between. This is actually a cylinder head. On the cylinder head, we have valves. Especially we have two valves here. We call it as inlet valve and exhaust valve. Not only just this thing, this is quite common thing. This is spark plug. This is mounted over this. So all these things are placed within this one. This is a quite common thing what we see on a bike, right? So good. We proceed. How the power gets generated. In general, in the cylinder, we have the piston. We have the piston. We need to give fuel for combustion. What are the basic requirements for combustion? In order to have combustion, we need to give fuel. How can the fuel burn? We need to give oxygen, right? We don't want to give oxygen all the time. We can just give air because the air has oxygen which can take it. So we have provided fuel. That is nothing but petrol in this case. Sometimes it will be diesel powered. Here it is a petrol engine. So petrol, then air. Now we place very well within this cylinder. Now this piston reciprocates. So what happened? Once when this reciprocates, it gets compressed. Once when this gets compressed, there will be increase in temperature and pressure. So we have fuel, we have good temperature, we have oxygen within the air, which is sufficient for combustion. Now we need to ignite it. The ignition is done by the spark plug. So once when the piston reaches the top position, the charge we call the air fuel mixture charge, it gets ignited. What will happen? We have fuel, we have oxygen, we have spark. It will just explode. The surrounding will be stable. But this position, this piston can move down. This piston can move down. What will happen? Look at this one. This piston is moving downwards. So that this piston is moving downwards. Okay, fine. So this piston is moving downwards. This crank rotates. This piston, like this. For example, if we have this piston in this fashion, it comes down this way every time. This reciprocatory movement is converted to a rotary movement. So our aim is to create a mechanical power. So we give fuel, we give spark, combustion takes place. The combustion, as a result of combustion, the piston is being pushed downwards. As a result, we got this power generated. So look at this one. This is a piston, this is a connecting rod, this is a crank. This is called a crankshaft. This crankshaft rotates. So we are able to create a rotation on a shaft. Look at this one. What is this component? This is a heavy one. This is a flywheel. This is a flywheel coupled to this crankshaft. This flywheel stores the energy. Whatever that is needed, we can make use of it. For example, if we can run a shaft, if we can rotate a shaft, that shaft can make use of it to create electricity. We can generate electricity by using a rotating shaft. We can propel an engine by a rotating shaft. We can pump water by using a rotating shaft. Likewise, we'll be able to do it. Now we look at a simple component. You could have seen this one. This is a key element in a vehicle. This is a carburetor. Once when we give acceleration, this butterfly valve opens up. Okay, so more the acceleration, more fuel gets into the engine. Similarly, on the other side, we have choke. In normal condition, it will be in open position. Once when we want to use the choke, we close it. We choke it so that more petrol get inside the engine. Okay, now we look at, we move on to the next thing.
Students, I think you would have got a comprehensive thing of engines now. I kindly request Professor Ruskin to explain you about the scope and how you can shine even when you study engineering, how each department is interdependent and how this compartment has been broken in the recent days. How it has been broken in the recent days, and now our professor will explain you what are the scope of mechanical engineering, how mechanical engineering can be connected with the recent trends. You can just explain students about it. What is the power of engineering? You can just tell them how excellent is engineering, field of excellence of engineering. Simply மாணவர்கள் எளிய முறையில் புரியுற மாதிரி பேசணும்னா ஒரு டாக்டர் படித்தா கூட 29 வயசு ஆகலாம் செட்டில் ஆகிறதுக்கு. பட் 21 வயசுல இப்போ நம்ம மாணவர்கள் வந்து 24 லட்சத்துல 40 லட்ச ரூபாங்கிறது மிக எளிமையான முறையில் சம்பாதிக்கிறாங்க. ஸோ it is easy to attain 24 to 40 lakhs every year. So you can just tell them the scope of engineering and how they are each department is interdependent. அந்த மாதிரி நீங்க கொஞ்சம் explain பண்ணலாம் professor.
Definitely, sir. So engineering is a wonderful arena where we can explore a lot. Each and every on all the things, whatever it be, propulsion. So in this place, we have application on various places. In earlier days, we didn't have the requirement for computer science. Now we have a requirement, but computer science alone is not the entire thing. The core is the thing. We saw a propelling thing, automobile over there. It is not purely mechanical. It has integration with electronics, computer, electrical, each and everything is involved. Like this, the field of application is vast. The excellence is at the high level. With this interdependence, mechanical, electrical, computer science, and all the fields, we have applications. We have applications. We just see the engines over here, not just this thing. Once when we have a clear picture on various things, like you can move on to this one and we'll connect back to the excellence over here. Here you see the power produced by a car. Earlier we saw like a motorbike, we have only one cylinder. But once when we need more power, just like a chariot driven by a single horse, that may not be sufficient, right? We need to have more power. So we need to add more horses. Like we have 3 cylinders over here. 3 cylinders like this. 3 cylinders, but the same engine. We can have engines with 8 or 12 cylinders. Just like that. This is a displayed thing of a Maruti 800. These things have pistons. We have 3 pistons like this. 3 pistons, 3 cylinders. So it's a multi-cylinder engine. There we saw a single cylinder engine. Here we have a multi-cylinder engine. The piston generates power. Here we look at this one. This is actually a diesel engine's piston that we use it in truck and buses. This huge it is. We add more to this one. Now we will be able to see the assembly, how we have the assembly. As I told you, these components are integrated. Once when we have the integration, we will be able to get the power. We will be able to see we are able to see the movement. The piston is sliding on the cylinder. We have fins. Here we have the valves which are operated at the required time. We have the shaft rotating on this way. As I told you, once when this shaft is rotating, we are able to achieve the power. That can be used in various cases. That can be for electrical power production or even for mechanical output like pumping or even for drilling, whatever the thing is, or even propelling a vehicle. We have. Now, I will just show you another thing. The most of the trucks and other things that we use are propelled by diesel. So the engines what we have are diesel engine. Here we have Mr. Ayyappan sir, who is our lab instructor. He has a vast experience on this field. He will be demonstrating about a 4-stroke diesel engine, where we will be able to see the various components.
Single cylinder diesel engine per section model. This one is the main crankshaft. You can see the component per section model. You can see the movement here. This one is the main crankshaft. Crankshaft and camshaft are connected to gears. The gear ratio is 1:2. The gear ratio is 1:2, and this one is the connecting rod. This one balancing weight, and this one flywheel. See, to the main crankshaft, this camshaft is fitted. To the main crankshaft, this camshaft is fitted. Yes, sir. The camshaft is fitted. The gear ratio is 1:2. I told you. Once in a cycle, this inlet valve and the exhaust valve should open and close. In between, another cam is fitted. This will control the fuel injection. See, these two are the inlet and exhaust valves. First one is the inlet valve. This red valve is the inlet valve. Second one is inlet valve. This red valve is the inlet valve. Second one is exhaust valve. Once in a cycle, this valve should open and close. For that, this cam arrangement is provided. These are all the 3 cams. First cam will control the inlet valve. Second cam will control the fuel pump. And third cam will control the exhaust valve. And this is the balancing weight. Actually, the compression ratio of a diesel engine is 1:16. Compression ratio of a diesel engine 1:16. For petrol engine, it is 1:8. This is the engine jacket water cooling line. Actually, in a diesel engine, high temperature is developed. To cool the engine, water circulation is required. This is the engine jacket water line. And this is the piston material. Piston material is made of aluminum alloys. And this one is the connecting rod. Connecting rod is the material.
Thank you, sir, for explaining more about machines. Now, moving on to Professor, we'll again discuss about the drone technology which is there. I kindly request Professor Raskin to explain us about the drones, and slowly we will move on to the last part of it. What are the various forms of engineering, how we can excel in engineering, and what are the various things that can be done, what could be done in order to excel as an engineer. We'll look at general aspects, and I request Professor Krishnan from the studio to be ready for the next program, to be live, right? And now, coming back to the drone, we have it, right? Over to Professor Raskin.
So good we saw about the components of IC engine. Here we have a wonderful engine, which is a popular engine, which we see, we would like to get these cars. This is a engine from BMW. Again, this one, we got it from the company to demonstrate it for the students. Here I have Balachandar. He'll make it short and we'll be able to move on to the next one.
So, I hope you have known about the. I hope you have known about all the components in the IC engines through our sir who taught that to you. So this is a BMW 4-stroke 4-cylinder engine. It has an arrangement of inline, which means the cylinders are arranged in a same structure, same line. There are 4 cylinders, which means we have 4 pistons in this. Which means there are 4 pistons in this. The piston, the fuel injectors are controlled by solenoids. The solenoids are components which is operated by electricals, which means current or power produced. When the shock is produced in the solenoids, it allows the fuel to flow into it. When it is de-energized, it cuts off the flow. This component, this is known as CRDI, common tail direct injection. Since we have 4 cylinders, we are meant to pour the fuel in same common in the all cylinders. So we use this common rail direct injection. It pours the fuel into the cylinder through common. And during the exhaust cycle, okay. I hope you learned about the 4 cycles. During exhaust, the gas comes through this outlet manifold and goes out of the engine through this DPF, which means diesel particulate filter. In this diesel particulate filter, we have honeycomb structure inside this diesel particulate filter, which is coated with platinum. It is used to absorb soot particles. Soot particles are known as black carbon substances, which cause harmful to human lungs. So we absorb the soot particles in this DPF filter and comes to the turbocharger. The turbocharger is a special component which increases the power and torque of the engine. The turbocharger has 2 components known as turbine housing and compressor housing. In compressor housing, there's a fan which compresses the air and uses to inlet. Through this, we can achieve maximum power of the engine, and the turbine housing get the gas out. That's all.
Yes, fine. So we saw about the engine and the components. Now we have ATV. ATV is nothing but all-terrain vehicle. We have seen vehicles which is moving on the roads, but the vehicles which can move on all terrains, it can move even with clearance or even it can overcome things. We have 2 vehicles over here which can even climb over stairs, which we'll be able to see the components within that one. Here you see that the all-terrain vehicle, these 2 vehicles are made by our students in our college itself. These are made for some components. Now we have Aniruddha. He will explain about the features of this all-terrain vehicle.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the kind introduction. Good afternoon to everyone present here. And my name is Aniruddha. I am finally a mechanical student here at St. Joseph's College of Engineering. So this is our ATV. This is a ATV which is powered by an IC engine. So as sir has explained, this is powered by a petrol engine which produces 10 horsepower power and 19 Newton meters of torque. So all of these things that you are seeing here is all fabricated by a team of 25 members in our own college from second year to final year. So the main purpose of doing this vehicle is to apply all the knowledge that we have gained in all these 4 years and get the practical knowledge out of them. So as you can see, all these components are handmade and most of these are custom made as well. So moving to the back, you can see the engine. The assembled engine is called Briggs & Stratton, which produces 10 horsepower and 19 Newton meters of torque. And the power is moving from the engine to the CVT, which is similar to what we find in the scooties, and it is moving to a gearbox and the drive shaft. And this is how the power is transmitted from the engine to the wheels. Moving on to the suspension, we have independent suspension on all the 4 wheels, as you can see. So this is the kind of suspension that we are using for all-terrain vehicle. This gives us maximum performance during the off-road times, and this gives us even reduced lap times during the event. So the main purpose also for which we have created this vehicle was for Yamaha event. So this is conducted by SA India. It is also called a Society of Automotive Engineers, which is an international organization.
Anirudh, just a minute.
Yes, sir.
Can you just tell us about the actual purpose of this construction?
Yes, sir.
And tell our students, to inspire them, it is like their student project, isn't
Yeah.
it? Why are we constructing it, and what are the various positions that we have acquired in these days?
Sure, sir. Sure. So yeah, as I previously mentioned, the concepts that we study in mechanical engineering from first year till final year, all those concepts have been used in this vehicle, starting from the basic of
So you
engineering
mean
physics.
to say the whole of mechanical engineering is just in one vehicle?
Yes, sir. So all the application-oriented subjects are applied here, so that we get a practical understanding of whatever theoretical subjects that you have learned. Also, the previous records are we have started with this is our 7th year vehicle, and in the last year we have acquired all India rank of 56 out of 150 teams, which is a prestigious thing, and like all those teams include NITs, VITs, etc. So that was a very good position compared. So also these were some of our achievements.
As we know, right, though the project is funded by the management, but still you students, how do you manage to construct this and carry on with your academic schedule?
Yes, sir. Yeah, this is a problem. This people can find this as a problem, but students are still more interested to balance both their studies and.
Yeah, you can just tell how St. Joseph's helps you to balance this, both your academics and your extracurricular activities like this. Because the fabrication of a vehicle, as students may know, will require a lot of time, and it will consume a lot of time. You'll have your regular exams and regular courses going on. At the same time, how do you manage it? How does St. Joseph's help you to achieve this place? That is what you can explain students about it.
Yeah. Students, so as you can see, our college is helping us by giving us enough guidance as in the form of teachers. We also have our event coordinators here, and also college provides us with OD, and they also give us enough time for
So OD, you mean
fabrication.
to say on duty, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
On duty. So during class hours, like they also we take time from our classes, time apart from our classes to fabricate this vehicle, and also staff are also helping us in times of exams to give us extra preparation to clear our exams properly. And moving on, this is our electric version. This is called as EVA, and my friend will be explaining it.
Hello everyone, myself Sammy Manuel, studying mechanical second year. Today I am going to explain about this electrical vehicle or the all-terrain vehicle, which is the electrical version of it. So the big difference between the Yamaha vehicle and the EBAHA vehicle is we are using the battery. So could you please move on please? So we are using a primary battery which is 48 volt and a secondary battery which is 12 volt, and this is the controller where the battery is supplied to here, and it is going to the motor which at a screen it rotates in a synchronous speed. We have the suspension here, fast suspension, air hydraulic suspension, and let's move on here. Here we have FNR switch, forward, neutral and reverse switch, and it is the speed motor 1, 2, 3 speed, and here we have the which measures the power. So let's see, this is the incandescent light. So at night time some racers behind us couldn't see it, so we are using this light. So because this
Sam,
is
you can just tell our students that you are creating a miniature of the EV vehicle which is going to be the future. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely correct. But in India, we are mostly using this motor, not using this motor because electricity is mostly used and
So why do you think as a student e-vehicles are not becoming so popular? It should become popular because it is economical. Yes. Why do you think it is not more on roads, and nowadays it is increasing? When are you going to bring your vehicle to roads? As an engineer, what are you trying to do?
As our professor says, we are definitely on the transition. Earlier days, we didn't find any e-vehicle on the road. Nowadays, we are able to see. We are able to see that big companies are coming up with charging stations and other things. We are concerned about the ecology. Now we are in the transition. We can't expect everything to change overnight, but we are on the stage. We are getting prepared. We are ready to get the transition. As being in mechanical engineering, we know that it's not like getting transmitted to electrical. We know that the railways almost 90%, maybe even more than that, have gone to electric. But still there is plenty of options, plenty of scope for mechanical engineering. So it's the integration. At railways, there are plenty of options. We have completely transformed to electrical propulsion, but the unit is alone in electric, but the entire thing is mechanical. The suspension or the drive and the things.
As Professor rightly mentions, the compartments of engineering have been broken today, right? When you add an artificial intelligence to the same vehicle, it becomes computer science, automation, and all these processes have become united. So no process can be compartmentalized further and say this is mechanical or electrical or vehicle, I think, right? You will accept with my point. And that is very much evident here with your work. We sincerely appreciate your work that's being done. And moving on to the next section about the interesting point that many of you would have observed, how flights take off, and that has been done by our own students here. We have the drone mechanism being captured here right now. I kindly request our Marklins to explain you about this mechanism.
Hello everyone, this is Mark Lins, final year from the Department of Mechanical Engineering. I'm here to represent the Aquila Squadron, which is an aero design team of a college. So we have displayed our fixed wing drones. So drones may be of many types. You might be commonly familiar with the quadcopters, but this is a fixed wing drone. So for the flight to happen, this wings has to be fixed. So we designed and fabricated this drone for our competition, that's SAE competition. This drone was fabricated in accordance with the SAE rules. This is a micro-class aircraft. So you could see there is no landing gears. So this is a hand-launched one. So during the launch of the aircraft, a person is required to throw this in full throttle, and the landing happens as a belly landing. Okay. So looking at the design, so this is our wings. So wings are the main component of this aircraft. So the wings generate the lift. Okay, so here we have used the NACA 4412 airfoils. So the specialty of this airfoil is to produce high lift even at low speeds. So this we have, for the propulsion system, we have used a BLDC motor of 1120 kV, and this is capable of producing 1000 grams of thrust, which we have found out during a thrust test. And looking at the design, we have made this design as completely hollow. So this structure may be looking a massive one. So we have given a 5-foot span of wing, and from the nose to tail, it is measuring as 4 feet. But the weight of the aircraft is just 1.3 kgs. To be exact, it is 1,345 grams with every battery and other components. So to achieve this lightweightness, we have used a lightweight material. So as you can see, this is a coroplast material, and inside that you can see the hollow structure. Okay. So the wiring, you could see the wiring, and electrical components are focused to be in this region. So why in this region is that to maintain the CG of the aircraft. So CG abbreviates to center of gravity. For any aircraft to fly or to make a safe flight, we have to focus on the CG of the aircraft. And also this aircraft is completely detachable. So whenever it is not necessary or whenever you have to transport it, we could easily detach this airplane. So as you could see, we could detach this aircraft and carry it in a box, which could be strapped around our shoulders. So for this to fly, we have electronic speed control, which is inside this. So this speed control regulates the speed of the motor, and this is powered by a 3-cell lipopolymer batteries. And for the controls of the aircraft, we are using rudder and elevator controls. So I'll be demonstrating this. So this is the rudder actually. So this controls the yaw movement of the aircraft. So when the servo actuates, it would be controlled like this. And this is the elevator of the aircraft, which we call as the vertical stabilizer even. So this would be looking after the pitch of the aircraft. So whenever it moves in this position, the aircraft will pitch up, and in this position it will pitch down, and the same for this one. Okay. So this is our Mark 1 version, which is a hollow one. No, sorry, this is not hollow one. This is a solid one, but this is a hollow one, which is our Mark 3 version. Okay. So other features include the detachability. To achieve this detachability, we have used 3D printing also. So to make this male and female parts, we have used 3D printing using ABS material. And in this frame, that is the fuselage of the plane, is also comprised of a aluminum frame. So applications, when we see these drones are being researched in military and for other purposes, for surveillancing, for remote bombing, remote attacking, and other stuffs like that. And I guess I have explained to the core and
Yeah,
thank
you,
you for
you
this
explained us
opportunity.
about much better about it, right? Can you just say, is it possible for a school student to construct such a drone, right, with all this mechanism?
Yeah, it's easy to learn. So discipline is completely an interesting one. So students in school, students might be finding it very interesting to learn, and this every help and tutorials are available in online. So since it is a growing one, the tutorials are available online, so anyone could learn with proper guidance.
It means to say that anybody with this interest can learn all this, right? Whether it is
Yes, sir.
any student
Absolutely.
can do this. Okay.
Absolutely.
So since we are mechanical engineers, they know more about materials and they could manufacture things that are lightweight and all that. But these tutorials are nowadays available to all without age difference. People are constructing robots and all materials are being done by even school students. I think you will be inspired to do all this. The actual aim of the program is to inspire you more about the emerging trends, to create awareness at an early age. Early bird catches its prey. So we want to create this awareness at an early stage. That is the objective of all this. This is showing you in right these projects is to tell you that you can also do it. These are things that are not meant for engineering students alone. These can be done by you school students also, right? You should understand the purpose or the objective behind. Now slowly moving on to our professor would explain you about the various prospects and things about learning mechanical engineering, how it is integrated with other areas, and what are the prospects which is there for this particular field.
We hope you had a nice overview of what is being carried out in our department. Students have fabricated cars, different types of cars for competition purposes conducted by SAE, and you have seen about the drone also. We've been explained about one of the key areas of engineering, mechanical engineering, like internal combustion engines. This is only one area. Mechanical engineering has got a lot of scope in many fields. You have refrigeration, air conditioning. You can become a design engineer. You can become an aerospace engineer. You can become a management executive. Many different courses are taught in under mechanical engineering to shape you as a good engineer. And you also, mechanical engineers also have scope in IT. Many of our alumni are working in leading IT companies as IT leaders. So scope, it is not that by doing mechanical engineering you can only be selected for certain areas of industries. You can fit into any type of industry. Any new product development requires skill of mechanical engineers. You have seen to large extent how our people have performed, our students have performed in the department. So by choosing mechanical, you can have a wide scope in different areas. Wish you all good luck. Thank you for patient listening. Wish you good luck.
Dear students, I hope you have enjoyed the demonstration in the mechanical engineering. Yes. See, most of us are having some doubts. What next after 12th? What next after 12th? That's what most of the peoples are experiencing. A perfect plan can make your success easy. In that concern, while preparing for the examination, you can plan based on the blueprint given in each subject. For example, if you take physics, you have to find out the correlation or interconnection between all the topics. So you are going to write exam for 70 marks and 30 marks is for practical. And in the 70 marks, you are going to write 15 1 marks and 6 2 marks, 6 3 marks and 5 5 marks. So out of 70, these are the mark allocation. And after completing your 12th, you will have a doubt what you have to do. There are so many opportunities. You can go with various courses. In terms of engineering, we can choose so many branches, BE as well as BTech. So BE is Bachelor of Engineering, BTech is Bachelor of Technology. If you choose Bachelor of Engineering, it's come in which there are so many courses called Computer Science Engineering, Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Electronics and Communication Engineering, electronics and instrumentation engineering, mechanical engineering, and these are all coming under the Bachelor of Engineering. Along with this, we have Bachelor of Technologies also, and the recent trends, which is artificial intelligence. In that concern, the first degree coming under BTech is Information Technology, followed by Artificial Intelligence and Data Science, which is AIDS, Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, which is AIML. And these are the courses coming under the BTech. So if you are choosing any branches, that's based on your interest. As I mentioned earlier, a perfect plan can make your success easy. See, after choosing the courses, most of the subjects are a little updation of what you have learned in 12th standard. For example, if you take physics, it would be useful in all engineering branches. And the important subject is Python programming. Whatever the courses you are choosing, definitely there will be a Python programming. It would be very useful. So you can concentrate more on that. After choosing the courses based on your interest, you have to study the common subject, which is communicative English, engineering physics, engineering chemistry, mathematics, and these are the common subjects for the people who are entering the first year of engineering. And this is regarding the subjects which you are going to study once you have joined in the engineering courses. And along with this, I would like to ask some questions, like we peoples are not concentrating on the objective of the subject. That's what I'm repeatedly telling. You would have come across with various theories and laws. Have you ever questioned what is the difference between these two? Law, which is a statement which cannot be changed, whereas theories, it can be changed, which means all the theories are challenges to us. We can make any changes in which if you can understand the concepts behind it. For example, if you take the theories behind the origin of the universe, there are three theories: Big Bang theory, pulsating theory, and steady state theory. Recently, science they found a new particle which is called God particle. So based on that, Big Bang theory probably in particular years, definitely it will be called as Big Bang law. We would have come across with various terms like discovery and invention. According to my point of view, invention is wrong concept. Invention is wrong concept. Have you ever questioned about it? Discover is finding something new which is already exist. My question is it possible to find out something new which is not already exist? So invention is entirely wrong concept. So we can find out something new is difficult, which is already exist. That's what we could say. Everything is mimicked from the nature. It's a very good statement. Everything is mimicked from nature. Whatever we are doing, we are mimicked from the nature. Students, those who are studying in 12th standard, especially in physics, you would have come across with the important law which is called Coulomb's law. Have you ever think about the law? Have you ever concentrated on the interconnection between these laws? For example, as I mentioned earlier, there are some interconnection between the electric field, magnetic field, and gravitational field. If you think about the electric field, the law states that Gauss law. The force of attraction or repulsion is directly proportional to product of the charges and inversely proportional to square of the distance between them. This is what Coulomb's law. You can apply the same concept in the magnetic field also. As I mentioned earlier, it is electromagnet. See, in the magnetic field, if you take any magnet, there are two poles, which is North Pole and South Pole, in which also you can apply the same law, which is called Coulomb's inverse square law. You just think about it. The Coulomb's law, we are using charges. So the statement is the force of attraction or repulsion is directly proportional to product of the charges and inversely proportional to square of the distance between them. The same concept we can apply in the magnetic field. In the magnetic field, you can take a pole strength. In between the poles, the force of attraction or repulsion is directly proportional to product of the pole strength and inversely proportional to square of the distance between them. Concept is same. The only change is the term as well as the denotation. The same concept we can apply in the gravitational field also. You just think about the gravitational field. How wondrous nature. If you think about the solar system, all the planets revolves around the sun. Between the sun and the planets, there may be a attraction or repulsion, but still it's a big question mark. If it is attraction force, what will happen? All the planets can be attracted by the sun. If it is a repulsive force, what will happen? All the planets can repel and they can collide with the neighboring planets. So they are balanced. And in that gravitation field also, you can apply the same concept which we have applied in Coulomb's law as well as Coulomb's inverse square law, which is called Newton's law of gravitation in gravitational field. The force of attraction or repulsion is directly proportional to product of the masses and inversely proportional to square of the distance between them. You just think about all the three laws. You can correlate all the three laws. Concept is same, only the term as well as the denotation differs. As I mentioned earlier, whatever we are doing, we are mimicking from nature. And in order to understand that, Einstein has given a three letter to explain how the universe is balanced. It is E equal to mc square. The same concept which was given by the Newton, he has used only the three word. For that, it is nature allows symmetry. This is what I said. All these peoples are mimic from Thirukural. That's what I said. Already our ancestors are given the clear idea about all the new ideas. With this, I would like to end the session now.
Good afternoon to all once again. Welcome back to this program. Many of you have many doubts, I hope. What is the objective of the particular program? Students, we wanted to tell you about the emerging trends and technologies. இப்போ நம்ம பார்க்க போகிறது இட்ஸ் மோஸ்ட் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் ஒன். நீங்கள் எல்லாம் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டடாக பார்க்கக்கூடிய விஷயம் ரொபாட்டிக்ஸ். என்ன சார் போஸ்ட் லஞ்சில் ரொபாட்டிக்ஸ், போஸ்ட் லஞ்சில் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக இருக்கணும். மோஸ்ட் இம்பார்ட்டண்ட் டாபிக்ஸ் எல்லாமே இனிமேல் வருது. பிளேஸ்மெண்ட்ஸ், அடுத்து நீங்கள் உடனே பிளேஸ் ஆகணும். கல்வி முடித்த உடனே வேலை வாய்ப்புக்கு என்ன செய்யணுங்கிறத பிளேஸ்மெண்ட் டிவிஷன்லேருந்து we are going to broadcast you the second session. It will be more interesting, my dear students, after your lunch. I hope you will join us. We'll begin with the robotics. I kindly request Professor Ruskin sir to enlighten you about the excellence of engineering in the meanwhile when our online team connects you to the robotics section. Students, pay your attention. It will be more interesting. I can assure you, right, 100% assurance that it's all about your career hereafter. வாழ்க்கையில் இது வரைக்கும் நீங்கள் பார்த்தது டெய்லி அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸுங்க. மொபைல் ரைட், ஆட்டோமொபைலாக இருக்கட்டும், இல்லைனா வந்து இது கெமிக்கலாக இருக்கட்டும், எப்படி டெய்லி அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸில் இன்ஜினியரிங் அப்ளை ஆகுதுங்கிறத பார்த்தோம். இனி நாம் பார்க்க போகிறது வேலை வாய்ப்புக்கு நம்ம என்ன செய்யணும், அடுத்தது வாட் இஸ் இட் கோயிங் டு பி. இப்போ வெஹிக்கிள் ஆரம்பிக்கிறோம், அங்கேருந்து we are moving to the placement division. We have our PEP called as placement empowerment program. இந்த விஷயங்கள் எல்லாமே உங்ககிட்ட டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ண போகிறோம். அடுத்து வாட் நெக்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப்டர் ப்ளஸ் டூங்கிறத தாண்டி எதை படித்தால் எல்லா எல்லைகளையும் தாண்ட முடியும், ஜீரோ கிராவிட்டிங்கிற சொல்கிற நிலைக்கு எப்படி அடைய முடியுங்கிறத உங்களுக்கு எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ண போகிறது தான் இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம். It is the most interesting part. We have come to the most interesting part. Over to our technical team now. I kindly request Ruskin sir to discuss about the excellence of engineering. In the meanwhile, meet you together with our online team from the robotics lab. Thank you.
கோட் வேணுமா என்ன? கோட்டு டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் இருக்குது. வேண்டாம், கோட் வேண்டாம். கோட் வேணுமா என்ன? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Ruskin Bruce. We had a morning session, and now we are back to the live with post-lunch session. As our Dr. U. Venkateswaran sir told, it's going to be interesting. We are to look at various aspects which are up to the trend. What next? We used to talk about various things which we could get beneficial once when we move towards employment. Nowadays, it started well in the beginning of school times. Early days, it was not like that. It started even after a bachelor degree or even after post-graduation. People thought about various fields. We had plenty of opportunities around, but the trend has changed. We need to be prepared. We need to be focused towards a career. That's the reason why we have plenty of verticals in our college. We are to see some of those now. We'll be moving to a robotics laboratory and also about the e-vehicle, which is a transition in automobile phase, and about the placement empowerment program. We have wonderful things we'll be able to look at one after other. Meanwhile, it's a wonderful occasion. We are from St. Joseph's College of Engineering in Chennai. Meanwhile, you people are at Nagercoil, the southernmost end, or we can say that தமிழ்நாடு அங்கேருந்து தான் தொடங்குது, இந்தியா அங்கேருந்து தான் தொடங்குதுன்னு அடிக்கடி சொல்லுவோம். நாகர்கோயிலை சென்னையிலேருந்து மீட் பண்ணுறோம். இட்ஸ் அ ஹாப்பி திங். இட்ஸ் நாட் பிகாஸ் we are ready to give plenty of things, though we don't want to stop at any point. There are many hindrances, many challenges.
yet we need to reach you people over there. The program started well before 2 months, and we have received around 3,000 odd students meeting our college. They visited plenty of labs. Then we thought next, what next? We have option online. With the advancement, we can reach people who are at the remote places. From Chennai to Nagercoil, maybe like 700 kilometers, but we are reaching well within fraction of seconds. Our department staff members, our college professionals are over there with your teachers. We are very much thankful to the entire team. Meanwhile, I would like to thank each and everyone who is involved at the school level, those who have given opportunity for us to showcase this thing. It's a wonderful thing. We discuss about the engineering excellence, which is being carried out. Okay, so this morning, as Dr. M. Venkateswaran sir told, we discussed about mechanical engineering, the scope and other things. We saw some demonstration which is carried out at the laboratory, even about chemical engineering. Chemical engineers are called as universal engineers. Mechanical engineering, without mechanical engineering, there is nothing, because all the components what are being manufactured, all the things what are being carried out, which is associated with mechanical engineering. So we have seen about mechanical engineering and chemical engineering, but the buzzing word, what we see nowadays, it's about robotics, artificial intelligence, data science, machine learning. So we need to cope up with all these things. We have outcomes, we have better opportunities in the arena. So now we are on the way towards robotics laboratory. So there we will be able to see robots which perform various operations. Nowadays, the robotics and other things, these facilities are available at our reach. Earlier days it was meant for industries. They do calculations. How can these things be implemented in an industry? There were questions like whether this robotic technology is going to replace the manpower. It's not at all to be so. Whenever we have the knowledge, whenever we have the learning about a particular thing, definitely these things will enhance the opportunities. That's a fact. We think that if we teach something to a neighbor, they may grow and we will come down. It's not at all so. When we teach something to our neighbor, they grow and eventually we do grow along with that one. With that, we'll be moving to robotics laboratory. In the robotics laboratory, you'll be able to see, in general, robotics is actually about copying from man. We have natural ability, instinct. We take the sense. When it is too bright, we just, when it is dazzling light, we just blink our eyes because we don't want much intensity of light traveling inside, right? Or else when we have something approaching towards us, we stop it. So these are sensors. So these sensors are employed along to the machines. So we give senses to the machines. Most of the things are attained by nature, okay? So robotics is one of the important thing. Man tried to imitate nature. Whatever the thing, as we know that Wright brothers started flying things with the help of the birds, right? In the same fashion, without those knowledge, we may not have got this ignition. Once when we got that point, we started thinking and creating certain things like that. In the same fashion, we look at each and every creature of God. For example, I will say one thing, this hand what we have, this has plenty of application, right? It can be held flat, it can be held soft, it can be used in various performance. We can use to play music, or you can hold it strong, you can use it to apply force, or you can, yeah, like that. In the same fashion, this is actually termed as a robotic thing with 22 degree of freedom. Okay, for example, if I can move one thing from one side to other, it is called 1 degree of freedom. Like that, it has plenty of joints. It is about like 22 degree of freedom. So God is the greatest creature. We try to imitate him. We are in process of reaching to robotics lab. Our team has gone over there. In a period of time, we'll be reaching to the robotics lab where we will be explaining things about robotics. Meanwhile, as I told you, another laboratory what we are to discuss is about electric vehicle laboratory. In the morning session, we had a look at the internal combustion engine. We saw the power production, how the power is being produced, how is it utilized. In the same fashion, the mode, the heart or the power unit is being changed for various reasons, okay? for emission. Once when certain things are created, we don't look at the outcomes. But later on, in certain cases, we think about the outcome. In such case, automobile pollution is one thing. Emission due to the fossil fuel, that is another thing. And another one important thing is availability of fossil fuel. We are depending chiefly on fossil fuels, petrol, diesel, coal, natural gas and other things. Soon after a while, maybe like 30 years or so down the line, we will not be able to get fossil fuels. By that time, we can't just completely change to electric vehicle. So as of now, we can be happy with the fossil fuels what we have now. But at the end of the day, after 20 years or 30 years, we may not have the infrastructure or we may not have the ability to change it immediately. That is the reason why we are targeting more on electric vehicle. Nowadays we see plenty of automobiles on the road with registration plates with the green color, right? It's a good initiative. Government has come with subsidies for people who get the e-vehicle. So we need to know about the concept. Okay, we have plenty of questions. What if there is a lack of charging stations? Definitely, if we don't have a charging station, we will not be able to travel further. But do we question like this? What if there is no fuel station? Will we be able to go? Definitely not. We have the fuel stations. That's why we are moving it with confidence. In the same fashion, we will be able to have electric charging stations. And also, we have capacity of the batteries improving a lot. Earlier days, it was said that electric vehicles can't travel at higher speeds. Nowadays, it's not like that. Even racing events are being carried out with electric vehicles. The vehicles, what we see, that can have potential enough to take payload, which is quite equivalent to the internal combustion engines. So electric vehicle is one of the good options. But we need to concentrate more on renewable energy sources. So our team has reached the destination and we'll be able to connect to them. Thank you so much. We'll meet again. Yes, our team is about to start over there. Is it clear? Yes. This mute ayichappa. Mute ayicha. This mute ayicha. This mute ayichappa.
Important part of it, which is called as robotics. You know, it is one of the popular topics today, not today, right, which started before 100 years. And now it is at its peak. Everywhere we speak about robots helping human. And we want to know about it, more about it. We have professors here, eminent people waiting to explain you more about robotics. It will be more about career orientation and other prospects of learning this. I hand over the session to Professor Satish from Triple Department to explain about more about robotics, to enlighten you about it. It will be more interesting, I assure you. Now over to Satish, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for welcoming us. And welcome, my dear students. You are here for getting entertained with Electrical and Electronics Department. What you are about to see is a state-of-the-art robotics technology, where we are going to do much number of experiments, and you will get a beautiful opportunity about what to be done after completing engineering. So the focus upon engineering always lies upon robotics. So robotics is not a simple thing that we can understand. We need some engineering standards where you will employ your brain and you will learn much and much more about all the fundamentals you have learned so far in mathematics, science, physics, everything collectively. And regarding the opportunities, what would I like to say is that when you opt for any discipline in engineering, especially, and particularly in EEE, you'll get an opportunity to work with these kind of instruments, as well as you will work with electric vehicles and autonomous cars and etc. So what is my suggestion is, whatever the discipline you choose, you can work with any of these state-of-the-art laboratories. And if you have a quite good certification and experience in these laboratories, the opportunities what you will get, you will be much more when compared to other whatever the degrees you choose for. So if you get a certification in robotics industry, you can avail any of the positions in core companies as well as in IT companies. And similarly, if you are able to work with any electric vehicles, you know that the booming technology is always EVs now, you will get a beautiful opportunity in that. So you have good openings as well as good packages. So this is all about us, and we are going to have a team of ourselves who is going to explain about what we have done so far with this robotics lab and simple experiments that will create you a much understanding about how the robot functions. And thank you. I'm handing over the session to one of my student, Mr. Sanjay.
So my name is Sanjay Kumar. I am from EEE department. So I will teach you about what is a robot and basics of robot. So first, what is a robot? So what's the difference between a robot and a machine? First, a robot is not a machine. So machines and robot vary with the, different type of conditions. So the conditions for a robot is first intelligence. A robot must have intelligence. So if I'm programmed a robot, so it work in a workspace. So if I interrupt the workspace, it should avoid the object or it should wait for the another response. So it should not hit the object. So that's the first thing. And second thing is it must be reprogrammable. As we know, this robot has an ARM processor, which is 1 lakh. We use that ARM processor because of the accuracy and speed. So this processor is much reprogrammable. When come to, let's take an example as washing machine. So when it comes to washing machine, we use embedded system there. So embedded system is one-time programmable. So if we try to reprogram it, the whole system will corrupt and we need to change the entire control panel. So here we have an articulated arm robot. We have many type of robot. In the cities, this is called an articulated arm robot. So shortly it's called triple R because it has 3 revolute joints. So coming to that, so let's take an example as a human hand. So it can replicate all the human things and human work. So what will it do? The first thing is when we come to human hand, we need joints to move. So this robot has 4 joints. This is 1 joint, another one, 3, and last one, this is additional 4. So there are 4 joints. So 4 joints mean in robotics we say degree of freedom. So 4 joints means 4 degree of freedom. So like that we can able to increase the flexibility of the robot. In industrial they use 6 axis cobot, which is more flexible than this. There are 2 types, fence and non-fence. So fence is when we work when it's operating, the workspace must not be disturbed. So this is a fence type, and if they disturb the workspace.
Sanjay, can you explain the movements so that they understand how the joints move here?
Yeah, okay,
yes.
sir. So this robot, let's take a first example with 2 dimension. So in 2 dimension, we draw X, Y. So we point in 2 dimensions. So when we come to 3D figure, we need 3 axes, X, Y, and Z. So this robot resembles in 3 axes. We need to give coordinates in 3 axes. So let me show here. So we have X, Y, Z axis. Let's take an example. The robot is covered with 300 to 300 box, and we are repressing the exact point of the robot where it's standing. So if I change the robot angle, let me show you. So if I change this, the angle will change for me. So this is how I communicate with the processor. The main objective is we need to control the motor. So control in the motor is through this coordinates. So I give the coordinates to the program. It will turn the motor respectively so that it will move the motors to achieve those coordinates. So this is called the homing process. It is used to calibrate the robotic arms coordinates. And here we have written some program. Let me show you another program. We have teach and play. It's a one type of software. We use it to make the robot play an action. We will do the actions. So let me show you. This is called teach and play software. So first, this is empty. As I said, X, Y, Z axis are there. So this resembles the robotics and so on.
Shall I use it?
Yeah, sure, sir. So once so X238 Y. So X, Y, Z coordinates has been recorded.
So what you mean is the first coordinate is being recorded, right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm moving here. What has happened now?
The second coordinate has been recorded.
Okay, if I move there, what happens?
The third coordinate has been recorded.
Okay, now what now?
The fourth is recorded. So the thing is that all the coordinates are recorded in order. So this is called teach. I teach the robot. Now I need to play it. So once I press the start button, it will go in the same order as we previously teached it.
So what you are saying is that if I record the coordinates correctly, it will mimic the same.
Yes, sir.
So the same operation, it has a memory where it can function with all, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Sanjay. That is wonderful. So I need to home again. Will that be possible?
No, sir. The once calibration is enough to the whole process.
Okay, for the next experiment, if I want to perform, should I take it from here or should I home it again?
We need to home it again, sir.
Can you do that?
Yes, sir. So once I need to go out of this one software type. So I need to open this Bloggly. It's another software type. So once it's done, I need to do homing. As the process, as the programming sheet changes, we need to calibrate it again for the better outcome and accuracy. So now my friends Sanjay will show more about the Bloggly website. Bloggly.
I'm Sanjay of EEE department, a pre-final year student, and as he was explaining about those joints and much more, now I'm gonna show
Do an experiment, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna do an experiment with the help of the end effector. End effector is a tool which we use for the performing of a specific task. We have a pen, suction cup, laser engraving kit, gripper, and a 3D printer. This is known as a gripper, which is used to pick an object from a place.
So can you pinpoint me if I'm opting for any gripper, what kind of future scope can I apply for? So if I have an
when I use a gripper, we can use tons of loads in automobile industries. We can use.
So what you say is in automobile sectors, I could use a gripper for moving an object or a load from there.
Load from one place to another.
Okay.
Which we can turn around and twist around, so we can do our tasks easily.
Oh, that is wonderful. Yeah, continue.
Next, this is a laser engraving kit, which is used to engrave letters, texts, or some shapes and designs.
Can you give me an application where this laser engravement can be used?
In the industries, in the automobile industries, we have some chases number and all. That is, those number are engraved in metal using these lasers with the help of robotic arms, which is much more efficient than manual work.
So what you say is whatever the engravements we find in the vehicles, it is because of these laser engravements. Yes. Oh, wonderful. That is wonderful to know.
Then comes the 3D printer. This one is everyone must be knowing about 3D printing. This is like printing plastic or molding a plastic and for required shapes.
So I used to visit shots very frequently. So in those short videos, I used to find many parts to be printed by using 3D printing technology. Was it the same?
This is not same as those 3D printers, because we use this end in the robotic arm. So in those normal 3D printers, we use linear movement and that will be in a huge scale. These are for miniature scales.
Okay, so I could go for any miniature objects that can be printed.
Yeah, any size, any small sized material can be printed with the help of this heating end.
So one robot can be customized for all these applications, is it?
All these applications can be used with the help of this single robotic arm. We can just interchange the end effector from the robot, and we can change the.
So what is in it for me if I get trained in all these end effectors? Do I have any future scope?
If you are like good in programming and like you all know about these end effector, then you can get a certification in a company. Then everyone will be knowing about ABB, right? They are well known for robots and robotic arms. They will be like if we are very good in these end effectors and robots, ABB.
I could get the possibility of getting hired.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then now we are gonna see a small experiment with the help of these two robotic arms.
So my dear students who are listening to this video, please listen to this experiment what is being displayed, because it is actually a coordinated action of two articulated arms, which is much complex to be understood. So controlling two arms with two different computers and getting coordinated, that is the main functionality. So look at it, look at the object which is being kept and how the conveyor gets started up, and see the whole process where the second arm comes into action. While the second arm comes into action, you will find it will again displace the object from one place by making a movement linearly. So that is where these two robots stand aside. The first robot is fixed, the second robot moves, and the second robot picks, and again it moves and places it at the exact coordinate where my student has fixed it there. Okay? So, and another cycle is also meant for you to, for the greater understanding. Please watch through. So what human mind thinks is that ரொம்ப சின்ன சிம்பிளான விஷயம் தானே, ஒரு ஆப்ஜெக்ட் தூக்கி அப்படியே வச்சுட்டு போயிடலாம் இல்லையா? பட் having a knowledge about controlling an arm, a mechanical arm, a robot, and configuring that to do the same operation, mimicking how the human arm moves, is much difficult than what you think. So all you can see is a coding at the computers next to the robot. We have much number of loops to be inherently written, all with respect to Python programming. So the idea is, if you know Python code, if you are able to code anything, then you are able to control the robot. That is the answer.
As Sir said, these two robots work synchronously at the same time for keeping a load from one place to another. Now, our senior Kaviars will explain some more things.
Hi Kaviars, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine, sir. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. And you are about to explain.
Yeah, myself, Kavir, sir, final year student from Department of EEE. Myself, I'm going to explain the concept of communication and the software used to control the robot.
So, dear students, please focus through this session because it is the core, because we are going to understand about how to code the robot and robotic arm from his speech. So, listen through the whole process. Thank you.
Yeah, generally like TV remote, we have to interface with the robot and the computer. So we can interface wirely and wirelessly. For wirely mode of communication, we can use the USB hub. Here we can see the USB port clearly, which is need to be connected to the robot, and this interface is to be connected to the computer. And in wireless mode, we have two options. One having that Wi-Fi kit.
So show me the Wi-Fi kit. So how would I connect it? Any ideas about that? Oh, we have a pin right here, right?
Yes, sir. In Robot Studio, we have the 13 input output pins. We can see here clearly, like that 13 output pins are here. In that we want to connect in communication.
Do I have any tagging over there for communicating it?
Yes, sir. We have communication interface.
Interface, okay.
Like we have stepper motor, GP4, GP3, like many communication interfaces are available.
Okay.
We want to connect parallelly, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Continue. Please.
Yeah, in this box we have a Wi-Fi module, and like that, here we have a Bluetooth kit also. Using both, we can control the Robot Studio robot arm.
So what you say is, I have all modes of options, all modes of communication interfaces with the robot, right?
Yes, sir. We can either choose wirely or wirelessly.
So the indirect phenomena is, if I learn the communication interfaces, I still gather more information and knowledge with respect to engineering. Yes, so any discipline if I choose, if I study CSE department, if I study IT department, I do have certain options like learning these communication interfaces. It still make me wonderful, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, continue.
And we have an advanced option called joystick play mode. Here we also have an USB hub which is need to be connected to the robot, and using joystick we can just play with the robotic arm and control it.
Students, this is where you can play. Yeah, you can see that. You all have PS interfaces, PS PlayStations, Xbox, right? The same Xbox controllers can be used here for controlling the robot too. So if you want to play with PS or PS PlayStations, Xbox, and you can still play with these robots. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And next we are going to the software control. Here I can show you the software options available in the Robot Studio app. You can download the Robot Studio app in.
So is it open source, Mr. Kaviar, sir?
Yeah, it's open source. Anybody can download from any website, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, here we can various applications, teach and playback, write and draw, blockly, script, leap motion. Mouse.
What is leap motion?
Yeah, I come. Yeah. Leap motion, mouse, laser engraving, 3D printing. I come from 3D printing and laser engraving options are used whenever the end effector, laser engraving and 3D printing kit is mounted to the robot end effector.
Okay.
And mouse option we can control with the mouse, sir.
Okay.
Just mouse.
So the controller becomes mouse.
Yeah. And leap motion, we have a leap function module which we can just suck or grab an object with the hand gestures, sir.
Okay. So what you say is gesture control is also possible.
Yeah, yes, it's also possible, but we
very
want to
good.
connect the module to the robot, sir.
Okay. So the corresponding module governs me in providing the control there
Yes, sir.
with the UI user interface.
With the hand gestures, sir.
So students. So please listen to this talk because this is going to be a wonderful one because you can play with robots, you can work with robots, you can make customizations, you can make extensions with the robots, and also you can perform codings also. So thank you, Kavir sir.
And my last two, just Blockly and script. Blockly is an just easy and very interesting learning way of coding, in which the coding are already developed as a patterned block, which we want to arrange in a pattern and just command the robot to move the arm.
So can you help me with any one of these applications here?
Yes, I come in right back.
Okay.
I just explain the options.
Options on?
Script, sir.
Yeah.
Script is a traditional programming language. We can use Python script to code the program and move the coordinates simultaneously, sir.
Yeah.
And I just demonstrate that one option, write and draw,
Okay.
which we input an text or on any emoji like pictures.
Okay.
And using the pen and effector, the robotic arm draws the.
So what you have exchanged here is an end effector with a pin, right?
Yes, sir.
So this pin has been mounted there and you are about to enclose any shape or name on that.
Yes.
So can you display triply in that? Is it possible?
Yeah, of course possible, sir.
So what you have written is triply, is it? Okay, thank you. So is it writing?
Yes, sir.
So can I change the accuracy in that?
Yeah, all the customization is possible through the software.
Wow, wonderful, Kavir. So what you have displayed is one of the applications.
Yes,
so
yes.
for these much things I could do in a single robot, is it?
Yes, sir. Just we want to interchange the end effector using, here we have a butterfly clip. Using that we can interchange the end effector, various end effector you've seen before.
So could I change the magnitude of the shape, size?
Yeah, I just explained, sir.
Yeah.
You can see the software clearly here.
So this is the software, right?
Yeah, this is a software. Here we can see a semicircle. Here,
Place.
Yeah, this is called a workspace.
Okay.
If you
What do
want-
you mean by workspace then?
Yeah, if you want to move a robot or write or draw a thing,
Okay.
you want to place the object in here.
Inside the workspace.
Inside the workspace.
Okay.
If you put an object outside.
So can you put any shape in spite of getting a text?
Yeah, of course, sir. Yeah, I just put emoji, smiley emoji.
Okay.
I placed just near triply, sir.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, you ask the to adjust the magnitude, just we can slide here.
Increase
to
and
that,
decrease the
increase
magnitude.
and
Yeah,
magnitude.
that is quite understandable.
Yeah.
So students, please look at the work, what has been done. You can see an emoji drawn by a robot in specific to the accuracy and pinpoint resolution. Everyone can see that, right? Yeah, it was awesome, Kavir. Thanks for explaining that.
Yeah, you can see the various softwares there. It is one of an example write and draw software in which we using the pen effector we can draw or write and text, sir. And
So, but do you have anything to be spoken about the future scope with respect to robotics?
yeah, sir. The end effector defines the job of the robot, sir. The arm mimic our human activities. We can place the robot where the human cannot work. For example, repairing the submarines or space.
What you say is hostile environments.
Yeah.
So where humans cannot be entered, I could employ a robot there.
Yeah.
So if I know the specific knowledge about how to control the robot, how to code the robot, then I too have a job there, right?
Yeah, of course, sir. There are various. Yeah, recently Chandrayaan-3 launched, and NASA also launched Curiosity space rover, where if a screw is loosed, A human cannot go through space and just tighten comes, sir. It's maybe so much costly. Where the robot is implemented and we can use it, sir, to tighten the screws.
Okay.
Myself friend Nitin Joel explained the linear kit.
Thank you. Forward.
Yes, sir. So I'm Nitin Joel. So now I'm going to explain about the linear rail. So this is what my friend told a linear rail about. So basically, when you see this robot is just a fixed robot. The foundation is fixed on the ground and it can't able to move further. So, and I have already told about workstation where the workspace of the robot is limited.
Okay.
So if I'm standing here and I'm able to raise my hand like this, I can't able to pick the objects there because the maximum reach of my hand is limited. So the same is for the robot also. The robot has a maximum reach of 32 centimeter. After this, the robot can't reach anything away. So if it needs to pick up object where placed here, then it has to travel to the entire distance and you have to pick there. So for that purpose, we have installed the linear rail kit. The word linear rail resembles that the robot will move only in one direction, that is in a horizontal manner.
So could I opt for any accessories apart from these coordinates where I could find the linear axis movement in one particular direction? Could I opt for another direction? Is it possible?
Yes, sir, it is possible. It is only a linear rail where it's move only one direction. If you opt for another linear rail, which is to be mounted on this way, so that this entire setup will be mounted on that linear rail, so that the robot will move on horizontal vertical like this on the x-axis, and the entire linear rail kit, which is mounted on another linear rail kit, will move along the another axis. So we can customize it to move in two axes.
Can you move that so that we can see? Is it possible?
So another thing I want to say is now the robot is extended to the maximum. So you can see a red light is blinking here, which means the robot has entered into the state of singularity, which means now the robot can't be controlled anymore.
So if I do any operations, will my robot function?
No, now see I am just controlling the axis, but now the robot is not moving because now the robot is completely in the state of singularity. So to make it come back to its workstation, I have make it to go back to its normal.
Oh, the indication has been changed.
Now you can see the indication is now in green color, which means the robot is ready to work. So now I am going to move the linear rail accordingly in that direction. Now
So I could see a fine movement there. I could not see a speedy movement. Why?
Because I am just teaching the robot how to move. So all the dimensions of the robot are measured only in terms of millimeter. So whenever I am clicking the button, you can see the directions of the movement in millimeters only. The entire length of the robot linear rail is about 1000 mm. So it will move along 1000 mm. See, when I am kicking plus L plus, the linear rail is moving towards the other side. Now you can see it's around 300 mm from the home position.
So my question is, I am going to learn all these. What is my future scope?
The future scope is about the word robotics. Many of them things like anti-humanoid robots, where you can see in movies like real robots standing like a human. But the real-time applications of robots is only for articulated arm robots. They are used in many industries like automobile industries and medical industries, space research, and you can also see in Vikram movie where the fighting sequence is completely taken using
what you say is about the interval break scene,
yes,
right?
Sir. The interval break scene, the camera is mounted by an articulated arm robot and it speeds about 500 meter per second, which will move 500 meters,
5 meters per second,
5 meters per second within a second. So it will move very fastly. The name of the robot is Monocobot. So it will move, it is the fastest robot.
Okay. And they have used that for filmography, right?
Yes, filmography. In many applications are there for robots. Now, you have already learned about end effectors, right? Here we have used succession cup. You can also use solder or any other small nanotechnology tools. Companies like NVIDIA, Intel, AMD, all these are microprocessor manufacturing companies. All these processors are about manufacturing 9mm microprocessors, which humans can work manually. So on that field, you should use only articulated arm robots, which make them to manufacture those small nanotechnologies. So robots are the only thing which can go to that precision. Human and manual works can't be, because we have so much error in that.
Okay, students. Okay, this was wonderful, Mr. Nitin. And thank you, my dear students, for explaining all of these. So the conclusion is, Dear students, dear school students, you all have wonderful experience in physics, chemistry, etc. And likewise, for the updation in technology, you also need some updation in robotics, which will help you out in the upcoming fields and wherever you get placed for. So my wishes for you all, and please learn robotics and choose any of the engineering discipline so that it will be helpful for you in the near future as well as for your career. Thank you. Thanks for visiting us. Thanks for visiting our research robotics lab. Thank you so much.
Ready? Yes. So it was good that we saw the robotics as we discussed. It's like doing things as we people do. We can sense things, we can understand things by our sensory organs. In the same way, we create machines to do with senses. We can see as like that robot can see, it can identify things, it can do things. So that once when we implement robot in an industry or in our day-to-day life, they can help us to do the works in an efficient manner. That is an important thing. We are in early stages, but still there is a promising development in the field of robotics. In earlier days, there weren't much application, but nowadays we can see plenty of robots. Even the one we saw in the laboratory, it is very small in size. It can pick a small payload, but it can identify color, it can identify shape. Meanwhile, we saw the applications. It can have a pen and it can write as we do. That is the thing, articulation, what we say about. So it can write or it can, that is what we do, right? This is the end effector, that is our hand. With the instrument, if we can have a brush, we can paint, we can write with a pen, or if we can have a knife to cut certain things. In the same fashion, the industry, they do things like having things like this. They can have an end effector. So it can paint, it can, you can write or it can cut. Nowadays we see plenty of things making the cuts in an effective manner. The designs or the metals are being cut as per the design. Earlier days we used to have grills and other things welded together. We can cut intrinsic cuts, just like the design what we see in the photograph. We can make a cut in a sheet of metal. There is a reason why we are able to create designs which are useful in day-to-day life. So robot plays an important role integrated with computer. As we discussed, robotics is not purely of any particular department. There is integration of mechanical, electrical, computer. All these things are integrated. So that is about robotics. Now we are in the process of moving towards placement empowerment. We are having an objective to attain excellence. We want to excel in various fields. The dimensions what we have are plenty. We have basic knowledge. Once when we step on to bachelor degree, we create a platform. Then we move towards a specialization. But the demand is more. They are asking for things which are very much needed from the second year or third year during your bachelor degree. That is the reason why we focus on the placement empowerment on the early stages. Of course, you people could have worked with robotics and other fields even in your school times as well, right? That is the reason we have placement empowerment cells. We have heard about cloud computing, then about IoT and other things, right? These are emerging trends. There are special training being carried out. as in the inaugural session, our Dr. U. Venkateswara sir told, AWS certification. These certifications are made open to the public. Nowadays, one can excel by learning these things. If a student or a professional is learning these things, they can opt to go on particular field. That is the importance. So we have a placement empowerment program. We call it a SPEP. We move towards that one. There we'll be able to have a variety of things which is being carried out. Okay. So far, it's been nice that we are moving towards the conclusion of this session, and we have seen plenty of laboratories. You people have taken a session on cyber security. So it's good that you have learned something and you have seen how the laboratories or how the instruments are being utilized on the career side. Now we move towards the placements, okay? And our team is moving towards that one. We are happy to meet you people virtually, okay? Being there at your school premises, we are at our college premises. Our staff members have come over there. Your school have taken the necessary steps to provide the opportunity for us to showcase this, and it's a meaningful one. Once when you people step into the career, you will be able to opt. So we are heading towards the placement empowerment program. Over to you. Thank you so much. Yes. Good, we are back to the studio, and here, as I told, we are nearing towards the conclusion of this session. We have PEP, that is Placement Empowerment Program. Our team is about to reach there to showcase the various verticals which are available over there. On this occasion, as I would like to add some more things. We are focused towards the placements because opportunities are grabbed. We need to grab the opportunity at the right time. We people get the energy once when we are learning things, and we have the energy to enthusiastically apply it once when we complete the degree. Once when we have the stage to perform, that is a great thing. So we focus more towards the placements, and we try to give the best to the students. In that case, we have defined different verticals. Verticals in the sense, emerging trends which are apart from the curriculum. The engineering degree or a professional degree, there's a set of framed thing, so-called syllabus, as we have in our studies. Apart from that, we have verticals which are moving towards the requirement of the industry. Whatever it to be, say to be like 3D printing, that is one of the wonderful thing, emerging thing, which is costly. But once when we is practiced, that becomes reality. In earlier days, we didn't think about having 3D printing in affordable price, but now it's made possible. In the same fashion, we are doing certain things which are being printed. Nowadays, metals can get printed. For example, the aerospace industry, they have the parts, they are numbered. There are plenty of parts. Say to be like Boeing or Airbus, they have a manufacturing hub. They have the application at some far end. They have like thousands of components. They need to have those things transported from one place to get it done. For example, if there is a repair to be carried out, if we are in need of a particular component that needs to be transported, that could take a period of time. The logistics and the thing, that could take some time. And we can't have warehouse where we can have the 1,000 components made ready. So these things are made to be real with the help of 3D printing. It is said that in future we will not be having these components manufactured at all. Whatever the component that is needed, that can get printed. So this is one technology which is an emerging thing. So we have 3D printing. 3D printing is printing of components, even metals. That is what we talk about. There are challenges. That is one particular thing. So students are focused towards that thing. Even during their course of education, they learn about 3D printing right from the beginning. Say to be like from second year, they move on. Once then they travel for the next 3 years in this particular field, they will become excelled or expertise in that particular field. So do we have different platforms. Like as I told earlier, yes, we have 3D printing, CAD, or even IoT. Okay, so like that we are planning to showcase those platforms. We have a variety of things being carried out. That is a need of the hour. Okay, earlier days, once when we have the degree, we can get the job. Later on, once when we can communicate with the degree, we can do it. But nowadays, the trend is a bit different. We need to have the skill along with the degree. So we are moving towards it. Okay. So you people need to do it in such a way. As you people are at the school level, do best and learn as much you can. Okay. Now over to our team with the placement empower. Thank you.
You have been watching continuously. We thank you for your patient listening. We have so much of content, that is why we could not stop explaining about things, right? We are so enthusiastic. Again, we are into this. We saw the electrical vehicle moving in the morning, I hope. And now the brains behind that, this is where it started, right? We have the electrical vehicle laboratory here in our college. And the whole mission which you which you saw running is fabricated, and the whole brains behind it is in this particular lab which we have now. Moving on to the electrical vehicle laboratory, I hand over the session to Professor Velmurugan, who will be explaining about the various aspects of e-vehicle, which is going to be the prominent technology and the most rewarding technology of the future. Over to Velmurugan, sir.
Sir, good evening, sir. I'm Velmurugan from St. Joseph College of Engineering from the Department of EEE. I'm here to share my views on electrical vehicle technology. Electrical vehicle is nothing but recent technology innovations and also technology innovations based upon the advancement in technology, the customization of battery and the customization sizing of modeling and the selection of components makes us to think autonomous vehicle. Apart from this, right, driving the electric vehicle by using a battery is not a new one, because the first EV vehicle has been developed during the 18th century. But we are in 2023 in the semi-autonomous vehicle. As soon as we can see a full autonomous vehicle, for that we require 250 plus sensors are required for driving an autonomous vehicle in the on roads. So apart from this, why EV is required? So in olden days, that is environmental policy indices. Last year during 2022, we are in 167th position out of 180. Whereas in 2023, we are in 177th position of 180. So day by day, we are increasing the emission of carbons. So morning, one of my colleagues from my institution have developed and explained the operations of an IC engines. Right? Thus, we are not finding any fault with the IC engines, even though more than 1 decade, right? It is performing very well. Apart from this, it is a time for making a new era at transportations by using an battery operated vehicles. In 2022 alone, right, a 4 lakh, 23 plus electric vehicles have been sold in India. For the last 10 years, government is giving many subsidies based upon the capacity of the battery as well as the capacity of the vehicles. We can say that rupees 10,000 has given a subsidy per kilowatt hour. Those are getting an EV vehicles. Apart from this, they are giving a free waiver for registration also. Why the government is giving? So beyond this, the promotion of electric vehicles in India, right? Apart from this, we need to think that government is giving or indirectly insisting as there is a good career opportunity in power sector also. Whereas for the past, you can raise a question, sir, it is an 18th century vehicle, now we are in 20th century. What do you find the solution for the past 100 years? Yeah, we have customized a few things from 18th to 20th century. In olden days, the size of the motor, you can see here, see it is very large, right? Whereas now we are using hub motors as well as a brushless DC motor, which is capable of 24 volt, that can be operated at 1 kilowatts of battery. Apart from this, sizing of the battery, right, we have, due to an advancement in technology, we are having a long range of battery by changing various catalytics, right? We know that battery is nothing but we are going to dip 2 different electrodes in a common electrolytic solutions, right? By making a different composite materials, right? We are doing researches. So far, from the alkaline battery, we are operating under lithium-ion battery. Few of our students are working in a lithium-ion battery now. Tomorrow, we may be working on sodium-ion battery. Day after tomorrow, we will be on the solid-state technology, which makes us, the only thing is, the weight of the battery should be very low, then size of the machine should be very less, and weight of the machine also should be very less. So, maybe in future, I am showing that now the size of the hub motor, it takes around 8 centimeter, right? Maybe day after tomorrow, maybe in next 30 years, right? The size of the motor as well as the battery should be very less and very less. Maybe the compatibility is the very hurdles now. Apart from this, the charging infrastructure is the major hurdles when talking about the electric vehicles. Now, we have developed many DC to DC converter, which makes to reduce the hurdles in charging the EV vehicles. Then, when you are talking at the benchmark of the EV, at the time of 2030, we will be reaching a 60% of a two-wheeler can be replaced by an EV. So that we can say that 30 millions of electric vehicles is required for the next 40 years. So indirectly, we can expect a good career opportunity in the electrical engineers. Not only as an EV engineer, if you are going to be an electrical engineer, you'll be having a good career opportunity. Why means for the next 40 years, you are going to require, we are required more than a 30 million electrical cars, either maybe the two-wheeler or a three-wheeler. Level of charging as of now, we are having a 3 level of charging. Level 1, we are having an 120 voltage. Level 2, 240 voltage. Whereas level 3, we will be having a 480 voltage for charging the bus. I can say that we will be having a good career opportunity for the next 40 years. Apart from the developing an EV vehicle, indirectly the electric persons are required for developing and manufacturing the motors and batteries and making and converters and also designing the controllers. For apart from the prototype modeling, we require a 2 more software is sufficient to be an engineers, right? For MATLAB is required, we require a MATLAB software for modeling of making a converter to be an find the efficient converter, because we are having a 96 type of converter with a different input voltage. You can say that based upon the input and based upon the modulation index, we can vary the output voltage. Apart from that, right, we need to make an manufacturing in a motor section and the converter sections. Not only electrical engineers are required, I also require many automation, right, in embedded engineers, right. As we are in an autonomous vehicle, for that we require a robotics industry. When you are coming into a full autonomous vehicle, right, we are 250 plus sensors going to do an fully automated vehicles. As soon as within the next few years, you may travel in a full autonomous vehicle without a driver. You can travel from one place to another place. With a small intro, just these are all the persons. My students are doing research workers in the electrical vehicle research laboratory. These students are doing develop a prototype model by using a special electrical machines. As I said before, we have a conventional DC machines have been used for a DC machines or DC motor for driving in one place to another place. Nowadays, as a recent involvements and the recent advancement makes us to use a special electrical machines. We have done a brushless DC motor for driving in and developing a prototype model from one place to another place. Right? Thank you.
So, good evening. I'm Shreya from the Department of EEE, a pre-final year. As you all know, we are here to know more interesting facts about how EV is going to work in the near future. So, initially to start with the topic, we all know what EV is all about. EV is called as an electrical vehicle. EV is called as a transportation shift, where it is most commonly used in the automotive industry, where it makes the travel even more comfortable when it compared to the normal vehicle. In those days, people normally use fuel in the internal combustion, where it costs a larger amount and it is not much safer. Nowadays, since there is an EV, since EV is going to take the world, the batteries are more commonly used, and it also gives the supportive, it is also in supportive and more important material. So moving on to the types of EV, before that, normal vehicle produce a lot of pollution where there is a dramatical change in the climatic condition. If EV comes into existence, it is already into existence, and in the future there will be a lot. This reduces the amount of pollution and it does also bring the climatic change under condition. So moving deep into the concept, let us know the different types of EV. The 3 major types that we have in EV is a battery electrical EV, hybrid electrical EV, and fuel cell electrical EV. Not the first in the line is a battery electrical EV. The name says the battery. Here, the battery is the main component which is used in the engine. These are, if it's a battery, it is more rechargeable, and it does not have any internal combustion. As I said, the internal combustion needs a fuel, mixture of fuel and the oxidizer and the other components. Since the name says battery, here the battery is the main component, not only the main, but the only component. It does not produce any emission. The second, this also produces an efficiency of 84 to 93%. A normal EV vehicle produces an efficiency of 74%. Since it's in battery electrical vehicle, it is quite complex and it is more used. The second type on the row is the
hybrid electrical vehicle. The name says hybrid. This is a combination of both internal combustion and an electric motor. The electric motor is the most 90% used. The battery also plays a major role here. The engine which is used here is a gasoline. Since it's a gasoline, the gasoline produces an efficiency of 34%. Since it is inculcated or implemented here in the hybrid electric vehicle, the efficiency differs from 10 to 50%. The third, last but not the least, is the fuel cell electric vehicle. The name says fuel. So the main component which is used here is the hydrogen. The hydrogen also has efficiency, and it is also going to take the world in the near future. The hydrogen fuel has an efficiency of about 60%. If the fuel is a diesel, it has an efficiency of 50%, and if it is used as in the battery, it will be about 10%. So the advantage, the main advantage of why we use EV, as I said, it reduces the pollution, it brings a climatic change under the control, the maintenance cost is quite easier, and it can be traveled anywhere at any time. The normal vehicle produces a lot of emission where it dramatically changes the climatic condition, but the EV vehicle does not do it. So EVs, as I can assure you, EV is going to take the near future, not in 2 to 3 years, but later on the 30 years. So without further delay, I will hand over my session to one of my co-mate, Gopi Krishna. He is also from the Department of EEE.
So hello guys, I am Gopi Krishna from the Department of EEE, and I am here to explain about the basic hub motor setup. So previously we used IC engines. There are two main components. One is engine and another one is fuel tank. So in EV, we are replacing the fuel with the battery and engine with the motor. So commonly, there are more motors in the electric vehicle. So that is PMSM, that is permanent magnet synchronous machine, and SRM, switch reluctance machine, and Teslas are using the induction motor. So out of this, for this segment, the BLDC motor is more suitable, and it holds a immense amount of advantages. Since in the name itself, it is BLDC, brushless DC motor. So no brushes means no friction. No friction means it can have a higher efficiency, and since it has higher efficiency, there will be no wear and tear losses. So longer lifespan. So it has a high power to weight ratio. Since it is brushless, this part of the wheel is known as hub. Since the motor is coupled in this part, it is known as hub motor. It runs at the maximum speed of 45 km per hour and around 2200 RPM, and it has a capacity of 1 kilowatt. So coming to the
experiment, how to drive and how the
yes, sir. Just start. Sir, this is the throttle, this is how we accelerate the vehicle. So if I give full throttle, the engine automatically works. The motor itself is in the wheel. So there will be no external context. So the size is also compact. It can be used in the applications like scooters. So next, since it is a DC motor, it can be powered by battery. So here we are having lithium ion phosphate battery. It is the same battery that the Tesla is used in the Model S. So it is 48 volt, 24 ampere battery. So coming to the history of batteries, previously we used non-rechargeable batteries, that is alkaline batteries. So coming to the EV segment, lead acid battery holds the major advantage in mid of 1980s. So majorly it has low energy density and shorter ranges. So currently we are using LiFePO4. So it is the safest mixture of the lithium ion battery, and it is the second composition. So recently you might have heard that the Ola bikes are catch fires. So it is mainly due to overloading of the vehicle. The manufacturer specifies some current critical load. That is, for example, the bike should be only loaded at 50 kg, but the driver loads up to 70 or 80 kg. So the motor drives a large amount of current and the battery also drains at a higher rate. So it causes the conductors to catch fire. So that is the major cause for the incident. And to mitigate this, we are using BMS, that is battery management system. It is considered as the heart of the battery. Its main role is to prevent the battery in overloading condition and always works in the safer side. So I am handing over in section to my friend Jaganthan.
Hi guys, I'm Jaganthan from the Department of EEE, and I'm here to explain about the parameters to be known during the operation of an EV. So majorly there are three blocks: the battery, the motor and the controller. So here we are using a 1 kilowatt motor And the battery we use here is lithium iron phosphate battery. So its rating is 1.2 kilovolt and 24 ampere hours. So this system is called as the drivetrain system. This is responsible for delivering the power from the battery to the wheel. So let's start from the BLDC controller. This controller controls the voltage, speed, torque, and many other factors of the motor. And going to the supply part, here we give three-phase AC supply, U, V, W. And then the battery voltage rating and the amps rating can be seen here. We give the input as 50 ampere, 50 volt, but here we get 49.7 volts. This is due to the internal resistance in the wire. And the battery amps rating can be seen during the operation of EV. Then, as he said, he left a battery, so I'm starting from the battery management system. The battery management system is responsible for monitoring the state of battery, thermal management system, and the charge and discharge cycles. So, there are three major factors to be noted during the battery management system. That is SOC, SOH, and DOD. The SOC stands for state of charge. It tells the available energy in a battery. And SOH stands for state of health. It tells the difference between a fresh battery and the current battery. And DOD stands for depth of discharge. It tells about the energy that is discharged from the battery. For example, if the SOC is 100%, the DOD is 0%, and vice versa. And the SOH is nearly 100% during the manufacture, and the battery gets degraded as we go on. And moving on, here, as I said, the controller controls all the operations of the motor, and it's like the brain of the EV. So this brain requires some sensory inputs. So the two major inputs are speed and position. So for position, we are using a Hall sensor status. This Hall sensor status tells it about the alignment of magnetic field around the rotor. As even when the wheel rotates, you can see the status keeps on changing. So this gives the position feedback back to the controller. And then this is the display section. Here you can see whether the vehicle is in forward mode or reverse mode. And here you can see the throttle percentage.
Yes, dear, right. So happy that you're all explaining the theory behind it. But as you all know, right, young kids are there, they belong to +1 and +2. Just tell them, right, what happens in a nutshell, right, because it is too heavy, right, when you give the theory, because you're all grown-up engineers and we are from an institution which offers a background. And they are little kids, +1 and +2 kids, might not be doing all the theory, all that behind. Can you just put it in simple words, right, the difference between the traditional vehicle and the one which you are operating with the battery?
Sure, sir. So first let's operate at 50% throttle and you can see the changes over the wheel speed and RPM. So you can see the speed is around 29 km per hour and the RPM is 382. So now let's go at 100% throttle and you can see the current rating. It went till 2.5 amperes and then it dropped to 1 ampere even when we travel at the high speed. So this is because the motor requires a high peak current to start. So after it gets a particular speed, it doesn't require that much current. So it travels at a saturated
So you mean to say that, right, even at high throttle, it will give a better performance?
Yes, sir. Only for starting the motor, we require a peak current.
Okay, right, then it will be more, so it will be more economical than the regular traditional vehicle. Yes. What are the other benefits we have apart from this?
Like, in which modes?
In this EV, right, there are so many myths which people have, right? One is all about the battery, right? There are so many myths which revolves around the EV vehicle. And can you just break all that and try to say that it's going to be the future?
Yes. Why can't you give that to Mr. Sanjay? He will explain that.
Yes, Sanjay, kindly tell us how it is going to be the future, right? From the traditional vehicle. So
I'll just hold on to it. Now, we know that every country is pushing for renewable energy, right? Even India has projected that by 2030, every vehicle on the road must be EV. Because every other country, every industry is concerned about carbon emission. Because we are all destroying our earth on our own, right? We're digging our own grave. So going into EVs is the best step to reduce emissions.
Yeah, that's right. We said it's all about emission, I understand. So when you think about battery, that people say you have to replace the whole battery, which is equal to the cost of anything, right? when you replace the whole battery, right, it's going to be a little costlier, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. How are you going to justify that?
You don't really have to replace a battery. If you're operating a battery under normal conditions that your manufacturer, wherever you bought your EV from, if you operate it in the condition that he specified, then you don't have to replace your battery. It depends on how you use it. Like your phones, it's the normal operated voltage or percentage is 20 to 80. Only when you charge it above 80 or use it below 20% does the battery health go down. That's the same case with EVs. So the more you use it rashly, more you use your battery rashly, the more probability that you have to change it. But if you use it under the optimal condition, you don't have to change your batteries. Like they have an expected lifespan of about 10 to 20 years.
Yeah, that's the myth. Wonderfully said, my dear, right? You wonderfully explained. This is the myth most of the people have about battery vehicles, right? They try to justify that though it's a renewable energy, we'll not be able to. So one another challenge that we face is when I have to travel 400 kilometers, right, can I travel in a car with a single charge for about 400 meters, which is not possible?
It is possible. Like Tesla, for example. Tesla in one charge can travel way more than 400.
I understand, my dear. Right. Let us talk about the Indian situation, about what Kia has developed or what Tata Motors has developed. Yes. And let us not go beyond our thing and talk about Tesla.
Sure, okay.
Let us talk something, but what we have in Tata Motors and what do we have in other things, right? We are not able to move more kilometers in a single charge. How are we going to justify this? How are we going to overcome this particular challenge?
It's not that we can't go a lot of kilometers in a single charge. It's that the batteries that we're using, their capacity will only provide that much, right? Will only provide that much. But if we go into better batteries, researchers are going into developing better batteries. If you go into better batteries, then the amount you can travel will increase. Again, they talked about battery management system, right? It controls the whole charging and discharging cycle of the battery. So the better battery management systems will also enable you to efficiently use the battery, right? So you can go even more.
Why we don't have many charging stations across the...
We actually do. Up until like 2020, we didn't have a lot of charging stations. But right now in 2023, we have more than 100 charging stations across India. Even Tamil Nadu, I've seen multiple BYD cars, multiple Tata EVs running on the road. The not having charging stations was a problem of the past. Right now, we have a lot of charging stations in Tamil Nadu.
I think I've answered all the questions of what young children would have had in their minds about battery vehicle, right? We do have many charging stations, as my friend rightly put it. It is the usage that determines the life of a battery. A wonderful thing, many of us talk about replacing it, and that's one myth behind the EV vehicles. And you were talking about the throttle and other interesting facts. And we need to consider the fact of children also. They are listening right from morning. So it could be a little heavy for them. And thank you all young children who are enthusiastically participated. Let's all come together. I kindly request the people from EV and robotics to come together. Let's all wish young children to come into the latest technology. I kindly ask you all to assemble right before here, so that we'll all wish them, wave them a goodbye, right? So that we'll move on to the next important section called as the placement empowerment program. We need to give them the idea, the various measures that are taken in the college to get more package. And here is our robotics team and e-vehicle research team, which is working consistently to implement this knowledge. Already we said when people are thinking about technology, our group of institutions has started implementing it. We have run several shows and we have participated in several events and competitions related to robotics and e-vehicle, and we have won many titles. We have got more than 5 crores of grant towards this particular aspect, and a lot of things are happening. We are going to look into the visuals of the placement empowerment program, and this is one of the verticals you'll be looking at. This is working on a large scale. I'll be talking about placement empowerment program, House of Programming Experts, and Sarah even. Thank you all people for your wonderful cooperation. And I think this team has given you an overall picture of this thing, right? Both electrical vehicle and we have what is called as robotics, keywords and key fields which are going to give you job opportunities. I think this would have given you a hint of what is more important to you all. Thank you all guys for your wonderful cooperation and participating enthusiastically and explaining students and answering so well spontaneously. All right. Thank you all for your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
everyone, I'm Charan Velavan from the Placement Empowerment Program of 5G Technology. This program lays a strong foundation and a concrete curriculum in order to grasp the concepts of the intricacies of wireless communication and information theory. In order to have a more real-world experience, we've been taken to industrial visits and industrial connects to look at the first-hand technology used in the 5G technologies in various industries. The tie-up with the Qualcomm Wireless Academy enables us and ensures us to have a real-time industrial training and enhances our chance of employability. Hence, I am immensely grateful for the Placement Empowerment Program and for the opportunities it has given me. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Infanta from the Department of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, and I'll be representing the AI Enthusiast Society. I have the pleasure of introducing you to a truly remarkable club that is dedicated to unraveling the wonders of artificial intelligence. First, we begin with the crucial step of data pre-processing, and then we dive into the world of exploratory data analysis. We go deeper into fields like machine learning, deep learning, generative AI, and AI in the cloud. But what sets our club apart is our commitment to the real-world applications. So join us in the AI Enthusiast Society and let us unlock the power of AI and apply it to shape industries and create a better future for all. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Jeev Tavi from the Department of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning. If you're a student who's really excited to learn about data science, then this club of AIDS is for you. In this club of AIDS, you'll be learning important topics related to machine learning, Power BI, and implementation of all the AIDS projects with the help of AWS. AWS stands for Amazon Web Service. Let the data do the magic. Join the AIDS club today.
I'm Rahul G, an AWS Cloud Club captain for India. As a part of AWS Cloud program organized under Placement Empowerment Program Center, I'm getting trained to get certified in AWS certification ranging from AWS Cloud Practitioner to AWS Machine Learning Specialty, and prestigious certification which can help me to build my career in AWS and provides boundless opportunities in the world of cloud technology. This program helped me to interact with industry recognized professionals, and it is officially partnered with AWS at KCT. Through this program, I established a strong foundation in the world of AWS and Azure, which provides high demand across diverse sectors, and the provided infrastructure will help me to get trained in my certification. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bhumika. I take pride being a member of blockchain, Web3 and the Metaverse community. Currently, I'm interning at IBC Media, which is a fantastic opportunity for me to enhance my skill on the field of blockchain and the metaverse. I'm grateful for this chance to explore this technology and work towards a brighter future. I'm excited to contribute to this community and make a positive impact with the support of this organization. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Pradeepa from the Department of Chemical Engineering, member of CAD and 3D Printing Lab under Placement Empowerment Program organized by the Placement Training Center. In this program, I'm getting trained to get various professional certifications like AutoCAD, CATIA, and SolidWorks. I've gained a good exposure in piping design sector through workshops conducted by our industrial expert alumni, which is really helpful to build a solid foundation for my career. We also have hands-on experience in 3D printing, which helps to visualize and understand the complex designs about the intricate membranes in water treatment plant. Thank you.
Hello everyone, myself Mystery from 3rd year Chemical Engineering Department, and I belong to CAD and 3D Printing Lab. In this lab, we are exposed to a bundle of software designing programs like CAD, CATIA, etc. And the trainers here are providing explicit training in these software. Nowadays, the customized reactors are prepared using 3D printing, and we are exposed to such type of application, which makes us to be creative in our stream. So thanks for providing this learning opportunity.
Hi, I'm Veda Shankar, a member of the DevOps community here at the St. Joseph's Group of Institutions, as a part of the Placement Empowerment Program. In this program, we learn everything from Docker, Kubernetes, monitoring services, to how we leverage cloud to use DevOps practices. In this program, we gain hands-on experience and industry-relevant skills. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Vigneshan. I would like to share my training experience in the Placement Empowerment Program Centers, and I belong to the Internet of Things and Embedded Systems program. In this program, we are exposed to learn about the basics of microprocessor and microcontroller interfacing with sensors and actuators. And in the IoT part, we learned about the communication protocols, and we learned about how to connect a system to the cloud. And I feel more beneficial by learning from this program. Thank you.
Hello everyone, myself is Somsudha. Electric vehicle is a domain which has given me an exposure to the current trends in the world. We have learned about the construction followed by the environmental benefits and challenges related to this field. Computer-based analyzations of the lithium batteries and sodium batteries are also done. Guest lectures have helped us to know about the current scenario of electric vehicles in the world. Above all, we are currently working on a prototype model of an electric vehicle which is completely designed and developed by our team. This is an emerging field and has helped me enhance my skill and thereby go for better opportunities. Thank you.
I'm Vikram, a member of the Full Stack Development domain under the Placement Empowerment Program at the St. Joseph Group of Institutions. As part of this initiative, we learn everything from HTML, CSS, and move all the way up to merge set. Under this comprehensive curriculum, the students will be able to grasp the concept easily and be able to implement them into real-world projects. We are privileged to have our accomplished alumni come in and share their valuable experience and knowledge with the students. This experience will undoubtedly be helpful for the students in establishing a good career path. I would like to extend my thanks to the placement department and the management. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ovia. I am proud to be a member of Manium Quantum. As a part of quantum computing community, we are preparing for Quiskit development certification. The certification is a milestone for our journey. We join our hands and we create a bright future in quantum computing field. Thank you.
Today, I would like to share my incredible journey and experience with Placement Empowerment Program focused on robotic process automation and its tools. Hi, I'm Krishna Kumar, a UAPath Student Developer Champion in India from St. Joseph Group of Institutions. Through this program, I would gain invaluable skills in process automation, data integration, and system interaction with various RPA tools like UAPath, Blue Prism, Power Automate, and more, which are the emerging and demanding tools in order to become a certified automation expert. I became proficient in designing and developing software robots and transforming organizations with efficiency and precision. This experience empowered me to unlock new career opportunities and make a tangible impact in the world of automation. I'm so proud to be a part of this program and thank you for your support.
Hi, I'm Tirafina. Nobody is a stranger to the field of robotics anymore. At the Robotics and Industrial Automation program, our objectives are to master the basics of robotics, to practice simulation of ABB robots using software such as Rapid, RoboDK, RoboAnalyzer, to practice PLC programming using software such as Omron Zen, to dive deep into industrial automation using robots, to make robotics an accessible field of study for everyone, and to finally establish robotics as a solid career platform for students of our college. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. I'm Kausika and I would like to take a moment to express my deep appreciation towards the Placement Empowerment Program centers offered at our college. I belong to the VLSI program, which is particularly enlightening. We are fortunate enough to have our alumni present their expertise on the fascinating world of VLSI. In such brief sessions, we are introduced to the foundation of VLSI and how much it has revolutionized the field of digital electronics, from its humble beginnings to its complex design now which takes part in the technological advancements today. Further, we are introduced to the certification courses available and also internship venues, which will help us make a successful career out of this domain. Its impact is felt in every facet of our lives, from the devices we use to the industries that run our economies. Let's embrace the opportunities that VLSI has to provide us. Thank you.
Okay. Sir, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, sir, 5-10 minutes. Okay. First one. Hi, I'm Jay Blessa Abraham from Electrical and Electronics Engineering Department, representing the quantum computing community under the Placement Empowerment Program in St. Joseph College of Institutions. I am an IBM developer advocate who is one among the 400 professionals which is selected from 45 different countries.
Now I'm going to explain my vertical, which is quantum computing. We all have wondered a question, what we are made of, what everything around us and what everything in this universe from stars, suns, plants, and even us are made of. And in the early century, we got the answer that we are all made up of atoms, which is the most basic fundamental building block of everything. Now, all the technological achievements which is achieved by human beings came from domesticating the fundamental forces, which is, we all know about it, the gravity, Newton, and electricity and magnetism, Nikola Tesla, and many other scientists. Now, the next frontier of human intelligence is going to be domesticating the most fundamental forces, which is the quantum forces, which governs how atoms, the most fundamental particles, interact between us. By the first part of domesticating this is by doing computing on the quantums. First, before we discuss about that, I want to tell you about what is computing. We all have interacted computing in our day-to-day life by interacting to social media, like playing computer games and doing our everyday tasks. Now, computers have been integrated into our everyday life like never before. All this revolution came when we domesticated electricity and form a bond with the electronics by inventing transistors. Now we are at an issue because all this technological achievement has been happened because of computers. We have been strongly reliant upon the power and performance of transistors. As the performance of the transistor has to increase, we have to decrease the size of the transistors, so we have a lot of transistors. We all know about how we compare performance, like in Intel and AMD are competing in computing chip, which is basically about how many transistors which they can fit into a chip. Like in everyday our phones, we have 4 billion transistors. And the next generation is coming at 8 billion transistors and a lot more. As the number of transistors increases, the computing power, the gaming experience we get, the UI experience, and our everyday life, even the scientific breakthroughs which are happening around us, is dependent upon how much transistors we have in a single chip. Now, the issue is, decreasing the size is becoming a major issue, we can't go beyond a physical limit, as the human ingenuity has reached a fundamental limit which our nature limits us from going beyond this stage. Now we have to go to another new form of computing. Otherwise, our whole civilization will break through. And this is where quantum computing comes in. Using this quantum computers, we are going to do computation in the most fundamental building blocks of this universe, atoms. Think about this. How much atoms we have in this universe, and if we use all the atoms to do our computation, our everyday tasks, think about the world we can live in. Everyday issues like artificial intelligence would be improved by quantum computing. For the best example where the quantum computers can shine is simulating our mother nature. Our mother nature is one of the most beautiful creations ever been in this universe, because the chemical process and the biological process which is done by our nature, our body, think about our body, all the chemical reactions which is happening, all the reactions which are happening is full of protein synthesis and protein interactions. Because the nature works in this much level of sophistication, we can't compute these things in our simple devices, even though our computing processes and computing power has increased exponentially. Now, because of this, we can't in the nature, we can't simulate it. Can we easily eradicate it if we have development will be much faster? And it requires and the power by the quantum computers. Next is by the quantum computers. Next is the chemical reactions. For example, a basic chemical reaction, photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is simple breaking of sugar to get energy. This process is happening in this world and Earth is because of we need energy, which is the fundamental currency of this universe. So to get this energy more and to use it efficiently, like how our nature does, we need to simulate it, and for that we need quantum computers. Now I'm going to talk about the scope of the quantum computing. Now, as we have discussed a lot of applications like AI, ML, quantum artificial intelligence, and simulating nature, one of the important applications is also cryptography, which is securing our secrets. Like think about this tragedy. Like what if our messages are being encrypted, like when we are sending messages to friends or loved ones, what if it get hacked? Or what if someone else which we don't want to know knows that? These are all protected by cryptographic methods. And even think about the military secrets and nuclear codes, which are all sent and transmitted and communicated through encryption protocols. But this quantum computer poses a new threat to this protection, as they can do more amount of computation in a very less amount of time. They can break these encryptions, so the countries are now at cold wars. Just like how the space war is between USA and Russia, now this Cold War has begun between USA and China. So this race is going to determine the future of this entire world. Now, the scope is all the major companies like IBM, Google, Amazon, Intel, AMD, even car companies like Rolls-Royce are using and experimenting with quantum computing to do what they can do more in this field and to do the human interactions and how we can be better at it. Like AMD is trying to improve the gaming experience using quantum computers. Like in their field, quantum developer is one of the important applications which we can go in this field. And all the research applications like cancer treatment and other medical discovery and drug discoveries are happening at the scientific side. Now, I came into this field by learning from QVault and the facilities provided in my college, and I completed a certification in quantum computing, which is called the IBM Developer Advocate Certification, which is one of the prestigious certifications which is given to the quantum field. To get into the quantum field, you need to know a lot of mathematics and physics, but the simple applications which can be done using this quantum computing overshines all these difficulties, because this is going to be the next frontier of this human world itself. Thank you.
Technology final year in St. Joseph College of Engineering. And I'm here to represent Robotic Process Automation domain as an initiative from Placement Empowerment Program in St. Joseph Group of Institution. And also I'm a UiPath Student Developer Champion in India from St. Joseph College of Engineering. So UiPath Student Developer Champion in the sense, like UiPath is nothing but it is a product automation, and it is a European company where it develops a automation tool. First of all, when it comes to robotic process automation, it is abbreviated from RPA. Okay, so RPA in the sense it is called as robotic process automation. So when it comes to robotic process automation, first of all, you need to know what is exactly automation is all about. Automation is nothing but when a process is done without human interactivity, automatically it is called automation. Okay, so when it comes to robotic process automation is a technology that enables software programs to mimic human actions while interacting with computer applications to accomplish required tasks. Okay. For an example, when I think most of you people are familiar with PCs and laptops, right? So when you give a click on your keyboard, there's a letters displaying on your screen, and once if you click a key in your keyboard, there's a letters displaying now. So such thing, it is an automated process where it comes under robotic process automation. Okay, and also where you will be
waving your mouse and there will be a cursor is moving in your display screen, right? Even that automated process is completely comes under robotic process automation. And while reading computer screens and everything will comes under robotic process automation. And also, I think most of you are familiar with ChatGPT, right? So ChatGPT's thing, it is completely made of AI and other thing, right? And even robotic process automation plays a major role in ChatGPT also, where you give information and the process like searching and done, it is completely done with other domains. But when it comes to robotic process automation, where you give your title and automatically title is generated and everything is done by RPA only. So, and also when it comes to your, for example, I just want to give another example, like when it goes to your our satellite, that is recently launched satellite, that is Chandrayaan, where there's a process like to detect places where it is okay to land, and after detection there's a process that has to be automated in order to land our rocket and satellite and all, right? So these processes are completely under robotic process automation. And after saying this, you should not think that robotic process automation is completely of humanoid robots or any warehouse robots or any human replacement robot. It is completely, it is not a robot where it is in a physical form, it is completely of the software form, okay? So when it comes to RPA UiPath in the sense like it is an automation tool like UiPath, Blue Prism, Automation Anywhere, and Power Automate. These are the automation tools, okay? So when it comes to automation tools in the sense like creating a software robots tools where it helps to create a robotic, software robots, these tools will help in order to create a software robot, okay? And when it comes to UiPath plays a major role because it is a top trending automation tool where RPA is going to work on, okay? And when it comes to robotic process automation, and actually, I just want to give you a certain benefits like what is exactly RPA is all about, okay? RPA, for in a single time, I just want to inform you, it is a completely mimic humans action. And also it operates any application as well. And also it gives a way of structure reading and actioning of data also, where complete technology is going completely on with data and formulating of data, process of data. So it was structured and reading and actions of data, okay? And no reading and without resting, like it can able to scale up to any extent it needs, where if you give a large amount of data, it also will work on with large amount of data, or it can able to scale up with any extent of domains, okay? And when it comes to robotic process automation is completely where certain domains will be interacting with certain other domains only. But when it comes to robotic process automation, it will interact to every other domains also, okay? And at the same, quick to implement and powerful research to scale up. Yeah, as I said, it can able to scale up to what extent it needs. And what robots, like when it comes to software robots are nothing but we need to pronounce it as robots, okay? Like ChatGPT is also a OpenAI robots, right? So likewise, RPA will develop robots where it includes logging in any application, move files to folder, and connects to system APIs. I think most people have known with, like moving folders from one directory to another directory, where it goes to in a continuous process of the technology. It will help people to think, okay? And when it comes to RPA business, like education, supply chain, even IT field, HR field, I think most people have known with human resource management, okay? When it comes to a company, or they will be, HR will be working on the main domain, and these people will be working on with RPA and also this. And when it comes to robot process automation in UiPath, there's three main components we'll be working on with. One is Studio, UiPath Studio, another one is Orchestrator, another one is UiPath like automation robots, that is robotic assistant, okay? When the studio where you develop your software robots and everything will be done with Studio. And when it comes to Orchestrator, the complete management purpose of the robots, like how many robots are getting built, and everything is done with Orchestrator. And UiPath Assistant will make the robot to work as it triggers the robot and make the process to begin, or it has to do. Okay. So when it comes to robotic process automation, the scope of robotic process automation, where it gives a salary of about or hike of about 24 to 32 LPA in the current trend of technology which is going on here. So as I get into this St. Joseph group of institution, where I've been nominated as a UiPath student developer champion, where in our management from the support as well as from our placement empowerment program initiative. So as I said, like technology is growing high, and also I need to like, even there's a two main thing is you need to adapt to a technology, or you need to create a technology. In order to adapt a technology, make a wise decision, like
getting into a perfect career after your 12th and 11th, and getting into a good college and getting into placement related activities and everything. So I hope you people's like go on with robotic process automation, and I hope you peoples can understand what is RPA is all about. Okay, I hope and also all the best for your future. Thank you and cheers.
And I am representing the AI and ML club in the placement enrichment program. So today I'm here to talk on behalf of my club on what is AML and why you can choose this domain. So first, basically, this domain is not only in demand in technological sectors, but it's also in demand in non-tech sectors also. So not only companies like Google and Microsoft will need you, but even companies like food-related companies like even Achi Masala or some other electronics company, they may also need you, because this domain is in demand in all the other sectors. Because today in this digital era, only artificial intelligence is playing a very key role in this era, because due to artificial intelligence, all the things are becoming automated, and many things, many business people, they are overcoming many big problems, and they're finding simple solutions through machines. So what is artificial intelligence and what is machine learning? So artificial intelligence is like training a computer or creating a computer that is designed so that it can think and make decisions similar to humans. So we are basically trying to create a machine that will think and interact with us. So like Google Assistant or Alexa, which can understand you and will execute the task that you're wanting. So similarly, this is AI, and ML is nothing but the brain of AI. So in machine learning, we just train the computer with experiences. So suppose if I want a machine to find which is a cat and which is a dog, so what I'll do is I will feed images of cat until it can find until it can predict a cat on its own. So this is what machine learning does. So which is when we are in our small days and all, we will learn by making mistakes and all those things. Similarly, machines also make mistakes. So during this process, you may understand that data collection is very important. So what in our club, what they have taught us first was data collection and data pre-processing. So here, what we'll do is we'll collect all the data and we'll pre-process it. We'll clean it. We will remove all the data that we don't want, and we will make it so proper so that the machine won't have any confusion in finding any patterns or recognizing any patterns. So next is we will analyze the data through exploratory data analysis. In this process, what we'll do is we'll collect all these data and we'll find any hidden patterns are there, or is this data related to this data. We'll extract features, and through this we will find what and all can be represented and what and all can be predicted from this data. And the third thing what we'll do is we'll feed this data, all these data, to a machine learning model. So what this machine learning model will do is, according to all the algorithms that we feed, it will take the data and it will try to predict, or it will try to classify anything that we give. So we won't not only stop till this. So in our club, even machine learning plays an important role, but we also move to other, we also explore more. Like we go into NLP. So NLP is nothing but ChatGPT is NLP. So basically what ChatGPT does, that is the basic concept of NLP. So with text data, we will try to generate text, and we will try to understand, we will make the machine to understand what type of text that you're delivering. So this is not only NLP, we also do computer vision,
where through a camera, we will try to detect objects, or we will try to classify objects. So basically, it's like it can be used for robotics, where we can give computers vision. So that is basic computer vision. And then we have deep learning. So in deep learning, it's nothing but it's a subset of machine learning. But only thing is we dive in deeper. We teach the machine to analyze and extract features very deeply. So for that, we use many concepts like CNN, which is used for capturing features in images, and RNN, and we use many neural networks also. So all these tools are taught to us in our club. So using these tools, we learn all these tools. They teach us all these tools. They also teach us about generative AI. So it's nothing but taking all the data. We will make the machine to generate some new data. So for example, I have a data set on handwritten on all the handwriting things. So what I'll do is in machine learning, if we feed this data, we can try to classify all the handwritings. But in generative AI, what we can do is we can try to create a new type of handwriting using all the handwriting data that are collected. So this is the difference between generating and classifying. So after we learn all these things, our club also provides activities and projects for us to explore. Not only they give us projects, but they also help us to collaborate with other PEP students. So if for building a software, if I need a full stack person, I can approach him, and and if I want to deploy it in a cloud server, I can approach cloud people. And through this, we are also given the chance to collaborate with each other domain and make our project even more efficient. So why you should choose this AML is, as I said before, not only tech sectors are in demand of this, even non-tech sectors are also in need. So even one of our seniors, he has done an internship in Taiwan. So this domain is in need in everywhere in the world. So even I have done an internship where I have went to an electronics company, and through computer vision, I am doing a project so that they can detect defects in the circuits that are manufactured. So this artificial intelligence and machine learning domain can be used anywhere, and so today in this digital era, this is currently the most trending topic and domain. So I hope that you choose this domain. Thank you.
Hello all, I'm Rahul G. I'm currently pursuing my final year in Bachelor's of Information Technology at St. Joseph Institute of Technology, as well as I'm the AWS Cloud Captain, one among the 10 captains from India. So cloud computing is nothing but the evolution of computing has been changed over when the starting age of computer has been started. The main thing is all about when we are storing a data inside an on-premises server, we are supposed to know how far the capacity should be, how far the server's cost should be. Everything should be known in advance to make sure that how far we are going to store the data inside. But when the cloud computing has been evolved, when all the companies, all the infrastructures, all the organizations comes to know about how far we can able to minimize the cost, minimize the space which is needed to store the data, then where the cloud computing has been came inside. So cloud computing is nothing but the pay on-demand delivery of IT resources. Most of you will come to know about only database or only storage, like only I can able to store only data inside. But the thing is all about that you can't, you should, but there is no, not only there is an opportunity where you want to store only the data, there are a lot of resources where you can able to use inside cloud. For instance, AI, ML, development side, testing, and IoT, etc. and etc. So let me give you an instance. So why we need, what is mean by cloud computing is all about. So everyone in the everyone there, you'll be using a Gmail account and you'll be using the Google Drive, which provides you a 15 GB of free storage. But might think about it, how the data has been stored, and how whether we do have any separate space in our laptop, a separate space in a computer, whether the 15 GB of storage is available. But you can't able to see that thing. It is more fishy that. So these things are able to give you an instance called as cloud computing. Why? Because Google provides an allocated store of 15 GB for each and every users who have Gmail account associated with it. Okay, so then why cloud? So then what is all about cloud? Then what should be needed to get into the cloud? So before getting into it, you are supposed to know about the types of cloud computing. So there are 3 different types: private, public, and hybrid. Private cloud is nothing but the cloud which has been associated with you, where it has been only isolated for your personalized users. And public cloud like Google Drive, which has been where you can able to share with your friends or colleagues, and you can able to communicate with those cloud. Hybrid cloud is somewhat what can I say, the interesting one which has been installed nowadays. The major thing is all about hybrid cloud is nothing but most of the companies try to store both the data in both their on-premises as well as their on-premises, which is nothing but their physical data storage, as well as in cloud. So why they are moving to on-premises as well as cloud is all about the very important, very fascinating thing, which is nothing but they are supposed to store both secure data as well as the non-secure data. So they chose that let's store the secure data inside the cloud and let's store the non-secure data inside the on-premises, which is nothing but the physical data service. Okay, so what is the scope of cloud? So we will all know about there are a lot of technologies which is available right now in the right now in the what can I say, developing world. So we have AI, we have ML, we have generative AI, we have everything what we have. But the thing is, we are supposed to make sure that we need to give something to the users where the customers can able to use this product and make sure to get some benefits and advantages over the thing. So where we can able to deploy it, where we are supposed to use it. So the only where you are supposed to land is nothing but the cloud computing. So I preferably chose AWS as my more what can I say, the preferable platform for me. The more advantageous thing in AWS is nothing but the elasticity, which where you can able to scale up much more things, as well as the user-friendly platform what you have. So I think so that AWS is more familiar one to everyone, where we can able to see the ads, promotions, which has been there in all around the televisions, all those things. Okay, now let's see about what are the scope, what are the future careers of your cloud computing. So there are a lot of different roles which is available in AWS cloud. We're able to see there will be a DevOps specialist, there will be a cloud architect, there will be a cloud engineer, there will be network engineer, network support engineers, and etc. 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 You can also see some scopes called as MLOps engineer. So there are a lot of scopes, but the base thing what you're supposed to have is nothing but cloud, which is where you can able to choose any domains. But I chose that AWS. But the thing is, if only this the name of the service is going to be changed, rather than that, everything is going to be same. So I think so that you've got something about what cloud is and what are the future advantages of cloud is all about. I wish you all the grand success to your futures, and make sure to achieve your dreams. Thank you.
Today I'm enlightened to introduce you to the groundbreaking initiative that is shaping the landscape of education and innovation across India. The All India Council for Technical Education, or AICTE, has launched an inspiring scheme aimed at fostering the spirit of innovation and application. This initiative is known as AICTE Idea Lab, which stands for Idea Development and Evaluation and Application. The primary objective of AICTE Idea Lab is to encourage students to embrace science, technologies, engineering, and mathematics by providing the most enhanced and hands-on experience with the students. One of the most exciting aspects of AICTE Lab is that it operates into 24/7, ensuring that spirit of innovation is alive and thriving at all times. One of the currently over 90 institutions across 22 states and union territories in India have been identified to set up Idea Lab, in which St. Joseph's Institute of Technology is one among them and it's already inaugurated. Our Idea Lab consists of PCB, laser cutting, 3D scanner, 3D printer, IoT, Tableau lab, and vinyl printing. The AICTE Idea Lab initiative is a testament to India's commitment to nurturing innovation, technology, and system education.
Hello everyone, today let's discuss about 3D printing. This 3D printing is just a device which is used for making models which is visual and sensed by us. There are two types of, like in 2D printers we see photocopies, Xerox, which is done in A3, A4 and A2 papers, same as in 3D printers. In 3D printers we do in models in which we can have that. These are the materials which we'll be using. First, let's see the filament. There are various types of filaments which you'll be using. Here we are using PLA material which has a diameter of 2 mm thick, and there are various types of materials which has a different like non-metals, filaments and different. Let's get inside the printer. We have the dimension of this printer is 300 cross 300 cross 300 mm, and it can be done for medium size scaling. Most of things are just carried out using the LCD display given above. Let's come to the connection here. First, filament is fed through the extruder to the nozzle. First, there is a fan attached to the extruder which helps for solidification of filament, which helps to solidify the filament and which comes out through the nozzle. The nozzle temperature is kept nearly 200 degrees Celsius. That depends upon the material or the filament we'll be using. Here, we input the models using the SD cards in that. Now, each layer, the method which we'll be using in this 3D printer is FDM method. That is known as fused deposition method. This FDM method has an own layer of, like each layer gets finished and automatically the bed gets down by one layer. The bed is before the process starts, the bed has been preheated up to 60 degrees Celsius so that there is an adhesion process, course between the bottommost layer of the printing material. Here, using the SD card, the models have been inserted into the device. Now, the software which we'll be using for this is known as Ultimaker Cura. This is a software which is like a 3D modeling software, and in this, we have many kind of other softwares which we'll be using, but right now we'll be using Multicura. In this, first we are going to see a normal design of a clock. Here is a design of a clock in which we can see this is the main basic how it's going to be printed in our machine. Here in this we can just have the orientation, axis and the dimension which will be seen here. In this we can set the feed ratio and the amount of thickness we will be using. Here the draft is set to be 0.2 mm because it is the least efficient way and quicker way to complete this. Here are many type of draft material, like we can go for extra quick faster or even for slow motion, but here we are using a 0.2. Here, first the design has been mated into two parts. First, it has been sliced. Then it has been put into SD cards and then attached to the monitor of the 3D printer. After we are slicing it right now. Now let's come to the second type of printer, that is a small scale printer that has a dimension of 130 cross 130 cross 130 mm. It has a small scale printer and it is been made only for using PLA material. PLA material stands for polylactic acid materials. It has a filament just of same material which will be used, which we have used in the previous printer. Here there is a filament stand behind of the printer, and all the gears, there is a small hole on the above for the connection of filament to the extruder and nozzle. There is a bed in that which is non-metal. Here no need of heating of the bed. Here all the motors are using step-up motors which will be used here. Now there are some, this is one of the tin can which we have just 3D printed in our lab. This can, if you go using different machining process, there are many processes like knurling, drilling, tapping, and thread operation. But when we go for 3D printing option, there is the simplest option which we can go. In this, we need not need more attention for doing this process, and it is the best, easier process we can go. We need not have any kind of disturbance or any kind of maintenance seeing through or continuing the process. Just we can on the process and it will be continuing. These are some of the examples which we have done, which we have printed using our printing machine. There is ideal of Lord Ganesha, the Paris statues, the Jesus Christ statue is there. Then this is the clock model which I have just shown in the software. Okay, thank you. Okay, sir. Laser cutter வாங்கிருக்கா சார்.
Okay, sir. Ready, sir? Hello students, we are going to discuss about laser cutting. So the laser type we use here, CO2. So while the laser emits, it is CO2 type laser. So we are going to cut some non-metallic. It is only capable to cut non-metallic sheet metals. So for other printers we have softwares. The software name is RDWorks. So now I'm importing the file which should be in DXF format. So the file should be in DXF format. I'm getting a file into the software. Yeah, the file name is flower. Yeah, now the file has been imported into the software. Now I'm changing the modes. So I'm setting the mode to cut mode and setting the speed ratio, feed, and maximum power that to be induced. Okay, so the mode will be set to cut. The maximum power to be induced will be 45%. Next to that, we have to store the file so that it will be connected. So when the software is connected to the machine, so the file will be saved automatically in the machine. So we can achieve precise cutting through this laser cutting, and we can also engrave here, which will cut the metal to a particular depth. So now I'm selecting the flower file, which just stored now. Now the machine itself will intimate the area that to be cutted. Now I just start press the start button and the operation will be started now. So we can see. So yeah, we can achieve a precise cut here. The process should be undergone with a regular practitioner so that it will be very helpful, it will be very safe one. So when the CO2 laser react with this material, it will release a pungent smell here. So it is advised to wear a mask during the process. So after the completion of process, we have to wait for a certain duration. The process is yet to complete. So now this is our output. It looks good. We can hold these in our walls. So it will be very, very helpful. And furtherly, we can engraving also. So we can engrave many images inside it. Welcome everyone. We are going to discuss about vinyl printing. So vinyl printing is nothing but printing the designs on shirts, cups, and pen holders, something. While turning on the machine, we have to set the temperature and the time required to be printed. So the time and temperature varies for different materials we are going to use. So for example, for t-shirt, we have to use 200 degrees Celsius temperature and time required will be 60 seconds. It can be varied for glass, it will be 180 degrees Celsius and time required will be 300 seconds. So now let us go with t-shirt and another things. These are the other type of printers that is used to print a cup, a water can. Each has a separate port to connect it with the machine. Now I'm going to print a design in the t-shirt. So I'm setting the temperature 200 degrees Celsius and time required will be 60 seconds. We can vary through the buttons given in the machine. After the process, we need to print the design initially in the sublamination sheet in the mirrored mode so that it will be correct, it will be printed correctly while printing. Yeah. Now this is the sublamination sheet placing over the t-shirt and we have to lock them. We have to wait for 60 seconds duration. It will heat up, it will apply heat over the sublamination sheet. By then the design will be printed in the t-shirt. So after the required duration, we can see the output. So release the lock. And there we go. This is our design we have printed in our t-shirt with the name of our college, St. Joseph Institute of Technology. So we can print many designs. This is a cup designer. We can print designs in the cup. So we can connect this in a machine. For cup, it would be 200 degrees Celsius and 260 seconds. The time required will be. Yeah, we go there. The next thing is the curvature model, which is used to print water cans. That is possible wherever you can see water cans wherever possible. So the names, emblems, what are the designs we need to print, we can print using this vinyl printing methods. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Hello all. So let me take into a tour of one of a marvel technology, that is PCB. So what is PCB? So it is printed circuit board. So for example, let us take a remote. So whenever you come across a broken remote, you will see a green color board inside. So that is this printed circuit board, where we commonly call it as a motherboard. So that board can be printed using this machine. So you can see that there is an arm, so which is used for all the movement in all the three directions, that is X, Y, and Z. So there is a power button which we can on. So now the machine is in emergency stop. So I'm giving a slight tilt so that the machine gets into a normal. So I'm clicking E stop so that it comes into a normal state. So there are totally 4 softwares that they are using here. First one is Eagle software, second is the Copper Cam, and the third software is the Auto Leveler, and the fourth software is Mech3 Mill. So you can see the machines with the needles and the level checker. So now let us get into the softwares. So this is the Eagle software, where it shows the schematic diagrams of the rectifier circuit. So there you can see the operational amplifier. For example, if we need an operational amplifier, we cannot draw it and it takes more time. So when we need components immediately, we can go into edit option, where we can get the all the components there. So if you need a operation amplifier, you can type AD8001, which is a number for the operational amplifier. So directly we can take the components instead of drawing it, which is a tedious process. So you can see here it is a layout diagram. So whenever we draw a schematic diagram, we need to represent in a board. So we need to convert in a board diagram. So that is the layer diagram. And this is the Copper Cam software, where we can see all the drilling points and all the buses where the current passes through it, and all the way the current passes through it. And the last is Mech3 Mill. So this is a software where we used for automation purpose. So we have cycle start, we have cycle stop, and we have reset buttons. So if in case there is an emergency, we can stop it, and we can reset again. We can load the codes. So we are keeping the x-axis as 0 and y-axis at 0 and z-axis alone as +2, so that it can start the process without flawlessly. So we are supposed to load the code. So for there are totally 3 processes: engraving, cutting, and drilling. So for engraving purpose, we are using tab code. So I'm loading the tab code. So here the code has been loaded, and I'm starting the cycle. Yeah, you can see here now I'm setting the z-axis. Actually, first of all, we have to check the height. So I'm keeping it, the machine automatically goes to 10 mm. Then we have to manually set it to +2 mm. So I've kept it. So I'm starting with the process. Now that needle will check the width of the board. So the board that we are using is coated with copper. So you know copper is a good conductor of electricity. So we are using copper coated board for PCB designs, PCB boards. So it will check the width at all points, and it also checks the drilling points also. Now I am removing the level checker. So after which we can start the cycle. So you can see the process is starting. So it will start with an enormous sound. So that gives a good impression that we are a big we are technical stuff. We know something related to technical. So you can see the process going on. So it will start with the engraving process. Engraving process is something that the machine uses to show the path wave the path on it. And drilling is a process where it drills or it put holes where we need to place the components such as resistor, capacitors, transistors, and all the electronic devices and components. And the cutting, now you can see the cutting process. Cutting is a process where it cuts the small area of the copper board from it, so that we can use the other areas for further process. We need not use the entire board. So now we are applying dye. So this dye is used to remove the oxidation process. Since we are using copper, it gets easily oxidized. So to remove this oxidation process, we are applying a dye. So on applying a dye, we can heat it to make it stable, so we are keeping a cellophane paper on it, and we are keeping under ultraviolet rays. So we know that we get ultra UV rays from the sun, which is used for heating purpose. So similarly, we are providing artificial UV rays using the machine. So you can see the UV rays coming from the lights. So we are keeping it upside down so that the heat gets applied through the boards. So I kept it. Now I am closing it, and the time limit for this it takes up to 85 seconds. So it is based on the size of the board. It may be a smaller board. If it is a smaller board, 85 seconds is enough. If in case there is a big board that we need to print a big motherboard for PCs, it takes really a great time. So we need to remove the remnants present on the board. So we are using a cloth to cleanse it. So I'm just cleaning the board with a cloth. So now you can see a board which is ready to use. So we can place the components in those holes. Okay, thank you.
Hello all. I welcome you all to the IoT section of the AICT Idea Lab held at the St. Joseph's Institute of Technology. Our journey begins with a glimpse of the key components and our dedicated team hard at work based on our IoT products. And in this lab, we create more innovative projects using the IoT and embedded technology. And we use most usable boards, microprocessor controllers to build many IoT components using the technology. And in our lab, we have developed two projects using the components present, and our lab was inaugurated on 19th of July. And this is the first project, which is the agricultural monitoring using IoT. And this project uses ESP8266, which is a microcontroller, which is used for sending the data to the internet. IoT is basically a technology which sends the data to the cloud, which is a internet-based technology. And the black color board is the ESP8266, which uses sensors like humidity sensor, temperature sensor, and a soil moisture sensor to sense the parameters in an agricultural farm. And then there is also a rain sensing sensor, which senses whether rain is detected in a farmland or not. And this project is a major useful project for farmers, where they can remotely monitor their land to ensure the safety and warmth of their project, of their land. And this project is a major challenge in the agricultural field. And next component is the Raspberry Pi trainer kit. And Raspberry Pi is one of the best board used in the embedded industry, which is still like a mini computer. Why? Because using Raspberry Pi, we can implement machine learning and deep learning concepts, which is already told in the full stack timing. And this Raspberry Pi trainer kit consists of TFT display used for displaying, and also relay channels used for connecting the output peripherals like our ceiling fans and tube lights, and extendable I/O ports, that is the input and output ports, are present in this kit. And again, we are looking at output of the agricultural farm project. This is the range sensor. And then we are going to the next project, which is the water level tank measurement system and control using IoT. Here, a software used is called as Blink, and this is a mobile console app where we can monitor the measurements in the mobile itself. And this project measures the level of the water level content in the tank. We can monitor the things remotely. Here also 8266 is the component used, and additionally some LEDs and buzzers are used to control and to monitor what is the level of the water inside the tank. And here 5 components installed denotes that for every 20% of the level in the tank, there is an indication through the LED. And now we are seeing the output of the project, where when the sensor is altered and output is denoted like LED starts to glow one by one. And finally, if there is an overflow, the buzzer will alarm like giving you have to switch off your motor, and the mobile output is here. And thank you for a journey through the AICT Idea Lab.
Thank you all once again. It was an excellent program, very informative, packed with a lot of information. And at last, we would like to introduce our team and end the program with a formal vote of thanks. I take this opportunity to thank our chairman, Dr. B. Babu Manoharan, MA, MBA, PhD, for giving us this opportunity to conduct a wonderful program for the school students, very informative. I thank our Managing Director, Madam, and our Executive Director, Sir, Mr. B. Sasishekhar, Sir, for this wonderful opportunity given to us in executing this tremendous task. I thank our principals, Dr. Vadi Seshagari Rao, Sir, and Dr. P. Ravichandran, Sir, for their wonderful support in helping us to complete this task. I thank our deans, Dean Academics, Dean Student Affairs, and Dean Research for their extraordinary support in making this a reality. I thank all the participants and staff members who have taken pains to join us right from morning till evening. I thank all the crew members who have enabled us to do this job precisely. Thank you one and all. At last, we would like to introduce our crew members who are entirely from second year of St. Joseph Group of Institution. I invite our crew members to come and our team members, the school coordinators and team members to come onto the stage. Let's wind up with this. I kindly request Professor Emmanuel also to join us on stage. I request all the crew members, second year students, to join us on stage. We'll wind up the program with this. Thank you, participants. It was a wonderful experience. I proudly request all our team members to come. This is our team members, staff members and students who have joined us today. And this crew helped you to have a live, without any airdrop, right from morning 9 a.m. to 4:20 p.m. today. Now it is happening. A huge round of applause and appreciations for our team, and we also thank our Dean Research for his extraordinary support right from morning. Thank you all, sir. Right, and I thank the management of the school, right, who helped us in conducting this program in Nagercoil region. I thank each and every one who has helped us to conduct this program. Thank you one and all. Thank you.